Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? This will hopefully be a panel discussion. This is a lightweight, reckless streams. We'll see how it goes. We'll see. Um, yeah, the leftist women are talking, and they're talking about relationships and intimacy and marriage, and they're talking out of their ass, right? Okay, so we're going to be revisiting a few topics that we spoke about earlier this week. We are going to be speaking about some things that we covered maybe a month or so ago. Um, and it's really about leftist women and their concepts of what an ideal marriage is and what ideal. Oh, Z, you're about to use that word, aren't you? Yes, yes, I am. Unfortunately, their ideal concepts of what a partnership, what partnership is. Ugh, disgusting. Anyway, yes, their ideal partnership is. Um, and you're just going to hear, if you go through the links, you just see women just waxing poetic about um, more single cat ladies. If you click the first link, I think I have Kim Foster speaking about, more single cat ladies, and how that's bringing a downturn to marriage because men won't change their ideas of marriage. What I love about women talking is after you let them talk long enough and they give you the whole like Reader's Digest version of what they're looking for, when they start getting into the nitty gritty and when they start going into details, you realize, oh, your model is not workable because what you're looking for is paymaster men that assert none of the power. Y'all know Mr. Z was going to say it because I always say it. Oh, what you're actually looking for is patriarchy by feminist specifications. Oh, I want to continue to stress this. I'm going to say it every single time. Let the women talk. When you let the women talk long enough, after you're done being annoyed, when you let the women talk long enough, you realize the hypocrisy. You're like, okay, okay. Yeah, I can see why the men are not signing up for that. Protect, provide, and shut up. Right? I can see why the men are not signing up for that. If that's what partnership looks like, oh, absolutely not. Now, for those of you that recall, a couple of days ago, we covered Miss Miller, Leisha Miller, um, and her speaking about how conservatives are have ruined marriage or are ruining marriage. And obviously, we got into the conversation about character flaw in men, and that men now have to be likable. Once again, this presupposes that women are likable and definitely more likable than men are. Women have character. Once again, Miss Leisure Miller was doing the whole trope of these men have to now develop personalities. And she was actually being a very very real classist asshole. But don't expect leftist white feminist women to ever like actually be genuine and stick to anything real and not sound like the hypocrites they are, right? So what you're hearing more and more is that leftist women are starting to say, no, it's you men. You men are the reason why we're not getting married. Because the character flaw. Yeah, that's it. It's you don't have a real personality. Your ideal of a personality is misogynistic jokes and sexism. Yeah. That's it. It's character flaw, right? It's you men. That's the reason we're not getting married is because you men don't want to do chores around the house and weaponize incompetence. Yeah, that's it. That's the reason why we don't want to get married. We're traumatized because men, right? Yeah. So now we're officially even more in the temper tantrum stage, and it's not just black women. I've been telling y'all from the beginning, let these women talk. The white women are talking and the Latinas are talking, and they saying the same thing. Outside of the race element, they're saying the same thing. Of course they are. It's the men. It's because the men. Now that we can earn our own money, once again, men still earn more than women on average. But now that we don't financially need men, now men have to be likable, right? Once again, this assumes that women are likable and the men are not. And if you listen to Miss Leisha Miller, and she didn't go all the way here, but she kind of did. Um, the men that aren't going to college aren't learning to develop a personality. So, and because more conservative men are less likely to go to them feminized institutions they call university and college, and more liberal men are, the liberal men are more likely to develop personality. Translation here: personality. Men of status and money that kiss women's ass, placate women, and talk crap about men, but intellectualize it, of course, right? Speak negatively about men, use that as a badge of honor. That's developing a personality, by the way. Intellectualizing your misandry, right? That's developing a personality, by the way, right? So, you know, the left women are speaking, and there's so many more links I'm going to put up. So, shout out to the replay gang. There's so many more links, right? But the leftist women are talking and they're telling you, yeah, we would rather be single. And there's nothing wrong with that, except y'all can't afford it. And if you can't afford it, then where's the money going to come from? Dear men, this is where you come in. Yeah, you better believe they're going to lobby the US government to kill you in taxes. Oh, and because men live shorter lives than women, they'll just wait you out. Yeah, Social Security is officially a wealth distribution from men to women. Dead men, ooh, Z, it's officially a wealth distribution from dead men to women. You know, the women in our case, for all of us Xers, millennials, and Gen Z, it will be from young to old. It's always been that. But it's also from men to women, you know, the dead men to the women that outlived them. In our case, it will be the women that outlived them and didn't get married or have children. You know, the women that gave you the middle finger and said, I'm not marrying that, and I don't want to have children from that, but I will outlive him, and I'll just get the money on the back end. Yeah, the leftist women are talking, everyone. There's so many more links I'm going to add to this. There's probably going to be some 4B movement stuff, some heteropessimism stuff, because leftist women are speaking. And leftist women can't admit, you got to believe it, they're not going to talk the money. Now, what they will say is, well, now that we don't financially need you, now you have to develop a personality. And these men, they think being misogynistic is a personality trait. Yes, because being antagonistic to heterosexual men and being mean, snarky, and rude and condescending and, you know, unwarranted sass, that's a personality, right? Over indexing on your quote unquote career because you don't have a personality, that's personality, right? Yeah. Huh. So what you see here is women low key being in glee because they're not playing this all the way out. You see this from Leisha Miller. You see this from Kim Foster. I have another link where you see these women speaking on a panel, um, and they're speaking about, you know, Gen Z not having children, essentially not getting married, and maybe some of the reasons why. First, what what is usually, well, what is interesting to Z, always interesting to Z, is when people skip the material condition of people's lives and then talk about everything else first. So we're not going to talk the money first. We're not going to speak about the young men are not attending college and university because first, before we even get to anything else, the money, they don't see the reason to go into 30 and 40 and 50 and 60 and 70 and 80 and 100 plus $1,000 in student loan debt to be indoctrinated about how horrible men are and how to kiss women's ass. They don't see the reason for that. Number one. Number two, once again, feminized environment. Number three, now we can start speaking about all the other reasons, right? Now we can. So then you listen to this news segment and they're talking about environmental issues and pollution and yeah, but what about the money? You know, the fact that the women, say it again, Z, the women, say it one more again, Z, the women through action and through words, are saying, yeah, thank you for this education and thank you for my middle management position and thank you for this barely sustaining me ass money. But yeah, I need a paymaster. I mean, a husband now that earns more than me. So what you see are supposed feminists, female rights advocates, women right advocates struggling to admit that the women through words and through action are telling you, yeah, you know, Mr. Z is going to say it, everyone. One foot in patriarchy, one foot in feminism, or nothing at all. Y'all know how Mr. Z say it, patriarchy by feminist specifications. Leftist women just don't want to admit that that is what this entire society is struggling with because supposedly women were supposed to get their education and earn this money and help men lift the other half of the sky. And women said, yeah, about that. Okay, at the worst, I'm willing to lift 20%. At the worst. And that's grinding my teeth to dust. I'd rather not even do that. Why can't we just have him still magically lift 100% of the sky? Now, what does that sound like in real life, Z? What it sounds like in real life is a young lady who graduates high school valedictorian, goes to college, graduates summa cum laude, works for a certain firm earning $250,000 a year, kicks ass, right? Rises through the ranks, earning some good money, hit about 27 years old, right when that wall it looked like it might hit about 27, meet one of the chisel chin, tall, green eyed, brunette white man, right? Just right. Not too diesel, but not a stick figure, right? Meet this guy. He expresses he's just right. He's not cringy, but he shows you just the right amount of attention, but not too much attention. And the jokes are funny. It's usually at another man's expense, right? And he sweeps you off your feet, right? And then he proposes to you within a year. Oh, how did we forget the fact that this man that you meet at the firm is a board member? He's about 5 years older than you. You're 27. He's 32. He's 33. He's a board member. You make $250,000 a year. Last year, his bonus was $500,000, which means he made $1,000,000. He proposes to you within a year. buys you a home. Now you're pregnant. He makes you a stay-at-home mom. You have another kid. He keeps you as a stay-at-home mom. Then you go back to work after about 7, 8-ish years, and he's just there. This ideal is what's playing on in the back of their minds, everyone. Leftist women refuse, I mean refuse, to tell the ladies, yeah, about that. So that might happen for about 15%. But yeah, it's not going to pass that. Anne Marie Slaughter said it. Huh? Anne Marie Slaughter said it. We can do well, about 15% of women could get that. Everybody else, nope. And why is Mr. Z framing it like this? Because we saw FD Signifier and T Noir say it to each other, and both of them looked at each other like, who's going to tell women that's patriarchy? And both of them looked at each other like, not me. Leftist women are talking. Leftist women are talking, and they sound like the hypocrites we thought they were. Does it make sense? No. Was it ever going to make sense? Absolutely not. You make hypocrites of women. You make hypocrites of heterosexual feminists the second you start talking about relationships, intimacy, sex, and marriage. And no matter how they frame it, no matter how they use different words, it's not hypergamy, it's assortative mating. Okay, yawn. Huh? If you let these women talk long enough, you see the hypocrisy. You better believe it. And AL says, and we'll pause right here for a second. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And AL says, I see your work, niggas, and that makes you my champion, my bro, my savior, sir. And AL also says, there was another comment I saw. Black women wants men's power, women's privilege, and children accountability, right? Which equals some Texas size ish, right? Bullish, exactly. And Lion says exactly, and this sums up everything. Fives don't want other fives. Huh? Fives don't want other fives. Women that are fives don't want other fives. And they're angry if anyone even suggests to them that that's your level. They resent it. Not the men, the women. We saw it night after night on Kevin Samuel's show. I would like to direct you once again to the clip where Kevin was speaking to that young lady with the chest tattoo. Look how she spoke to him when she finally, quote unquote, accepted that she ain't getting the six-figure man. The chisel chin tall six-figure man, she's probably not going to get him. Listen to her and look at her demeanor when she had to come to terms with that, and she really never did come to terms with it, right? We're covering leftist women speaking because we're ahead of the curve. In 20 or so years, 15 years, 20 years, definitely 30 years, as younger Xers start to really hit retirement, Social Security age, right? The extras that are really under the age of about 50, maybe 52 years old, as they start to hit, because they're really hitting retirement age in less than 20 years, to be frank with you. But as that midway point of them, the median age is retirement age and Social Security age for extras that are under the age of 50. So I'm not speaking about older extras, I'm speaking about younger extras. You're going to see think pieces and you're going to hear think pieces and you're going to hear, well, read editorials about older women struggling, eviction rate for older women, particularly obviously black women. How many of them are passing on? The kinless older women never got married, never had children, and their parents never had children. So she didn't have any siblings, she never had a spouse, and she never had children. Right? And there's a cost to that. The kinless older women. Now, how many people are going to bring up that 20 years prior, 25 years prior, these same women will be like, everybody is born alone anyway. Ain't none to die alone. I'd rather die alone than be with these men. Huh? How many people are going to bring that up? There is a cost to what these leftist women are proposing. What is that, Z? Kind, gentle, pliable, conciliatory, ass kissing, paymaster protectors. Huh? So what you see with Leisure Miller once again is this very interesting one foot in, one foot out of a class-based analysis on elites still getting married. Leisure Miller is not dumb. I want y'all to be very clear. Miss Miller is not dumb by a long shot. I said this the other night. Instead of her being honest that the women said money is the motive and money over everything, and educated, financially okay women are saying, I would rather be single and barely afloat or single and okay financially than marry and end up with a man that I think that I'm better than. And all of that is mainly dependent on his finances. Not that he's a bum. He just doesn't earn more than me. Uh-oh. Huh? And instead of Miss Miller being honest that the women said the money is the motive, she reduced the men down to nothing but essentially overgrown man children with serious character flaw who think misogyny is a personality trait. Right? Who think misogyny is a personality trait. And that's the issue right there. Right? Back to the segment. Actually, I almost forgot about this. Um, the segment where the women were speaking and they were just talking around the money part. The material to see leftists always bring up the material condition that causes the environment that causes us pain, struggle, strife. This is what the leftists love doing. But once we start speaking about the struggle, the plights of boys and men, they turn real conservative. That's when we want to speak about character flaw. Because what they're really saying is men's issue. And when they say men, now they're talking about average men. The average man's issue is he doesn't realize he can't afford patriarchy. And we're going to make it hard for him, right? The average man's issue is that he can't afford patriarchy. He doesn't realize that you can't afford to be a patriarch. So the women are saying, oh, you're going to have to negotiate with us and we're going to drive a hard bargain. And the hard bargain is you're going to have to hear my snarky ass attitude and me being condescending and me having a good laugh at your expense and me being belittling and misandrous towards you. And that's if I'm willing to settle for your not rich ass. Oh yeah, that's what these women are saying. It's okay, you don't have money like the rich white man. Oh, but now we're gonna have to negotiate. And I'm gonna drive a hard bargain. And my bargain is nothing but sexism. Mean, snarky, rude. If America's telling me I gotta end up with your not rich and white ass, then I'm gonna be a mean, snarky asshole, and I'm gonna divorce you within 8 to 10 years, 5 years if you're black. Uh-oh. And instead of leftists having this conversation, and by the way, Leisha Miller got real close. Look at the framing. Look at the framing. Instead of us having a real conversation about what feminism and capitalism, when you put that toxic sludge mix into the blender, what it creates, instead of us having a conversation about that, we would much rather have a conversation about how horrible the men are. Character flaw, once again, and these men haven't developed a real personality. And now you got to be likable now. The men refuse to be likable. Translation: ass kissing rich men, probably white. Instead of us having a conversation about what feminism and capitalism did to the minds of the women and the way they see marriage, relationship, men, intimacy, childbearing, and child rearing. Instead of us, having that conversation, once again, we're over-indexing on how horrible the men are. Of course we are. We don't know how to frame it any other way. Do we even know how to say it any other way? Huh? Which, once again, this assumes and this presupposes that women are automatically on the right side of history. There is nothing your average man can propose about the issues between men and women currently that would alleviate where men and women find themselves relationally. I'm not speaking about the top 20% once again. I'm speaking about the average man and woman in America, particularly black one. Right? Now, if you are going to regurgitate some FD signifier nonsense that he's not living by, then of course, you can speak all day. Let Mr. Z say this to all the leftist women. If y'all decided that, okay, yeah, marriage should be for the elites. All you average men, especially you non-college educated men, y'all are toxic anyway. I want to say this. We're gonna make your daughters feel that. Ooh, Z. Ooh, Z, no, Z, you can't say that. That's not antagonist. Z, now you saying you're gonna dance on their misfortune. No, Mr. Z is not saying that. I'm saying what? Train tracks, train tracks, train tracks. What Mr. Z is saying is because men and women are attached by the hip. Because in the black community, black men and black women are attached by the hip. Men's misfortune will lead to women's misfortune. That's what Z is saying. Your daughters are gonna feel this. And Leisha Miller knows that, by the way. If you notice, FD Signifier, Leisha Miller, all of these people try to sidestep the fact the women are going to feel this. Huh? Your average woman that's saying, yeah, if I can't be with the elite man, I don't want anything. Yeah, she's going to feel this. Y'all refuse to tell her, hey, you better get it when you fit it with these men. Huh? And y'all gives you 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. Hopefully, you guys can hear me well, right? Your daughters are going to feel this, dear leftist women, dear America, quite frankly. Your daughters are going to feel this. So the Leisha Millers and the Kim Fosters and the hetero pessimist women who thought it was funny watching men struggle, those political lesbian women, radical lesbian women, all of that sound nice. It sounds funny. It's funny to watch boys and men struggle, right? I saw a news clip where the lady was saying the matrix of the black community are going to essentially try to make these men vote Democrat. Yeah, that's because y'all don't believe in the vote of spite. Huh? Your daughters are going to feel this. To be frank with you, they just don't earn enough. They just don't earn enough. Your average woman in America just doesn't earn enough. Number one. Number two, because men and women are attached by the hip. So the elite Leisha Millers and Kim Fosters can wax poetic about how relationships are supposed to look and egalitarian, right? And these women are looking for partners. We are not looking for partners. Huh? So they get to wax poetic all they want. Those women, as Leisha Miller is, if y'all think Buddy Rowe is not going to marry Kim Foster, he's going to marry Kim Foster. If they stay together, he's going to propose and she's going to say yes. I keep saying these leftist women keep on speaking this BS. They turn around and get married on y'all ass. Might have a kid or two on y'all ass. And all you other women who live by their rules, but you're average financially or below, you struggle living vicariously through Kim Foster. You struggle, dear white women, living vicariously through Leisha Miller. Y'all snarky like her, right? Unwarranted sass, sarcasm, all of that. But Leisha Miller turns around and gets married. But she met the college-educated white man that's willing to deal with her crap. That's if she is who she portrays on her channel. Same thing with Kim Foster. But all the rest of you, on the other hand, who aren't you're not coming into contact with these emotionally intelligent men who have developed a personality and that are likable and that are college educated that earns over 6 figures. Huh? So imagine this. We speak about the Pied Piper who's a man. Are the Kim Fosters and the Leisha Millers not the Pied Piper for single, bitter, resentful women who may or may not be college educated, who may or may not be middle management or above, who feel slighted and are angry and resentful that they thought their college degree was supposed to earn them a man that earns even more than them? Are they not the Pied Piper for these people? For these women? Huh? These are the women that refuse to tell the other women, yeah, our society defanged the men, and we're supposed to be doing the other half of this work financially, and yeah, and we're supposed to be okay with marrying men who earn less than us financially. Kim Foster and Leisha Miller said, yeah, we're not going to do that. We're going to double, triple, quadruple, quintuple down on just saying, yeah, you know what the issue is? The men are insecure about women's finances and education. Actually, Z, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. Let's rewind. These women aren't dumb. You notice that Leisha Miller and Kim Foster actually didn't say anything about men being insecure about women's finances. Let Z say this. These people may not be listening to Z. I don't think Kim Foster listens to Z. I don't think Leisha Miller has ever listened to Z, even though I've covered a couple of her stuff before. But they know better. If I recall correctly, Leisha Miller did not say anything about men being insecure about women's finances or education, because she knows that's not the issue. The issue is the women are insecure. The women have an issue with marrying quote unquote down, dating quote unquote down. Huh? And we'll pause right here. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and no placeholder says all or nothing. What a philosophy. Yeah, long live the habitual line steppers. You know, no placeholder. The all or nothing. It's you're so 100% right on that. That's why even when you look at all the reports we have from the dating websites, men judge women off a smooth bell curve when it comes to looks, right? 20% super attractive, 60% average, 20% not so attractive. And men date across the board. The women, on the other hand, don't find any men supremely attractive, and all men are average looking for the most part and below. Even when you take it off the dating websites, even when we use the word settle, think about using the word settle. And this is going to exactly what you're saying. It's either all or nothing. For men, we don't actually think we settle unless we get less than 50% of what we wanted. We're settling if we get less than 50% of what we wanted. We're content if we get 60. We're extremely happy if we get 70. 80, that's not real. 90, are you serious? 100, that's impossible. But 70, you got us. 80, all right, I'm walking out the store before y'all decide to take it back. 90, I'm dreaming, this is not real. That's not how the women operate. The women said, if I don't get 100% of what I'm asking for, I'm settling. If you give me 99%, I'm settling. It doesn't matter if I'm delusional. It doesn't matter if I've been informed by Western patriarchal white neo-colonial media, right? The women said anything short of 100% of whatever is on my delusional, unrealistic list, anything short of 100%, I'm settling, right? Until when no placeholder is said, there you go. Our society refuses to accept you gamified dating and marriage. You commoditized it. You have a bunch of materialistic, consumerist women who are judging men not just off a quote unquote provide, protect, but all these other tangible and intangibles. In anything short of 100%, they're settling. Huh? Anything short of 100%. From Leisha Miller to Kim Foster to the panel full of women that y'all see in the description box. It's the women. It's been the women. But your technocrats refuse to do something about it. I think they think that we're gonna be able to float the women, even the ones that didn't get married. Right? I also have in the comments or in the description box, better yet, and give me a second, AL, I'm gonna read your comment. I also have in the description box the Breakfast Club clip with the 666, right? So we're not speaking about, the sign of the devil, but we already know the by the way, Kevin's been gone for how long now? Over 2 years. The Black Manosphere have been speaking about this 666 thing for how long now? And which one was it? Was it the New York Post they were covering or the New York Times? It was the New York Post. They're just not coming around to speak about this. Women want, six figures, six pack, and over 6 feet. We know what the other six is, but you know, I guess they want to keep it PG, right? And you had women calling in and being a bit honest, like, yeah, these women are delusional. This has long-term ramifications on your society. If this is 1 or 2 or 3 or 5% of women, okay, to hell with them. Let them, as Kevin Samuel said, rest in peace. Let them buy a dog and die alone, right? The men that they would have maybe naturally been with, those dudes are date outside their race, so they're SYSBM for black men, or for non-black men, I guess SWM or whatever, huh? And they'll be passport bros. We're way past 5% of women that are not just comfortable with this, that are desirous of this. If I can't be with elite, I want nothing, which is within their right until you start scaling that up. Until you start making that a social crisis, a economic crisis. And Leisha Miller was acting real dumb as if she don't understand what this is going to mean for women. Forget what it's going to mean for men we already have. Huh? So y'all give me a second. And AL says, where did that go? Because it's running. AL says, um, and y'all gives okay, yeah. And AL says, Z, when you gonna go hook me up with old Stefco niggas, so I can black Kevin Federline that you owe me. Yeah, oh Stefco been kind of, yeah, like she does her thing. Um, she does speak about the relationship stuff, but I think on the other side of 40, she's thinking about these things a bit differently, right? I think she's thinking, and I think, and she said it, after going to see the what gynecologist and going to see, like, she's Ostefco can't have children, from my understanding, cannot, excuse me, have children, and I think it's just changed her perspective on relationship, marriage, intimacy, sex, and et cetera, et cetera. So once again, you couple her being um 40 or above and the fact that she knows now, like, it's official, she cannot have children. I think you're getting a different Ostefco, right? and so I still watch her stuff. Um, she, of course, black woman, so she's gonna say, things we disagree with here and there. I haven't really felt the need to really cover anything recently, right? But I guess because I think she goes back and forth from Texas and California. I'm not sure if she's in Texas right now, but you know, right. But oh yeah, and once again, no place for thank you for the super chat and thank you for the super chat. I want to read this one right now. And Buckeye fans says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat and the cash app. Buckeye fan says, so now leftist women are doing hypergamy anthems. Yes and no. So because they're leftists, they have to frame it a certain way, right? It's the framing of hypergamy. First, they're not framing it as hypergamy per se. They're framing it like assortative mating, right? Like you're just ending up with the man on your level. Okay, cool. All right, that's cool. And what they're saying, which is interesting, watch Leisha Miller's and it's in my in the description box. Excuse me, if I'm not mistaken, the title is something like how conservative men or how conservative men are destroying marriage or how they destroyed marriage, something like that. Leisha Miller, right? The framing of it is that you conservative men refuse to be likable. You no longer can essentially buy your wives. Women now earn their own money so they don't need you. So now you have to develop a personality and make yourself likable. You refuse to develop a personality and make yourself likable. Once again, you're not attending college, which is, I guess, where people learn to develop a personality. So you're not attending college, unlike the liberal men, right? The liberal men are attending college and then they're developing a personality and then they become likable. And so, yeah, women are choosing up on them. You conservative men, because you attend college less, you don't have the finances anymore. The women can afford to not be with you financially. So you don't have the finances, you don't have the education, you're not likable, and you haven't developed a personality, right? So you let the Leisha Miller speak and Kim Foster to a certain extent, and this is the framing, right? So they're not going to frame it like it's hypergamy. They can't. Being honest about hypergamy leads you right into patriarchy. Which you, I, to be honest with you, and this is scary. I'm about to say this. I see Kim Foster being a bit more honest because she has no choice. Because, like, especially in the black community, the swirlers and divestors, the black women in luxury, the black women level up, the no struggle love has been so goddamn loud that Kim Foster even had to admit, like, y'all women be like feminists in the streets and like pick me's in the sheets. She has even said that. So I would argue that a Kim Foster has no choice being a black woman and black women on the internet and social media being so goddamn loud. She has no choice but to admit, okay, there are women, black women, that this is a thing for them. This quote unquote hypergamy thing is a thing for them. But Leisha Miller, on the other hand, and a lot of white women and women in writ large, leftist women, they can't, because then you're going to have to be honest that there are a number of women. They're not going to say all or most, even though it's he almost lost your religion. Even though it's most, right? Even though it's most, they can't be honest about how, this is Mr. Z being. This is where Mr. Z is accurate. That the majority of women make hypocrites and asses out of themselves once we start speaking about relationships, intimacy, money, money, right? Status, etc., etc. They can be honest because now we have to be honest that women have an investment in patriarchy, right? Women are invested in patriarchy. Arguably, ooh, Z, you about to say that. The women like Leisha Miller and Kim Foster are more, ooh, Z, you saying that, more invested in patriarchy. They just frame it differently. Uh oh. Huh? No, no, don't look at me. My boyfriend, my fiance, he practices emotionally intelligent, and he has a personality, and he's likable, and that's why I'm with him. Yeah, if I took away that college degree and cut his income into half, would you still be with him though? Ooh, Z. Ooh. Kim Foster, would you still be with him though? Or are you like Stalin and quantity is a quality all within itself, all on its own, right? Quantity is a quality all on its own. What is he saying? The money is a quality. It is a personality trait. Ooh. The college education is a personality trait. Helps with the status, right? Huh? They're framing it differently. These women are just as hypergamous as all the rest of them. They're just framing it differently. They're using if you listen to Leisha Miller speak, when she get into the good part of the conversation, you'll see her two-stepping, tying herself into a pretzel, tying herself into a knot, not to just say it. The women, and this is what I was saying earlier, the women are even more invested in hypergamy. The women are even more invested in patriarchy than the men are. Especially the women like Leisha Miller. You want to know how we know? Because Ebony K. Williams bust everybody out. Rest in peace, Kevin. Leisha Miller admits that marriage is becoming an elite institution, and she doesn't say anything to the women about it. She looks at the men like, well, you're the ones that's not going to college, and you don't want to develop a personality, and you don't want to be likable. Huh? Buckeye fan, they don't want to admit that because to admit that would be to admit, and let's read that a comment again. So now leftist women are doing hypergamy anthems. They don't want to admit that you can make hypocrites out of leftist women when you say, yeah, if I take your man's degree away and I cut his income in half, you wouldn't be there. It doesn't matter how much he helps around the house and he's emotionally intelligent, he's likable, and he has charisma, and he has developed a personality. Yeah, you know what? I'll keep, you know what, Z, just for argument's sake, I'll leave his degree if I cut his income in half and you know he can't double it up. No, his income is cut in half and it will only rise per year, whatever percentage of the US economy. Well, I'm actually phrasing that wrong. Whatever the increase is a year in what things cost, his income only goes up that much. Right? I cut his income in half. I'll leave him with a degree. The women are not staying. Kim Foster's not staying, yo. She's not. And I know her man makes less than her, I think. I think she said that. Leisha Miller's not staying, bro. She's not. These women are not being honest. Especially white feminists like Leisha Miller, they're definitely not going to be honest about, I didn't say just women. You know what? We got to be more detailed. Not just women, even supposed leftist women. Remember what Richard Reeves said? All of these leftist women, they talk about systemic issues all day, every day. And then when you start speaking to them about the plight of boys and men, they start sounding real conservative. Y'all heard that conversation between me and Diallo Kenyatta? Diallo Kenyatta is left is two left shoes. Once we start speaking about the plights of boys and men and relationships and intimacy, all of a sudden, brothers start sounding real conservative and then get mad when you call them on it. Huh? Same thing with what's going on with this election. Tim Walz is the foil in the counter to JD Vance. If y'all don't see it for what it is, because Tim Walz is positive masculinity. Emma Vigeland, Emma, once you opened your mouth and said what you said on the majority part, I was like, damn, that's what it is right there. And I can't remember which MSNBC pundit let it slip. I was like, oh, yep, that's what it is. Tim Walz is supposed to be a counter to the wider manosphere in our conversations about men and women in relationships by saying, look at this white man. He's okay with being second to a black woman. And look, he helped a LGBTQ student start an LGBTQ right group in high school, and he's a coach, and he'll give the shirt off his back. You see the memes popping up. I'm telling you, this is not grassroots. This is astroturf. And by the way, I'm not even saying that Tim Walz is pretending. I'm not even saying what Tim Walz is a bad thing. I'm saying it's astroturf and it won't work. You want to know why? Anybody worth anything, any one of you technocrats that might be listening in, any one of you tastemakers that might be listening in, any one of you movers and shakers in the background that might be listening in, you want to know why it won't work? It's simple, because your daughters are dating your sons and your sons are dating your daughters. That's why. It's real simple. This won't work because your sons are dating your daughters. And they run smack dab bow into the wall of your daughter's hypocrisy. Y'all could try to use Tim Walz as the example of quote unquote positive masculinity, right? What did George Galloway and Dr. Richard Reeves, what did they keep on saying when they asked women to describe positive masculinity? When they asked feminists to describe positive masculinity, there was no answer. Positive masculinity exhibited by men, by heterosexual men, they didn't get an answer. They have an answer now. It's Tim Walz, and it won't work. Right? It won't work because your sons are dating your daughters and they're running into your daughter's hypocritical ideas of marriage, relationship, and quote unquote partnership. Huh? I see all the memes about Tim Walz, astroturf like a mug. Look at Indigo Flow. It's clear as day, bro. It's so clear as day. It's astroturf like hell. Right? And once again, Buckeye fan, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. But yeah, the leftist women are not going to be honest that the average woman still wants to marry and date up, and if you're lucky, you get her to quote unquote settle for what's on her level, right? If you're lucky, huh? That would be. Let's actually walk that out. Let's not just talk about that surface level. Let's actually kind of walk that out. Okay, one. If we start speaking that, okay, leftist women, are you admitting that there's a thing as hypergamy, and there are a number of women, a lot, most, all want to marry and date up? If they were to concede that point, this is the problem here. To concede that point would to say, okay, there's a number, at least a number of women that want to date and marry out. Excuse me, date and marry out. That's the black community. That's black women. But date and marry up. Okay, to admit that would be to say, okay, then there's a number of women who actually are hypocritical. Okay, then that means that there are these men that are saying that. That means that these men are actually running into these women. Okay, that means that they might actually have a point. Goddamn. Oh, that means that these men, that's why they're calling us hypocrites. They're calling us hypocrites because they're running into the women that claim that they're perfectly okay with men on their same level. They want equality up until it comes down that excuse me, up until it comes time to get married. Actually, what I forgot to put in here, and I will in the description box, and shout out to the replay gang. Replay gang is the coverage from Abba and Priest, excuse me, of the article that essentially said like um if you want equality, you got to date like a liberal woman or something along that lines, right? You can't want equality if you're not dating like a liberal woman. And that's a woman who said it. She's running into women who claim to be leftists up until it comes time to start dating. Then a man got to make the first move. Okay, understandable. A man got to pay for the first date. A man got to plan things. They don't want to extend outside of this box that they constructed. Leisha Miller pretends like that's not a thing. She minimizes that. She plays she and that's the thing. Kim Foster would actually admit that. What I got to give that to her. She'll actually admit that. She might go to a dark place with it. She might go somewhere where we don't appreciate, but she'll actually admit that. And she might actually say, like she said before, these women are feminists in the streets and pick me in the sheets. Leisha Miller won't say that. Because once again, to admit that would be to admit that the men got a point. To admit that would be to admit, okay, at least some of this lowering marriage rate is because the women don't actually want equality. Uh-oh. Some of this lowering birth rate is because the women don't actually want equality. Some of this lowering marriage rate and birth rate, lowering sex rate, is because these men are running into these women in the dating scene. These women are being hypocritical. All of that can be extrapolated from women like Leisha Miller and Kim Foster, even though Kim Foster, once again, is a bit different. But women like Kim Foster and Leisha Miller saying, yeah, even leftist women want to marry up and date up. They don't actually want equality. They don't actually want egalitarianism. They're going to frame it differently. They're going to use different words, but they don't want this. Right? Thank you. And Lion says that ideology clashing with biology. Rhyming. But for real. Right? And no placeholder once again says rules for thee, not for me. FD simplifier. Right? But yeah. Right? Yes. FD knows what it is, but FD, once again, FD told you what he wanted. That second conversation told you everything. That's why I said let them talk. What did FD tell you? His idea of what the Black Panthers were. He would like to see the Black community come together on some what the Black Panthers were. Once again, a bunch of boss hog Black women, right, who are militant and 10 toes down for the Black community, kind of, sort of, and a bunch of Black men who are okay with washing dishes, which Black men are, and okay with sweeping floors, which Black men are, and okay with playing second fiddle, ooh, uh-oh, to Black women. Can't y'all just be okay with that? Huh? And yet, FD, no, no, not for these asshole Black women y'all got right now. Nope. These mean, snarky, condescending, rude, think being misandrous. You want to say, y'all think being misogynistic is a positive character trait. Have you heard how y'all speak about men? Even FD on one of his think pieces, I think it was the one we had the last year Christmas, maybe. Even FD was like, "All right, ladies, you know the man tier mugs and the being antagonistic to men for no reason that might not be right. That might not be the best thing in the world." You want to know how many people have pretty much said, "Okay, maybe we took it a little too far." Khadijah even said, "Maybe we took it a little too far off of Twitter and going at men for anything if they breathe the wrong way." Khadijah even said that. FD Signifier said that. Soren said that concerning Kenya Moore. This is years and years and years ago. For those of you that don't know who Soren is, it's one of the sisters. We might disagree with her. One of the sisters that used to be on the Grapevine all the time. She's ADOS. Um, and she even said it. She was covering Kenya Moore, how black women were speaking about these relationships and whatever. And she stood up. She straight up said it. Some of y'all women be thinking like being antagonistic to men is like cool. Yeah, get off on it, and I'm not with it. Which is crazy because yeah, she definitely has been antagonistic, huh? But I gotta give her that. Now, at least she said it though, huh? And yeah, I gotta give that to her. And Saint Cyr says Serene was always ahead of the curve. I gotta give it to her. Even the episode when they had on the Grapevine where they were speaking about um, these men dating and marrying out, black men marrying out, and Serene came through with the numbers. And even Ashley Acuna, for those of you that don't know who was the host, was like, "Okay, Serene, come through with the numbers." And Serene was honest. She was like, "Yeah, like 80 some odd percent of black men who are married to black women." And then you saw which woman was it? Was it Uchechi? Whoever it was kind of modified their angle just a smidge. It was like, well, essentially, paraphrasing, the optics and the way it looks. And she's speaking about the black men that marry out. Yep. And that goes back to what I was saying. Like, yeah, and says, yep, she still is antagonistic, but she always saw everything for what it was. I think that's a mixture between Soren being ADOS, especially when Soren was way slimmer and she had the longer hair. Soren being, fairly attractive. The being ADOS and maybe having a more stereotypical upbringing in a weird way. I think it caused her to have a different view of men-women relationship, even if she was being antagonistic. Where when you saw Ashley and when you saw especially Uchechi, when you saw Bobo, which was a South African sister, when you saw a number of these like other black women, and remember Aisha was also very even Aisha was a bit antagonistic sometimes. Every once in a while, she'll say something, be like, "Oh, not you, Aisha," right? But notice Aisha once again, she was ADOS too, and she was one of the better ones, right? And better use is Lord Uchechi. Uchechi was the but once again, and I'm tying all of this in. By the way, I didn't go too far off the reservation, everyone. But better you tell me when you looked at Uchechi, you didn't understand anything. When you look at Uchechi, you know what her issue is. And I watched that. I watched every single Grapevine episode. They never said it. Nobody stated the obvious ever. You're a heavyset, unattractive woman, bro. We get it. And you're the child of immigrants. You're Nigerian, the child of immigrants, bro. We get it. We know. We check you. We know why you sound the way you do. You don't got a lot of kick it, Craig. Everyone, it was screaming obvious. Nobody, and no, not forget, just not saying. Nobody even suggested, inferred, implied, named the word. It was so, man. When I said everybody, and I'm not gonna lie to you, at that time, Mr. Z would have probably stayed away from it too. You're a heavyset, unattractive, child of immigrant Nigerian descent woman. I get it. As a matter of fact, to be honest with you, if you didn't sound the way you did, I would actually be surprised. Like, wait, she all right? She don't hate Negroes? Okay. And so everybody had to stay a million miles away for, especially the men, obviously, had to stay a million miles away from while we all know, I didn't say think or feel, while we know Uchechi sound the way she does. With her, the first man to tell me, what did she say? The first man to ever compliment me about my looks was a white man. You should have ended up with him then. Huh? I'm tying all of this to leftists because all of those women, for the most part, well, usually on the grapevine were left leaning, politically left leaning. And when we started talking about men, what did they sound like? When we spoke about black men, what did a bunch of these quote unquote left leaning black women, what did they sound like when you speak about black men? What does Kim Foster sound like? Kim Foster over here calling black men useless. The black manosphere useless. Huh? Left as hell. But when we start talking about black men, what Kim Foster sound like? And I'm trying to look out for y'all and look out for y'all because essentially what she's saying is y'all can't be white men. And because y'all can't perform manhood like white men, I'm trying to relieve y'all. You're not saying nothing to the ladies though. And what Kim Foster is really saying is if I'm woman not, because Kim Foster is one of the rare, super ultra rare, even leftist women to be honest with black women. Yeah, if the men are man not, then the women are women not. I gotta give Kim Foster that. I gotta give her that. She's one of the few, but the way she still speaks about it once again. Oh, if I'm woman not, then you definitely man not, and I'm gonna be an asshole to you. If I don't get to be a cute, attractive white woman, you better believe I'm gonna be an asshole to you, you average black man especially. Kill yourself, right? But to go to what better you were saying, yeah, Uchechi. Once again, these are supposed left leaning black, many of them children of immigrant women. But when we have conversations about black men, oh boy, right? So in going back to Seren, yeah, Seren was a bit more honest, just a bit, and I think her upbringing is much of the reason why. I think her look at the time was much of the reason why, right? Same thing with Aisha, right? And Leo says, "How can you be somewhat unattractive and an a-hole?" Well, they're a-hole because in their cases, they're a-hole because they're unattractive. They're mad at the world. Think about it. One of the things that many of us found so refreshing about Ostefco, even when we found her problematic, was that she actually said the quiet part out loud. And she said, I've seen women that look just like me who are married to black men. But Ostefco said the quiet part out loud. Pretty privilege. I grew up feeling like I didn't have pretty privilege. I watched my quote unquote pretty homegirls keep on getting shows, over me. I feel a certain way about it. I feel undesirable. I don't feel like I've gotten the same attention from men, the same outcomes, etc., etc. Ostefco said the quiet part out loud. I'm tying that to what Leon said here. How can you be somewhat unattractive and an a-hole? To say Ostefco came at it from a different angle. Kim Foster, Chrissy, a number of these women who are maybe still unattractive or at least felt unattractive at one point until they quote unquote glowed up. This is when Real Talk with Yeti enters the room. They take it for a different angle. What they say is, I'm gonna be an asshole. I'm gonna be an a-hole because you men have not treated me the way I feel like I should have been treated. I should have been treated the way the cute light skinned girl. White women aren't told to settle. Why are black women always told to settle? Huh? They're an a-hole, especially because the world didn't treat me like the upper middle class white girl or white woman that I wish I was. And so I'm going to take my anger off on the world. But because black men are the closest to me, I'm going to definitely take my anger off on him. Huh? And if you let the Cynthia G's of the world speak, black men are the reason why black people went through slavery anyway. Ooh, Z. And colonialism in Africa. Yikes. You lost the global race war. And so white men implemented the European beauty standard, and now black women are subject to the European beauty standard because loser ass black men lost the goddamn race war. And so you deserve to be treated like crap based off of that. Then you got her out here in the 20th and 21st century feeling insecure because the white woman just walked in the room. I know you want her, don't you? No, I don't find white women attractive. I don't believe you. Because you're not worshiping me. You're not telling me every 5 seconds how attractive I am. So I don't believe that you actually don't find white women attractive. I can't just not find white women attractive and be with whatever black woman I'm with and be cool about it. No. You got to reassure black women. You got to speak positive about us everywhere you go. You got to worship us. Anything short of worship is not good enough. Now, I want you to be very clear. Very, 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 very few black women are going to ever overtly say it the way Mr. Z just said it, but that's what it is. Right? Huh. So yeah, the Grapevine was just a crap show, everyone. It was just a crap show. Well produced, usually pretty disciplined, to be honest. But the crap show was the ideas circulating. And so tying that back to Seren, that at least there was a few times when Seren had to low key, high key, check a couple of people in there. The women, she checked Bobo with what's the brother out of California, out of the Bay Area, with the Asian baby mom, Stephon Clark. Stephon Clark. When the whole Stephon Clark thing happened, and they were talking about colorism and these black men, talking crazy about black women online. Yeah, they went there with it. And Bubba was like, "Screw those men, leave them to be." And we shouldn't look out for them anyway. And Bobo and a couple of sisters that was their framing. Bobo was just the most loud and overt about it. And once again, this is a South African sister that just moved to America like yesterday. And Seren spoke after her, and it was beautiful. Yeah, it might not be fair, but we're all black. And the cops didn't know nothing about his, and this is when they get to the cosmic justice stuff. Seren killed all of that. Yeah, the cops didn't know anything about whatever text he had, and they're not following him on social media like that. They don't know whatever idea he had about black women and non-black women. They killed him because they saw a black male silhouette. And when Seren said that, yeah, it's not fair, and maybe black, and I don't like her framing on this, but once again, yeah, it's not fair, but maybe black women have to be the ones that lift this up, right? Maybe black. Once again, I'm saying I don't appreciate this framing, but Seren was just, and the look on Bobo's face was like, nah, nope. Once, lady, you just moved here yesterday. Who the hell are you? But once again, upbringing matters, background and lineage matters, right? Worldview matters. Once again, I would argue because Seren is ADOS, she understands we don't have the luxury of giving these men the middle finger because of this one quote unquote problematic black man. Bubba, on the other hand, could jump her ass on a plane and go right back to South Africa tomorrow. So she all about being antagonistic to black men. Whatever, I'll just jump on a plane, end up in South Africa, and let Elon Musk pogo stick up and down my esophagus when I get back. Right? And I would argue that's a lot of and if you see Seren, I think that they left a really bad taste in her mouth. And she Seren, once ADOS things start to really kick in, and Seren was like, yes, that's it. She left all of that, right? So going back to what Leon's saying, you could be you. The reason why many of these women, black women, white women, Latina women, bro, it's because they're meh. Everybody knows it, but nobody says it, right? Because you're not supposed to say it. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and talk about super chats. Joe's, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. Right. Wrapping up with that, what we have here, once again, are leftist women attempting to find ways of explaining away women's hypergamy by pinning the lowering marriage rate, the lowering marriage rate, the lowering birth rate, the fact that it seems to be because it is that marriage has become an elite institution for once again the top 20%, give or take. They're trying to pin that on working class men, which by the way is the height of sexism and classism. Leisha Miller, you could call it character flaw. These men, they don't want to develop personalities. And they're not likable. You got to be likable now. You can say that however you want. Yeah, when we show them numbers, and it just says, and the numbers say it clear: women in hypergamy. Y'all can frame it however you want. What Mr. Z says, classmate guarding. You can frame it however you want, Leisha Miller. The numbers say what they said. And all you could do is assign character flaw to working class men. I thought you was a leftist. That's some sexist, classist crap that you're engaging in, ma'am. Huh? That's some sexist, classist crap that you're engaging in, right? And that gives you a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. But it's not like y'all really doubted me anyway. If you check the news segment where they're speaking about, the lowering marriage rate and birth rate and whatnot, links in there are in the description box. You will see um the more brunette young lady, the panelist. I want to say she was on the right side of the screen. She speaks on, as Mr. Z said, marriage being essentially at the finish line of adulting. She didn't word it that way. That's not how she phrased it. But it's Mr. Z said marriage is at the finish line of adulting. The problem is where we are financially as millennials and Gen Z. If there's if there's a financial number to adulting, many of us never finish adulting, right? Many of us never finish adulting. So as I said before, this is going to cost our society, right? Ah, okay, I see what you said. Cheryl, I see what you said. That's hysterical, right? So yeah, if and it and it's now we got to get into as I said before, what capitalism and feminism did to marriage. It destroyed it. The women have a neoliberal assessment of men, marriage, relationships, intimacy, sex, childbearing, and child rearing. And so what the women decided was, I'm not going to bring a life into this world if the man I'm with is not a paymaster, right? If marriage has become an elite institution, then average woman said, what's the point? I might as well spend whatever little money I got on girls' trips. Why get married? Why have children? Which is okay because the men are saying it also. And there you go, everyone. The decline of your society right there. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Huh? This is not sustainable. Y'all already know that's Mr. Z saying. This is not sustainable. It's not. Once again, Joe's, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. This is not sustainable. The lady straight up said, these young people, she said people, it's the women, feel as if though, they need to essentially check off there needs to be a check of certain milestones before they get married, before they commit, before they want to have children, which on the surface isn't a bad thing. But once you start scaling that, all of these things are once you start scaling it, now we have an issue. Huh? Once you start scaling these things, you have an issue. As I said before, 1%, 5%, maybe not. But once you get into the 10 and the 15 and the 20 and 25%, what percent of people aren't married right now? Especially when you get under a certain age, especially when you get to a certain generation, right? Z and Vince says Z sounds like he ran into some allergies, don't I? I did. Vince, you're right. I did. Right. And Shaku says, is sitting around and waiting on the world to change the best strategy for the individual. What can the individual do to have a good outcome? That is the question. Well, you ain't gonna like the answer because it's not on the individual. The individual got to work for everybody else. Ooh, goddamn. That's why I got my channel. That's why I put hours in. It's not on the issue you have is that we've had a whole lot of hyper individuality for the past few decades, and how exactly has that worked for us? A whole lot of people saying F community, F society, it's all about me and my money and my lifestyle, and maybe the handful of people I care about, maybe a couple of friends, and my immediate family, and yeah, right. What can the individual do after getting married themselves and having children themselves? Help to fix this, right? But if the individual sounds like um if the individual sounds like a Leisure Miller, oh, we got an issue. Because it sounds nice and it sounds empowering, it liberate. It was the what's the word? Liberatory. It sounds nice. All that sounds nice. All that empowerment, and you don't have to worry about what another person's think, and you have your bed all to yourself, and you can walk around the house naked. You don't got to worry. All that sound nice, right? But there's a cost to that when you start scaling that. The problem with the individual is that the individual lives in a world of other individuals. And yes, what you eat does make me poop. And what I eat does make you poop, especially in the black community. Huh? That what you don't eat don't make me poop? Yeah. It sounds nice. And like, it's literally true. But it's like kind of not true, though. Right? These are good, great quotes. Compassion says, what, excuse me. Compassion says, want to go fast, go alone. Want to go far, go together. See? Compassion also says, yeah, that's the thing about neoliberalism. It tricks you into thinking. I think you want to say thinking individuality is actually a thing, right? Exactly. Exactly. Lion says individualistic mercenaries, exactly. That's what we've become. Yep. Black Pill Lion is like the funniest lion, right? Because it's so true. Yeah, it's true. It's true, right? And Charles says, "Hey, girl, having sex and making a baby is an act of patriotism." I mean, it is though. And like white patriarchy in particular, kind of demands it. Like all systems demand that you have children. To be frank with you, you can't perpetuate nothing if you're not bringing in the next generation. So before we even get into that, but white patriarchy in particular says you better have my white kids, particularly my white sons. Yes, we need the white daughters too, obviously. But yeah, the I mean literally where America is, and to be frank with you, every developed nation, it is an act of patriotism to have children at this point. We are there. Yes, we are. Weird as hell. I know. Especially for those of us that were born of a certain time, especially when they were talking about the baby boom, and we're gonna be overpopulated and we're not gonna have any resources, and oh god, we're gonna right burn up all the resources on the planet. And for all of us that are old enough to remember when that was a thing, now that we're actually coming to a realization, wait a minute, maybe we might have overcorrected, right? Now they might have overcorrected, and now you see these women talking about mercenaries acting as mercenaries, and you see in leftist women of all people, y'all supposed to be the super moral compass. Absolutely not. And now you see the women saying, "Yeah, maybe it's best if you average people don't have children because Miss Leisure Miller, whether you realize it or not, you and Elon Musk are kind of in alignment." Ooh, I wasn't supposed to say that. If you let these political ideologies go far enough, y'all just gonna meet in the middle. You're just gonna come. You're gonna loop right around and meet right in the middle. Y'all go far enough away from each other where y'all loop and meet right in the middle. Look at it. Elon believed that it should be the elite people having a whole lot of kids, and Leisure Miller, you don't believe that, but you make justification for why it's the elite people getting married and having children. And guess what? That means you're way more in line with what Elon Musk is saying than you would like to admit to yourself. Don't it make you just cringe, right? And Shaku says, the community is an abstraction. I have no levers or of influence on anyone outside of my family. That's why I'm focused on my family. How is white patriarchy different from black patriarchy? There is no black patriarchy. So there, we can start right there. What black patriarchy? So I mean, before we even get anywhere else, how is white patriarchy different than black patriarchy? Well, there is no black patriarchy. Nor has there ever really been one. Definitely not in America or the West, to be frank with you. All right. So there's that. Then moving on to what you're saying, the community is an abstraction. I have no levers of influence on anyone outside of my family. But don't you? I'm having a conversation with you right now. I have about 100 people listening in right now. Your voice is being heard. You're having an impact right now. Like right now. Like this very second. Huh? That's number one. Number two, yes, the community is it is it's the next level over. So you have what the individual, you have what your immediate family, you have your family, you have whatever relatives, you have your neighborhood, your community. Say it again, see, your community. If you want to do like geographical position, we could say what it's your home, then your neighborhood, then your town, then your city, then your county, then your state, then your nation. The individual can't do much of anything on their own except breathe and crap. What are you going to eat? Ooh. The individual hasn't built any of this for the most part on their own. The only time you're really an individual is if I drop you in the middle of an Amazon rainforest, in the Amazon rainforest, and you're not around any of those Amazonian tribe members. Then you're an individual. Anything short of that, it's not really not a thing. It sounds nice though. It sounds empowering. It's not a thing though, right? It's that the hyper individuality. I would argue is much of how we got here. Because if the men are going to be hyper individualistic, then you got to know the women are too, and that's what you're seeing here. whether it's left or right. That's what you're seeing here. No, because nobody's doing the social math. No one's scaling their ideology. Okay, fine, it's all about me. Okay, what about when a bunch of us think it's all about us? Now what? The world, I am, I am the center of the universe. I am the main character. Yeah, and we all think that. Now what? I'm on the right side of history, and we all think that. Now what? It's the problem with individuality, right? So yeah, Chaku, that's the problem, right? And Vince says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Vince says, collapse of society for some reason seems like a collective breakup. I think, but that is what it is, right? Like, in a weird way, it's the right and the left saying, "I'll press it, I'll press that red button. I swear to God, I'll press it. I'll press it. I'm telling you, I'll press it." Right? And it's men and women that say, "I'll press it. I'll swear to God, I'll press that red button. I'll kill all of us." Alexa, play Twister Kamikaze, please. Kill us all. I'll press it. I swear to God, I'll press it. I'll press it. You got the U.S. and Russia will be. I'll press it. I swear to God, I'll press it. I'll press it. The U.S. and China be like, I'll press. I swear to God, I'll press it. I'll press it. If you flinch, I'm gonna press it. I'm gonna press that red button. I swear to God, I'll press that red button. Exactly, Trail. Mutually assured destruction. Right? In comparison, you gotta drop the link. Z. We gotta flesh this out. I will. Right? Line said Mexican standoff. It really is, right? And so Vince is right. It's a collective breakup, but it's a ugly, right? It's an ugly one. It's not a you go your way, I go my way. Right? I know what you meant, Trail. That's why I said it the right way, right? Mutually assured destruction. Right? That's what we are right now as a society. I'll swear it. I'll press it, and I'm gonna scorch earth this afterward too. So when you have one or two weirdos in some far off place that's like that, that's bad, but okay, whatever. When you start scaling that, kind of like where we are now, huh? When you start scaling that is when you get Chrissy. I tell average and below average looking black women, it's better to stay single. And I don't care. I don't care. No, she didn't say stay single. She said, it's better to be alone. And I don't care. You see that? Now that's a woman with some 200 and some odd thousand subscribers. Pretty much all black women, particularly darker skinned black women. Huh? So that's scorched earth. That's myopic as hell. But that's what happens when you scale that. An individual on a microphone is telling black women that if they're average looking or maybe even below average looking, if they can't date hypergamously, which most likely they won't be able to, you're admitting that they're average looking or below average looking. Okay, cool. They're probably subscribed to you because they're not getting the outcomes in their dating life that they would like. So you push them to white men. We already know what white men are on. That marriage rate say what white men are on. Once again, 0.5% of white men are married to a black woman. 0.5%. Huh? So 0.5% of black white men are married to black women. Say it again. 0.5% of white men are married to black women. It's probably similar in the Latin community. It's even less for Latin men. It's even less for Asian men. And you're telling those women that either they end up with one of these non-black men, or they date hypergamously, and if they can't do that, then it's better they be alone. Huh? So yeah, that's what happens when you scale that, you know, mutually assured destruction thing, and you look at the women speaking. That's how you get Cynthia G. Delete unborn black babies. Huh? You want to be vengeful and spiteful and say the most outlandish thing you can possibly say? All right, cool. What if we actually did that though? Fine, Cynthia G. We did that. Thanos stab, boom, all black men gone. And all unborn, there will be no more black men being born at all. It will strictly be black girls. Yeah, how does this turn out for black women that are on planet Earth right now? When white men are going to save y'all? You think white society's just going to leave y'all alone? Huh? You wait, that's what you think? So you think first that means non-black men will be like, okay, finally black men are gone. Okay, finally we could profess our love to all these black women on one end, and then on the other end, it's going to be what? It's going to be white society that and non-black people that leave black women alone in the hood to raise their daughters. Yeah, that's it. The short-sightedness of it all. But once again, when you are rageful and angry and mad at black men for not building Wakanda for black women and not kissing black women's ass and not making black women upper middle class and above white women, yeah, you'll say stuff like that. You will say stuff like that. And when you want to be antagonistic, you will say stuff like that, right? You will, right? And Compassionate says self determination is what people mean by individuality. The catch is though self determination is predicated on forming and sustaining relationships with other people, not rugged individualism, bro. But once again, remember what I said. There's the words we use and the way we mean them. And I agree with you when you say the difference between self determination and individuality, and what people are really saying is self determination. But even self determination is built off of a society, a community, right? Even for the white folks that people envy the way they move and the way they act, they're able to do that because of collective white power. That's why Brad could go backpacking all through Western Europe, all through the Middle East, all through East and Southeast Asia, and ain't nobody touch him. The white woman, not so much, but kind of, right? But the white man can move about like that because he's a white man, because men have done to everybody else on planet Earth. But what we're asking people to do is think about this stuff bigger than just what they see, and that might be asking for a lot, right? That's why I said this years ago on Roger's show. I had to say this like maybe 3-4 years ago on Rod's show when I was like, I think for black men we're saying submission, but we're really saying cooperation. We're using the word submission, but what we really mean is cooperation. We don't even really care for black women to submit. We want them to cooperate. They're the ones that saying, I'm not submitting or cooperating. White men actually want submission. They want a woman to bow. They're using the word the way they mean it. Black men are using the word in a way that's not what we're actually saying. We actually want cooperation. Black men's manhood is not built like that. Everybody else, femininity and masculinity is built in a way where the person kisses your ass. I would argue black men are the one group of people where we don't really care for our ass to be kissed. Right? Mr. Donnie Mac says we're settling. Right? Exactly. Indigo says that type of submission is foreign to the overwhelming majority of us. Right? Man. And Vince says, we really mean cooperation. I'm saying, and I think that I'm glad that I see a number of black men in particular using the word cooperation. I really think black men are saying cooperation with the majority vote. Because black men do care about what their ladies say, and they will take it into consideration. And they might actually do what she said if it sounds more sensible than what the hell we was talking about. We want the majority vote and we want cooperation. And black women said, yeah, about that. You see the way my femininity is built? If you can't make me submit, I ain't cooperating. And there you go. This is exactly what Charles says. We're the garbage men in the dating world. But you're right, though. By the way, I agree with you. And Charles says, hell, I'm good if you just not be a, don't be a yitch. Just don't be a yitch. Right? Wow. This is what it is. Huh? And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Let's see. Compassion. Let's see if they being stingy with the likes. Let's see. Let's see if they being stingy with the likes. Let's see what this like bar look like. We had 61 likes. I got like 104 people watching. We had 60. We was at 61 likes. Well, y'all ain't messing with Z today this weekend, huh? We got a 105 listening, and we had 61 likes. Right? D Scott says, check the flow. Right? Check the statistics. Y'all should never let me hear that. Man, it's hot. That was Asney. Right? So yeah, I'm about to let y'all up in a minute. But yeah, I definitely wanted to cover this leftist women just talking. White, black. Obviously, we got some Latinas. So, hey, Kim, I got to read this one now. And Kinsey in Red says, and thank you for the super chat. Kinsey in Red says, man, I'm late. Cut Z off, Roger. My bad. Wrong show. Well, stop yourself, Z. Okay, all right, y'all. I gotta go radio silent for a good. Actually, I gotta do something for. Actually, I actually do have to pause. So good time in Kinsey and Red. So y'all talk amongst yourselves. Mister Z gotta go radio silent for about 15 seconds. Kinsey and Red actually put some money on it. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. So that's hysterical. All right, y'all. Mister Z, when I come back, I'll drop the link here, everyone. And we're back. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Mr. Z put the link in the description. I'm in the box, in the chat box, in the chat. So for those who anyone want to come up, but yeah, leftist women. Lions up. What's going on, Lion?
Yo, what's going on, Z? How you doing, man?
What's going on with you?
Not much. Happy belated birthday.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Your birthday just a few days before mine. My birthday
I'm
was
telling
Tuesday.
you. How was it? What'd you do?
It's all right, man. I was just chilling. I wanted to say some leave days because I'm probably gonna take a vacation, probably leading up to New Year. So I just
Okay.
went to work, chilling.
No, man. I went out with a couple of boys and my lady, and one of my boys and his lady, and
That's what's up.
got lit, and my
As you
lady had to
should.
drive me home because you already know,
As you should. As you
right?
should. Glad you enjoyed it. As you
Right?
should. Glad you enjoyed it. Glad you
You see what
enjoyed
I'm
it.
saying?
That's
Like,
what's
right?
up.
We in the struggle no more. Not like that anyway.
Oh well, yeah.
Right?
Shoot, God willing. But
Right?
yeah,
Like,
man.
man, we stay out of it. That's what. Hey. They talk about providers' anxiety. There is an anxiety about like being eyed or eyed-ish, and then being like, "Ooh, but if I step my big toe too far in this direction, I'm gonna be broke again."
Should
Like,
I buy? Yeah, should I buy it? Should I?
right,
I got the money
man?
though.
Ain't
I
nothing
got
worse
the
than like
money though.
it's completely different than other day of different time in your life when you ain't have it like that and you was
Yeah.
spending money you
To-
didn't have, you
yep.
couldn't
Totally
afford it,
different.
you spent it anyway.
It's a totally different feeling when you walk into the store because everybody got their weakness store, and
Yep, yep.
Best Buy and gun shops are my weakness stores. So when you be in the store, you be like, Lord.
And you can afford just about any one thing in the store.
Yep.
Right?
You be
So
like,
like,
It's
this is
even
tempting.
worse. It's even worse if you're shopping online, because there's
mhm.
nobody to stop you.
Oh yeah.
That
Yeah.
too. Amazon, man. I did Amazon. Amazon need to cut me a check.
Amazon,
Right.
in my case, it's like certain online stores over here,
Mhm.
like especially like video, like those that like be selling like secondhand video games and stuff like that. I'm like,
Mm.
ooh,
Man, look, I divide Amazon by Afterpay. I'm good.
Yep.
Don't be like,
I
don't
got
be like my lady. I had to lecture her ass. Now she
what
thinks she's slick. She try to make sure to time it that the stuff come to the crib when I'm not there. I'm like, bro, stop it, stop.
sneaky.
do
I
you
got a
I'm
part
ever
listening.
right
have you
now.
ever tried to keep a tab on her activities on Amazon?
No, not really, because I already got on her about it and she got better. She got
Wait a minute,
better.
wait a
She
minute, wait
ain't
a minute, wait a minute. What you guys got security cameras in the hallways, right?
What do you mean at the crib?
Yeah, at the crib, because you
No,
guys
no,
live
no,
in
no,
a
not in the hallway. Not in the hallway. Not in the
No,
hallway.
you just track the account. You just track
Hmm.
the account when the purchase is made.
Yeah, recent buys.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Yeah,
I look
because
at the
the
signatures
women
at
just
the
freak
recent.
out when you go through their phones and shit about like, let me check your Amazon account. No.
Shit, not mine.
All you got to do is turn on them notifications on your account, and that's it.
Mm.
So you know.
Man.
But yeah, it'd be
Yeah.
like that. But
Hmm.
about these videos, I just wanted to dispel some things because I keep hearing
Hmm.
the college argument, and I laugh every time because I was curious this week because I heard the college argument again. I went and looked it up. Only
Hmm.
45% of college
Hmm.
graduates are doing the job that they majored in.
Wow.
Yeah.
45%?
No, I knew it
45%.
was 50. I knew it was lower than 50. I really thought you were
Yeah.
gonna say like 25%. I really thought it was lower. I thought it was even lower than that. To be honest with
Yeah.
you, so I was
I
wrong
thought it
about
was
that.
30, 40. I
Hmm.
thought it was at least, I thought it was 35 to 45%.
Hmm.
So when I saw it, I knew it wasn't a lot, but I'm like, yeah, I'm like, when I saw it, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. That does
Yeah.
make
Hmm.
sense.
Because
Then
college.
there
Hmm.
half of college graduates don't even do the job that they majored in. So
You
Yeah.
want to
when
know
they
one
Yeah.
of
Really?
the
use, so
reasons?
No.
when women use that college shit, that shit is hilarious to me.
Man,
Hey,
college been treating millennial females like on some No Child Left Behind shit.
Oh yeah, no, I've been yes and that, but they've been kicking them in the ass with all 4 feet. Shout out to Jason Black. I think that shit's hysterical when he said that.
You know, hey, Mr. C, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I am throwing some huge shade right now, but Michael Eric Dyson should be proved college doesn't save you from being a dumbass.
Well, remember Michael Eric Dyson was supposed to be the quick brother, the hippity hoppity brother, and like he's getting old and he's out of touch. He's out of touch, bro. It's that simple. He don't got his finger on the pulse no more.
Did you hear about what happened?
Real quick. And he's been smelling his. I think I saw the clip of what did he go on, and he was trying to lecture brothers recently.
No. Hold on, wait a minute. See, you didn't hear. You didn't hear what happened. Remember how I think it was about a month ago where he got on that congresswoman for mispronouncing Kamala's name.
Yes.
Well, it turns out
he DM'd her.
Yeah, he was sipping for her.
Of course.
Yesterday.
Oh, okay. So he was okay. Yeah.
And
all right.
it gets better. It gets better.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
She put it on record in the Congress. It's now on record that he's a simp. It's now in the congressional record that he's a simp because she shared her text that he sent her. He said, "Don't tell."
Lame ass.
In the text it says, "Don't tell nobody."
Yeah.
So this guy is as much of a novice as Tiger Woods with the answer machine, huh? Damn.
Yeah, and this is after he called her a racist on TV.
Of course.
Look. Michael Eric. Okay, let me say this. Once y'all let me see that Machine Gun Kelly exposed Al Sharpton for because we already knew Al Sharpton was a snitch and all that other stuff. Yeah, okay, cool. But even after that, now when Machine Gun Kelly exposed, like I'm at a party and Al Sharpton smoking and he passed me the blunt and you doing this in front of the white boy, you fucking idiot. But okay, fine. Once I saw that, bro, like I don't put nothing past none of them. None of them. So yeah, I'm not surprised by that. I'm not surprised by Michael Eric Dyson simping for the white woman that he called a racist.
Yeah.
We should have peeped game when he was on Bill Maher's show and he pretty much like gave Bill Maher the nigga excuse pass and him and his wife gave him the nigga pass and he was trying to get on us for getting on him for letting that go. So yeah, I'm not. Come on, man. That's not
impressed.
But those are the few things. But that's the first thing about the spell. And the second thing I wanted to spell because I was having a conversation with Big Kev in the Discord. We were talking about that, and this also ties into your argument about women still wanting patriarchy.
In between reps, of course.
All this talk about the big bag scary men. So if half the men on the planet, half the population is men, and you got a whole bunch of big bad scary men. So explain to me why only 22% of U.S. women own a gun.
That's actually a really good question. But this is the thing. We all know that it's a bunch of crap. So that's what let me just get to the answer right now. So we all know it's a bunch of crap. But they need to say this because they need the state to regulate you for them.
I know.
The whole point of the matter is, yeah. By the way, that answers your question again, too.
That's why I call bullshit on the big, bad, scary men. I'm like, why don't more of y'all own guns?
Ooh.
But do you really want more
women own guns?
Do you really want more women owning guns? You know who they're gonna pop? They're gonna pop us.
You want to talk about but I don't understand the big bad scary men thing. I'm like, whoa, why don't you own a gun? Why aren't you taking self-defense classes?
Well, the big
some of them are. Some taking some.
True.
You know how many women I've asked, do they own a mace gun? And women have asked me, what is that?
What is that? I knew you were gonna say that. Look, to be honest with you, to answer your question more directly, they need that narrative. The big bad scary men thing, once again, is to have the state regulate you for them. That's what that's really, really about. The narrative, it doesn't need to be true. It just needs to be the narrative.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
Yeah, it's always about.
As Namer has eloquently said on this channel, what is the truth to a narrative?
No, why let the I said why let the truth get in the way of a very good and convincing narrative? Because remember,
there you go.
Perception is reality. especially those of us who've grown up watching WWE or any other professional wrestling promotion.
But that's why I just call
Mr. Johnny Mac
bullshit
has it
on
right
those.
here. Proxy violence. Exactly.
Yeah,
Oh, they
those are
should
those
have
two
gave me
things
that
that.
word.
But those are the two
Proxy
things that hurt me
violence.
when I hear women and I know they're bullshit. And I'm like, half of y'all don't even half of y'all don't even do the jobs you majored in, and all this talk about scary men, and only 1 out of 5 of y'all own a gun.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that at all.
Who's messing
At all.
with milk bottles right now? All right, we don't need nobody doing
Hey,
like Diddy, like
it's
they're
called reckless
bad
streams. Look, it's called name it. It's called the reckless streams for a reason. Y'all go ahead.
On the background.
Because,
As
right?
you were saying.
Man, look, man. I'm happy I fell into this part of the internet because I know I ain't fucking crazy, and it's ironic that we're I don't know, man. I'm still trying to get the words for this shit, but shout out to
Vince,
everybody.
find you a black woman worth a damn, or find you a woman worth
Type
a damn. I know
shit.
you prefer a black woman, and run
Yeah.
for your life.
Yeah,
Grab her hand and run, run as far away from these other hoes, and let her have 1 or 2 cool ass homegirls that you vet, and all the rest of them keep them hoes a million miles away from her.
And you
Like
know,
who
Treat them
Sonic is,
hoes like
right?
she's cheating on you with them.
oh shit.
Vince,
Right?
you know who Sonic is, right? Yeah, that
Yeah.
fast.
Yeah, I ain't got
That's
that.
Exactly.
what y'all
Right.
But it's
For
just
real.
getting the worldview understanding that we have and the way we're looking at things. And again, I'm gonna say I'm happy I didn't fall into the part of the internet where like these niggas hate these women type shit because
No, we
some
don't
of the
hate.
stuff I'm happy we don't. But like a lot of stuff we say and talk about to bring some levity because this does look like an imminent crash out, but I don't know. I guess I found camaraderie with niggas all hanging out and be like, oh shit, I'm hurt, but I'm alright type shit. I guess I don't know. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I think people are crashing out, especially like from about from about Trell's age on down. People are crashing out because nigga, we not supposed to be this lonely, this single, this long.
yeah,
Human beings ain't built for this shit. We not built. We are social creatures, bro. We're
By
social.
nature,
I
yeah.
think what also is messed up is that we done took the barbershop talk and the hair salon talk out of the hair salon and the barbershop, and we're like, oh, bitch, that's what you really think about me. Oh, right? Like you
I
knew it,
mean,
and you heard your mom say it. So like the black community is a little bit actually, unfortunately, we're a little bit more ready for this shit because we already knew we would have
right.
heard our mom and our aunts talk. But like
It's blatant.
now that it's women your age group actually saying that shit, you're like, oh, I'm
Oh, you're
glad
talking
that
about
you're
me and
yeah,
us.
exactly. You see what I'm saying?
Oh,
So I think that's also what's causing, excuse me, people to crash out. We're not supposed to. I I really think that barbershop talk sometimes is supposed to stay in the barbershop in certain parts of it, and definitely hair salon talk is supposed to stay in
hey,
the hair salon because we land the shit out, and the opposite sex ain't ready, especially the women.
Yeah,
They're
they're not built for
they're
it.
not ready for that
yeah.
shit. Yeah, they're not. Yeah,
The
they're
Hey,
not.
listen,
young.
y'all. The word from where I'm
Mhm.
from, right? The stuff like this, right? The worst thing you want to hear a black man never say. Yeah, the worst
Mhm.
thing you ever want to hear a black man ever say who's really mad.
Mhm.
I bet.
yep.
I agree.
And,
I
But
agree.
that's what
and
all men are saying, especially black,
that,
especially black
yeah.
men.
Yeah.
All men are pretty much saying, okay.
And the other ones who's actually like about some shit, like, okay, bet. Watch
Yeah.
this.
But
Okay, cool.
the thing is, so men are saying that, and women are saying their own version. But men are thinking, okay, women scale that house that got to work for our society. The women are not, bro. If for me to watch Leisha Miller talk the way she do, and like, wait a minute, you don't appreciate how if we scale with, okay, fine, let's say you're right. Less conservative men are going to college, and this helps you develop personality, whatever. Okay, fine. Less men are going to college than women. Bitch, scale that shit, dumbass. Scale that and tell me how that works for women. Now, the majority of women are same sex. Excuse me. Oh, that might happen. The majority of women are heterosexual. The majority of women don't want to eat no damn vagina. They're actually not okay with being single. So let's scale what you're saying, Miss Miller. How the fuck is this supposed to work for the same women that you fucking claim
let,
to advocate for? If
let me
you're
give a
saying that the majority of essentially what you were saying, and you didn't want to go all the way with it, the majority of men don't have no damn personality. They what else? They're not likable, etc., etc. scale that and tell me how that works for
Here's the
women.
thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Stop talking about Kamala Harris like that.
I mean, Kamala Harris is a bit different when it comes to that. She might have a marriage of convenience and it's a political marriage, whatever. But it's a different situation. When you look at Alicia Miller or Kim Foster, the way they speak, you're like, are you? Because and then remember, she's a what, an Xer, right? She's is she a boomer? No, she's a boomer. She's a boomer.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Don't talk about Angela Rye like that.
Well, yeah. And by the way, name it. Something's up with your speaker. I can barely hear you. We can barely hear you.
It's not me.
Oh, okay. Who's that?
Who is this in the top corner with the man avatar? The character.
Oh, that's
Lion, I think.
Yeah.
Lion.
That's
I
me, my
didn't hear
bad.
because I barely. That's a. Oh,
Why
okay.
am I always the scapegoat?
No, I thought that was.
No, I thought because I heard. Yeah.
That was me. That was me. My fault.
Hey,
okay. So let's let Better You go, and then let's let who else we have here? Better You go first, and then we'll start snaking down to everybody else who hasn't spoken yet.
Yeah. So I actually saw Legia's video before the stream. Well, part of it. Like there was a certain point where it got to be too much, and I just was like, "This is some toxic fucking sludge."
You probably missed the best part too.
I probably did. I just look, man. I'm unemployed right now. I'm trying to stay in a zen place. I'm trying to stay hopeful. Trying to stay positive. I don't need that bullshit.
I hear you.
But honestly, to me, it exemplified a few things.
Mm-hmm.
One, it's a mainstreaming of misandry against men, and it's one of those things where even amongst women, a lot of women don't even understand why they're in the positions that they're in right now. Like I was talking to an educator the other day, and I was explaining how like Title IX got passed and what the whole premise of Title IX was, and how the gender disparity in higher ed today is greater than it was when Title IX was initially passed. It's just swung the other direction. And, feel like with a lot of these women and the bullshit that they say, they're so detached from it that it's easy for them to spout this dehumanizing shit. Because for them, Alicia Miller, I think she's pretty well off. Honestly, if she doesn't get the husband that she wants, a lonely life probably not that bad for her.
She's engaged. That's what makes her such a more hypocrite. So that's the thing.
Damn.
So yeah. So she's engaged right now, and so that's why I was a bit enraged listening to her, because I'm like, okay, this is kind of this leftist. It's a leftist version of hypergamy where the money is still the most important, but they can't fucking say that because then they'll be admitting to practicing hypergamy, even if they earn more than the man. What I'm saying is, even if they earn more than him, he gotta still have they're not fucking with no fucking $50,000 a year dude. Okay, cool. But for them, there are certain feminist ideologies that you are supposed to adopt, and they use that as also a very important litmus test. This is why I was saying earlier that they're pushing Tim Walz ahead, because what it is I can't admit that what women like me are practicing is a kind of pseudo feminist patriarchy where yes, you have to have a certain class, a certain education, and a certain income, but you also have to adopt a certain worldview, right? And so what Lisa Miller is saying is, yeah, it's not the money. It's that these men are likable because they went to college and was essentially indoctrinated with feminist ideology. She ain't gonna say that shit. Right? So that's where I'm coming from it with, especially when you see that she's engaged.
But we have the numbers when it comes to college. Y'all ain't sleeping with most of the men in college either. Just because he's in college don't mean he's getting buns or getting laid or getting any action.
I think
But go ahead. I'm better. You finish up and then we'll. But you're definitely right, Line.
Well, and it's two things. One, women don't have standards. I don't care what any woman says to me. They truly do not have standards. Standards are for the men that they do not want. I have seen motherfuckers, and I have been that motherfucker, who she got this long list that Socrates rolls out a fucking scroll that takes 3 weeks to read.
Right.
And guess what? It's like, all right, hey, look, I'm gone. Oh, wait. So all that bullshit, miss me with it. But the thing that I find the most hypocritical about it is a lot of these leftist women want to talk about almost personality and emotional intelligence and all of these things. And part of EQ, part of speaking, part of intelligence is understanding where the other person is at. And that, to me, is the most infuriating thing about it, because if you never consider your fucking audience, you're essentially just saying, like, I want to be a dictator. And I'll be honest, the one thing I find refreshing about it, they ain't quite there, but I would much rather they simply say it.
I think they are, but they're not. So, and I agree with you 100% on that. For me, what they're saying is, fuck the male audience. Y'all a bunch of sexists with misogynistic worldview anyway. I shouldn't have to consider what you think, because what you think is informed by a very for black women, it would be neo-colonial, white, patriarchal capitalism, right? Patriarchal capitalism. So in their mind, it is actually insulting and affront to them as a black woman, or woman in this case, to ask them to consider who they're speaking to and what they're actually saying, because they want to just dismiss out hand, right, what you're thinking, what you're saying, how you feel, what this look like to you. No, I agree with you on the emotionally intelligent, and actually, if you claim to be this intelligent person, and if you claim to be on the left, considering environment, considering what these people are actually going through, what's actually happening in these people's lives, that's what the left is supposed to be about. That's why I keep on saying these people claim left until we start speaking about men. Then you could see the conservatism in them.
Yeah.
Right. So no, I definitely agree with what Better You was just saying. That's exactly my point. Go ahead.
The irony of that is the very same reality that they're scared of, because they're scared of women being put in that category of being seen and not heard and not talked about, is the very same thing they're doing to men.
No, yeah. No, they did say. Remember, what one of BLM's mission statements was it said it like, not mission statement. Sorry, one of the memos was speaking about sidelining the men, right, and their plight.
So, like, man, ain't that what decentering men is? Basically, just ignoring the perspectives of men. And if you do that, they call you male identified or you're patriarchal.
Yeah.
So
It's there's a slight difference though, compassion. When they say decenter men and what their concerns shouldn't be the be all end all, the primary reason you do anything. It shouldn't be the reason why you woke up and put on makeup and dressed it's this really weird form of self-actualization, where you're such an individual. This is the left claims they don't like this stuff, but they actually engage in it too. You're such an individual. People's perception and ideas of you don't matter. But in this case, it's not people, it's men.
Right.
That's what Fanny said. A man is not a plan.
Yeah.
Well, hold up. No. I think the better way to say that is don't shake. They basically telling these ladies, don't shake that ass for Drake. Shake that ass for you.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Essentially.
But here's the thing. It's so not human. That's not why we do what we do. Sometimes you're doing what you're doing out of strict self-gratification. It's all about you. The corn is all about you, right? The vibrator is all about you. Not everything is all about you. Sometimes, yes, you look in the mirror and you're like, God damn, that motherfucker look good, right? Yes. But most of the times you're doing it so that you could catch them girls looking. Same thing with the women. But with that, and so they're lying. To me, it's the most fascinating thing in the world is when you see them come from the other side of the lie. That's why I keep on bringing up Lonnie Love. Lonnie Love was on the talk, claiming to be so good being single. She was in heaven being single. She loved it. She didn't got to worry about no man. She got to worry about nobody taking up the bed. None of that. But guess what? Once she ended up with the frumpy ass white dude, it feels so good to come home and you can have somebody, right? It feels so good to have somebody, right? But the thing with Lonnie Love, and I use that as an example, is to emphasize that point. They're lying to themselves. Going back to
let them lie to themselves and twerk their asses all the way up to menopause.
That has societal consequences.
Wait a minute, brother. I do not want to be lying love twerk. Come on now, nobody wants to see that shit. Nobody wants to see
yeah.
that shit. Stop it.
Yeah, we
I
definitely.
wouldn't.
My bad.
Go ahead, Compassion.
Go ahead.
No, I mean BGS said it the other day that we can't letting them crash out because they've essentially been institutionalized and trained in such a way where that worldview of decentering, trying to live out the ideology they've been taught. Obviously, it's been said before, conflicts with the reality of just being a human being and needing social relationships. But letting them do that, and that's what the society and the world, what Japan's doing, what everybody's doing, developed countries are essentially letting this play out, is collapsing fucking society. And BGS said we gonna burn inside of that boat. There's no reality where we just say ha, fuck it, let these bitches crash out. Systems are gonna crash around most of us, and like we already know, most black men are completely unaware of any of these dynamics. And a lot of black men are gonna be. We're gonna sacrifice the whole community letting these bitches completely. And I'm not saying save them, but that's the reality. They actually
that's their threat, right?
They don't know.
Go ahead.
No, you're right.
No. Finish that Compassion. I was cutting you off. Good.
No, they actually are. I mean, in a weird way, they're victims of this whole scheme to essentially socialize everybody into individuals, and they're locked in. They will crash this bitch out. They will literally crash the birth rate. We won't have no people. The shit will go left. Trust me.
Let me say this. Okay, if y'all remember the clip that BGS plays, and who else just covered it? Was it when he played the brother with the dreads off of TikTok that was playing the clip from the 1970s where the brother was speaking to that lady about it's the system. Notice she was saying, "Are you blaming me?" And he said, "No, I'm blaming the system. I'm blaming the system for making you that way. I'm blaming the system for not just making you that way. I can't even talk to you. You feel so put upon that even when I'm saying I'm blaming the system, you want me to blame you because you want the argument to go in that direction. You don't got shit for when I blame the system for making you that way." Now, be very careful. I'm saying that because what compassion, what you just said. I say that. So it is the issue we have is with the system that the white men created that's biting even their own sons in the ass right now.
Yeah. And what, a lot of times, women, what we watch, my bad. But what we watching with Yan, what we watching with all the, we bought into the individual ethos at a certain level. As we see on TikTok, all these videos of the women making fools of themselves with their misguided logic, and sometimes they're grifting just for attention. Sometimes they really sincerely are just going down a path that they can't really project forward and see where it ends. We mistaken that for too much for individuality. Like people are really coming to individual conclusions. A lot of most people are fucking sheep being steered, including the women,
including your educated ones.
Yeah, it's not. And we a lot of times, especially in this space, we rack our brains like, bitch, you can't see the logical fallacy in what you just said because she's repeating some shit a professor 5 years ago told her. And she just took the shit for granted. Like it's really like almost that simple.
I'll give you a prime example. There's a continuum between Yanni and Ebony K. Williams. There is a continuum between Bree, Life with Bree, and Ostefco. These people sometimes don't know each other. They never even watch each other. They never heard each other. But as Compassion was saying, they're all getting their information from the same. This was the goal of feminism. Right? Especially like radical feminists. Ebony K. Williams was willing to, if she couldn't have this kid the way she wanted with in vitro, she was willing to die, no kids, never being married. Oh, well, she had been married before, but without a second marriage, just to be like, I'm not quote unquote gonna settle. Her having this middle finger that she gave us by having this kid through in vitro, that was the point. That was the whole point. What she did was the point. I would rather have this kid and look like a goddamn weirdo than to be coupled up with one of you quote unquote average dudes and sell out in the sunset and be happy but really not happy because I didn't get my delusions met.
Yeah.
Right.
Like Ebony,
and so
literally living out feminist talking points. A lot of these women are living
That's my
out
point.
feminist
Yes.
talking points that even the feminists was like, ain't nobody really gonna, as like a debate rebuttal, you say, well, we don't need men because we can get a vitro fertilization, and everybody cheers, but nobody really is gonna go alone and get a strange man's, specimen and like do what Ebony K. Williams actually did. And that's really we're gonna see a lot of women living out feminist talking points till they conclude their logical conclusions.
And the only reason Vivica ain't in the same place is because she didn't think to do it early enough. And the only reason Jennifer, what's her name? Brad Pitt ex Jennifer
Aniston?
or Jessica, is it was it
Jennifer Aniston? But she
Jennifer
never decided to have
Aniston.
kids. She put that
Say
off
it again?
way too late.
Yeah, that's
Jennifer
what I'm saying. That's the
Aniston.
only reason. Yeah, that's the only reason she didn't have them, because she put it off way too late. Same thing. So tying all of this back to what we're saying, these thoughts are coming from somewhere. They're not really coming up with it by themselves. It does have societal repercussions, because we're talking about a group of people that are so myopic and so short-sighted that they think they're okay with watching the world burn because they didn't get what they wanted. And by the time they realize, oh, I'm feeling a little, oh crap, I can't breathe. Is that smoke? I didn't even start burning yet. Wait a minute. By the time they start fearing, it's already too late. What does too late look like in real terms? In real terms, what too late looks like is now you ain't moving as fast anymore. You in your late 50s. You not moving as fast anymore. You in your late 50s. You never had kids. You in your late 50s. You never got married, right? And so now, like real quick, AB. What in real terms, what that looks like for women, including Black women, it's not just dying alone. They're so full of crap when they go all the way to the absolute end. It's living life alone. It's not dying alone.
That's the easy
and what right, the thing I appreciate about Life with Bree is she's being honest about, like, yo, y'all telling me to be okay with, and this is just a phase, this is just an experience, and you need to be comfortable alone first. And she's saying, who told you I'm not? I've been alone pretty much my entire life. I'm good. It's just I'm honest that I would like to be in a relationship. I'm gonna go through this single season because I don't really have a choice. But but it's the responses that she's getting. Once again, these are people who have resigned themselves to, if I can't have my delusions met, then I would rather be. But in actuality, they still would not rather be. If they would, they wouldn't even say it.
But that's what I mean. You're gonna have to. But this is where it comes. It's gonna sound cold, but you're gonna.
And after this, AB, go ahead.
Let Darwinism deal with it.
Yeah. No. Once again, I agree with you. But once we start scaling that line, it looks ugly, and all of us feel that. That's what Compassion is saying. I agree with him. Yeah.
I understand, and I understand that reality, and I can appreciate what you guys are saying because it's true. But what you gonna do?
Yeah.
You can't make them. They don't want to listen to you.
You're right. Letting them, but that's why Black men have to. I think the only thing Black men can't be in this position we're in while this bitch is crashing out.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think we got to turn inward or do something, because even as individuals that scattered as we are, we just gonna be, casualties of their fucking crash out.
Well, if white men, I'm gonna just call it for what it is. If white elite men weren't in the way, we would have did what Black Uru said, and we would have had them in line.
Yeah.
I said it the way I said it. If white elite men in particular weren't in the way, we would have did what we had to do, and Black women would be in line, whether they wanted to be or not.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And yeah. So go ahead, AB, and then we'll get better you. And then I think Socrates wants to say something after that. Go ahead.
Well, I think it goes back to what Dr. Neal says. We have to have black male agency right now, and and leave them to themselves. And yes, it does hurt, because trust and believe, there are ratchets I have love for, but I have to leave them to themselves because I'm not going to stress myself out for them to be happy.
No, I mean, once again, we're in the Black community and we're Black, so we have wayward cousins, we have friends or people you went to high school, people that you care about, and but the now that women have, they have pretty much exposed themselves. What they're going to struggle, and this is where FD comes in. What women are going to really struggle with, this is why I'll say living life alone, is that men are not going to overextend themselves for them. That's where Sherry Shepherd come in. That's why she was talking about renting a husband type joint. because men are not going to over. So even the dude that's not having sex with you, we all did had some a brother look out for us that that wasn't piping our mom. That dude isn't going to overextend himself for you and your kids no more.
Yeah,
that's what's going to hurt women.
What does that look like structurally and at a macro?
Exactly.
Like I said, we can all tolerate. Like all us on this panel can will probably be fine as this shit burns. I'm not talking about us individually. Like we're all clear on we not overextending. We understand the cat's out the bag. We see the history. We didn't tied all the knot. We did all the we did everything. We didn't broke it all down. But at the macro level, that's what we got to start, because that's what the women. That's what the society. And that's what, like Z talks about all the time with neoliberalism. It positions you not to see the macro.
Right.
Like a lot of people, like this shit is falling apart now, and most people don't understand why. We see the institutions. We understand that your individual future is predicated on the structures. It's not your
on the Leviathan.
Individualism. It's not you.
Well, I mean, in order for that to happen, to quote Hoodservative, you're gonna have to make the hoes mad.
Yes, I agree.
I think they're already mad. Making hoes mad, check, because they've been going crazy for a year now.
But why they're mad is different, though.
No,
what Hoodservative is saying, and what
I'm saying is,
exactly.
If you want to steer this into a acceptable level at the macro level, you're gonna have to be willing to make hoes mad.
More so piss them off.
What's that again, Vince?
You are going to have to drag them kicking and screaming.
I agree with that.
I said more so piss them off.
I don't even think. I don't know if we can. I don't even know if black men want to drag black women kicking and screaming.
I personally don't. I mean, I personally don't.
No. My philosophy is leave them to themselves.
Yeah.
If they don't want to, they want to come. Leave them to.
But you can't lead. Okay.
I'm speaking to what I'm speaking to what Capacity Towns is saying at the macro level.
Yeah.
I'm like, at the macro level, you're gonna have to drag a few of them kicking and screaming. If you
you have to.
You don't want
so this is the thing with AB.
What's going to be necessary? I'm talking about
So what I'm saying is, I agree with Lion, but it got to go that way, because this is the thing with what AB is saying. You can't leave them to their own devices, because what they end up doing is burning all of us. So what they're doing.
A simple question: what are you prepared to do?
They go into self-destruct mode. That's what we have to worry about.
Yeah.
And they're going to take as many power.
And they're closer. Exactly what Neyman's saying. It's exactly what Neyman just said.
Self-destruction.
Exactly what Neyman just said.
Wipe everybody out in the process. It's like I can't use this term, but we know what I'm talking about. But it's like they strap some. They got some.
Yeah. I know what we know what you're talking about. Yeah. Allah! Go ahead.
Don't say it.
Yeah, right.
Go ahead. I'm not saying don't mitigate the damage. Save who you can, but the rest of them, there's some of them you're just gonna have to leave them in the corner.
I think
I agree with that.
I think black male collectivization, I think, is the best because obviously, we can't. We black men ain't been able to legally drag them kicking and screaming for decades now, on purpose. It's designed that way. Like you said, if it wasn't for the white liberal men and policies, we would already have this in order. But we underestimate how much they've designed pretty much every institution with that in mind. Never let the black man get his woman in order, basically. So with that being said, we already don't have direct control over them.
That's more than likely going to can't change, because these white boys can't handle what the white women doing that to them.
Let me say this real quick. Let me read this real quick, y'all. And Saint Cyr, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Saint Cyr says, reckless tax. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Reckless tax, hysterical. It is a reckless stream.
He's pinching pennies right there. He's pinching pennies.
He said reckless tax, for real.
Reckless tax, but he's pinching pennies when he's paying the tax with borrowed pennies. Look at it, $1.99.
with a bag of pennies. Take this bow. But
his dues with borrowed pennies.
This is the thing with the structure. What we have now. Elite man, and this is why I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna probably add it to my community chat, what I covered last year with Ezra Klein interviewing Dr. Richard Reeves, because when Leisha Miller said it, right, like, okay, the elites are getting married. Who would have ever thought? And this is the same thing that Dr. Richard Reeves said. I'm like, but you still live in a capitalist society. So you're over-indexing on the feminist view of this. You're not thinking, wait a minute, capitalism still exists. And if capitalism still exists and we have feminism, what ends up happening is we liberate women to essentially say, oh, I want the elite man. Oh, I can't get him, then F everything.
Right.
And that's okay for one woman. That's okay if two women in your society do that. That's okay if 3 or 4 or 5 of them. But once you start scaling past that 5 or so %, now you start having societal problems because more than 5% of your women decided to F the world because I can't end up with the elite man. In our case, and in much of Western society's case, the elite rich white man, right?
Yeah.
And so listening to Leisha Miller not be very clear that that's what's going on and over-indexing, because once again, feminist worldview, over-indexing on a feminist view of why young people aren't getting married and essentially her doing the you loser bum uncollege educated man who don't want to be more quote unquote likable and quote unquote develop personality like
Even
her
though
doing that.
the
Protect your
average
bottom
woman is
line,
shaped,
Z.
even though the average woman is shaped like a Lexmark printer. Okay, sure.
Yeah, well, right, bro,
Personality.
you killed me when you said that. When I read that, I was like, "Oh man!"
You see, like
You said I didn't even read it out loud. Go ahead.
the environment changing the way it is makes it hard to stick to this feminist, experiment. Obviously, and that's what Reeves is having a hard time reconciling. And I think he knows this, but I think so much money and time has been invested into this worldview and molding and crafting and engineering the society this way. They're grappling with how to reconcile it not being sustainable for capitalism itself, really, because everything falls apart before you can make the money.
Well, the Marxists already want this, right? So when you look at BLM, the Alicia Garzas and the Patrice Cullors of the world, this is what they want. So they want the world they want to make it so, because they know the heterosexual women aren't budging. They want men. Let's be very clear. Straight women want men. They just want men that are pliable, that make a whole lot of money and kiss their ass, right? So, but the Marxist, extremist, radical, lesbian, feminists, whatever the hell, they understand that. They appreciate that. That's why they're attempting to defang the men. The whole goal is to tell the women nothing. Defang the men and watch the women destroy everything. When I said that the first stream, that's when FD jumped on the stream. That's when I was saying that, and he was like, "Well, that's not what I'm saying." And then that's when I brought him on, and I ended the stream, and I brought him on the next stream, just to say that, because that is, I want to be very clear. They're defanging men. The women are graduating college. They're getting into their careers. They're like, okay, I'm done. I'm good right now. Okay, where the hell is my husband? Wait a minute. Where the hell? I'm supposed to fight all of these other women? And then they get, you ever see when you go to like
competition.
Right, exactly. So wait a minute. I got to get in line. And for the super elite man, it's like grab a ticket.
That
And
Mortal Kombat thing when you go up that tier.
You see what I'm saying? Exactly. So they're like, okay, I'm not gonna grab a ticket for him. Okay, where else can I look? Oh man, I gotta grab a ticket for the next tier down. Okay, what the next tier down? Right. So
it's basically
they're throwing a temper tantrum because the society has defanged way too many men. They don't want to fight for the top 20% of men that they'll settle for, but really the top 5, top 1, right? So no one's telling the women that. The women are just experiencing it and be like, I don't want to deal with the rest of these dudes. This is what your foremothers fought for, though. This is what your foremothers fought for.
Let me sum it up this way.
Go ahead, name it, and then we'll get better. Go ahead.
All right. Anybody familiar with something called a cassowary?
No.
Is that
cassowary?
Cassowary.
No, that's an animal.
It's a large flightless bird. It's just got this like little crest on its head, look like a dinosaur and shit. It's similar to like an emu or an ostrich.
Okay.
Yeah. Now in my culture, if you ever heard a name called Segan, if you ever meet a girl named Segan, it means ostrich. If a guy gets called that, it's a nickname. It's our way of saying he's a speedster. And there's a reason I'm using this type of a cassowary, an emu, or the bird, or an ostrich, because if you know their mating strategy. It's basically the male has to like create actually in the case of ostrich or emu, he has to dig a shallow nest and attract as many females as possible to lay an egg in there. And then the females go about their business until the last one lays the final egg to fill that. And she has to help him raise the chicks to adulthood. The cassowary, however, is a little different because it's like a female has a territory, and she's larger than the males. And there's several males in that territory, so she'll breed with any one of those males and leave the eggs for him to nest over and raise his goddamn self. That's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is just basically it's like the female perspective of a female dung beetle. And Compassion Compassion and Callous. I'm giving you the soundbite, so follow me on this one. Like a dung beetle, you gotta find some shit, form that shit into a shit ball, roll that around to attract a female. All the while, you gotta keep other motherfucking males who are trying to steal that shit ball from you. Hopefully, find one who's willing to get what you program, latch on. You guys bury that dung beetle with the larvae, and then you start the cycle all over again. And basically, we have to be this shit, have a lot of shit, and deal with all kinds of shit. And put up with some shit just to get with a fucking female. And that's how they want it.
I really, because this is the thing, you don't get rid of hypergamy in women. The bar just skyrockets to the goddamn moon, and so that's what's decreasing your population. The bar just went from average to impossible.
And that's what Richard
highly impossible. It's like they say, it's like I said with the dung beetle. They don't want elephant. They don't want antelope of shit. They want elephant shit now. What the hell?
The social engineers. The feminism is good for the elites because it's good for the economies, for the way it's good for scaling the economy. I mean, and defanging the men is good for the elites because it's easier to mold and shift and scale that economy without the men fighting back and always having an opinion. Better to have the man think like an individual and he say fuck this society and bounce, or just turn inwards and don't fuck with nothing. Better for men to be like that. He's not making us change shit or do anything.
Agreed.
But now they're at the point. The Brookings Institute is faced with the calamity that they've been making money. The whole market's been expanding. We got historic levels of wealth. You know, America's been shifting, booming stock markets. It's been good for a while, but now they're reconciling with the fact that of the results of defanging the men. And like what you just said, Z, hypergamy is a fixed principle that they underestimate, just scales incredibly to the moon and offsets your populations, and in turn offsets those markets and offsets the whole point of trying to make money if they collapse the whole
in the first place.
Right. So now Go ahead.
I got it. Okay. In Compassion, maybe you can find somebody, for the love of God. I've been looking. Mr. Z sucks at this apparently. Somewhere is a Citibank memo where they essentially said, we're going to work for the top 20%. Screw everybody else. They're too poor. They don't got it like that. We done milked them dry. Pause. We done milked them dry. They don't got it like that. We're going to work for the top 20%. Somewhere is that. And so when you and this is kind of what Dr. Richard Reeves was speaking about in his book, Dream Hoarders. When you actually think about what that means, and this is going to what you're saying. If we leave marriage, if we leave childbearing, if we leave like this structure for only the elite, mainly the elite, what ends up happening is that the women don't participate and the men don't participate at all in anything structurally and systemically outside of what can benefit me, because I don't have anything to make me think about bigger than me. When you scale that, you get this.
Yeah. And it's historically, inequity is a mainstay historically within
that's going to happen anyway.
But it's always been a tenuous relationship with the elites having to balance that. We always have to leave enough crumbs on the table to justify the garbage men picking up the garbage and cutting our grass and shit. These elites, though, and like BGS says it, and which worries me, that people that study this, the geopolitics, it looks like the elites now are just saying, they don't even have the foresight to sustain the markets that they're being gluttons in.
What happened the last time you had, when you had the Gilded Age? What happened after the Gilded Age?
Remind me.
What happened after the Gilded Age?
I don't know.
Revolution.
Thank you. Revolution and crashes, economies crashing. They got too greedy.
So it's a cycle.
They got too greedy.
It's a cycle of the elites pushing it to the limit, and then everything crashing, and then we start.
I could tie this exactly. Why was there a Glass-Steagall Act in the first place?
Right.
They repealed it. Why was there a Glass-Steagall Act in the first place? There was a
Yeah.
Glass-Steagall Act in the first.
What
Go ahead.
caused the Great Depression? I mean,
There you go.
It's to prevent greed in the banking
Mm-hmm.
system from
Yeah.
doing what it did in 29.
Yep.
Okay.
yep.
You had the investment banks and you had the commercial banks, and they separated that because when you get them together, you start gambling with people's money, and then you lose it.
What
What
is what
happened?
is it? What is the opium of capitalism?
I don't know what is the opium of capital.
Profits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, which is what's going on with
Mhm.
with your stuff moving to China. The
Yeah.
opium, and China knows that. What's the opium of capitalism? Profits. That's
Profit.
why you have a Glass-Steagall had a
Right.
Glass-Steagall Act. Okay.
Like
Okay.
Correction.
profits even
When was it
at the
repealed?
cost at the
Wh-
cost of your entire
Why
economy.
why do I call it opium?
Right. You basically overdose. You
It's
just
And
addictive.
so that you take opium at the cost of your own life and health, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I call it
Yeah.
opium.
so BGS. Do you think that is basically the elites are at this point the social contract is broke. They're not doing what the Rockefellers, and like you said, they're gonna basically push us to go get to a point where revolution has to happen before.
The thing is what you're working with. It's not even they're pushing you, right? Okay. The thing is, any elite, because we put these people in place. They don't put themselves in place. We put these people in
Mm-hmm.
place. Okay. And regardless of what you think, okay, we put these folks, whether they're captains of industry, politicians, we put these people in place, right? And they're supposed to guide your society to be stable, okay?
Yeah.
And just like anything else, hubris, greed, whatever it is,
Mm-hmm.
it starts to. Then it's all civilization, not just ours, okay? Eventually, it starts to rot your civilization. So what you see now is civilizational rot. Okay, they thought they were doing something that would work, and they made a mistake. And what feminism is was, because I even heard when I was replaying the Pauli Murray thing, right? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
feminism was supposed to free not only women but men too. Okay, women were supposed to accept their place if they wanted equality. Okay, which if you go back and look at if they
I
wanted, if
agree.
they
No, I know you're right, BGS, but I'm
yeah,
just
okay,
saying that
okay.
we can see the
No, no.
outcome. But go ahead.
According to them, according to
Mm-hmm.
what feminism was supposed to be, all this child support, alimony, all this other kind of crap that the patriarchal strictures that men still have even today were supposed to be gone. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
supposed to be gone. And what they thought was that women would accept that deal, accept that social contract. In
Mm-hmm.
50, so 60 years, push women to the forefront to put them into position to accept the social contract. And guess what women didn't do?
They said fuck you. They were.
They said
Turns out women are
They
greedy too.
women biologically cannot accept
They
what
cannot
they were trying to put on them, okay? And that's what because according to feminists, okay, nurture is supposed to trump nature. And guess what happened? It did not trump nature. Women still feel the way they feel and think the way they always have for the last 2 million years, okay?
But
It didn't solve anything. Go
And
ahead.
Richard Reeves can't
this is
say
my
that.
this is
Richard
this is my.
Reeves Richard Reeves is there to actually find a
Mm-hmm.
middle ground to
Mm-hmm.
push this rock back toward the middle, okay? And to convince not only the leaders already know. He's not here to convince the people in power. The thing
Mm-hmm.
is, you sold the women an ideal that they're clinging to that doesn't work. Okay, and the men are saying, you know what? Fuck this. In other words, it's an agreement, right? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
men and women, all this social thing, marriage, all this kind of bullshit is an agreement between men and women. I keep telling men that. Well, because Uru says, well, you just force them to do it. You cannot force human beings to do shit. Okay, it has to be a win-win situation for people to make an agreement. Because you
Mm-hmm.
might force them for a generation, maybe two, but eventually it's just gonna fall apart. Okay, because it will. Okay, and sometimes
Hashtag BGS is right.
women would
This
rather
is.
go ahead. Women would rather die than to accept the kind of slavery you want to put them
I
in.
agree.
Okay,
I
yeah.
agree. And
Okay, go ahead.
this is what I'm, because if you check especially the Leisure Miller, the white, actually, as a matter of fact, BGS, I would like to hear your take on it. The
What's
the,
that?
the links are in my Leisure Miller. She was speaking about how conservative men are killing marriage. It's their ideology because they want to go back to some prehistorical 1950 like era, right? I'm purposely doing prehistorical and 1950 as if these things exist in the same scenario.
Okay.
But
And
mhm.
what? Okay. That first, I have to know what her ideal of marriage is.
Well, she's engaged right now, so yeah, we'll figure it
And
out. Like,
what I'm saying is, she said pre 19? Okay, the
mhm,
post 1950s idea of marriage is okay that because you've heard it laid out by several of these elite feminists, right? Okay,
mhm,
that you take the role, you become breadwinner, you accept the man's role in the family. Okay,
mhm.
you're not trying to marry up and try to keep marrying the guy more wealthy than you and being taken care of and all this kind of bullshit, right? Okay. You accept that I've been put in a position of breadwinner. I have to accept the man's role and I have to accept what comes with it, right? That is the post 1950s or post feminism idea of marriage. And guess what she said? This when most women get off the bus, right?
That's what Anne Marie Slaughter said. But
Yep.
the
Yeah.
thing with Delisha Miller's leftist, right? Leftist white woman, attorney, blah blah blah. So
Yeah,
what she does is she reframes
we,
that. Go
we,
ahead.
we found out, in selection with Kamala Harris, there's no fucking difference between right and fucking left, man. I was just reading this
True.
shit about the neocons and what's his name from the Nation magazine going having drinks together. Okay, there's no fucking difference between right and left. That's bullshit.
Mhm.
Okay, like, I remember the progressive movement in '94 after Newt Gingrich and stuff took over fucking Congress, right?
Oh
And
yeah.
they fucked over the KPFK left and they took over. So that shit doesn't exist anymore. We're gonna go ahead. That's
But
30 years ago. So
but
all that shit is
there's
bullshit.
a
But go ahead.
reason why I'm bringing that because like the framing because I agree with you and actually as a matter of fact what you just said is leading to what I'm saying right now which is like
Mm,
the framing. So when we start getting to I speak about like essentially the people at top are still the ones that's getting married, they're having children in nuclear family, et cetera, and so her framing of that is, well, these are the men that are going to college, and so they're the ones that are more likely to be liberal, and they're the ones who have developed a personality, and they're the ones who are likable. So
yeah.
all the rest of you, particularly you conservative men, are less likely to go to
Uh,
college.
uh,
So you don't
That's
develop a
not true.
personality, and
That's
you're
not
not
true.
likable. Oh no, I know that BGS.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that's her framing. That's why
Okay.
when you get a chance, check it. The link is in the
And yeah,
description.
well, I
When
don't
you
even
get a
have to
chance.
look at it because
Mhm.
all that bullshit is not true. Because conservative men, there's plenty of conservative men that go especially to the Ivy League schools. They're not liberal. Okay, they're conservative. Okay,
Yep. Yep.
the higher you go up, is the more money they make, the more conservative they get. Okay, they might wink and nod at a liberal idea, but they're not liberal. Okay. Okay, because Kamala Harris should show you that there's no such thing as a fucking liberal anymore. Okay, the Clinton should show you there's no fucking thing as a
Well,
liberal
Clinton,
anymore.
yeah, the third wave.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So in other words, in other words, okay. Say we accept their liberal idea of fucking marriage, right? Okay, what do the men get out of this? And that's what they never ask. Okay, what do the
You
men want, and what do they get out of this?
you get a partner. She actually the BCS, please, for me, BCS, for me, please review it, please for me. But forget
Okay.
everybody. Forget. Yes, I'm being that guy right now because it's interesting her framing because she even brings up the word partner. These men are not looking for partners, and she's damn right. She's damn right. Excuse
Okay.
me, y'all. But she's
We
damn right. We ain't looking for partners because we
men,
know
men
y'all full of shit.
you
Go
know,
ahead.
well, the thing is, what does partner mean to her? That's the fucking thing. Okay, does partner mean that does partner mean that I still have to hold up my patriarchal duties to you while allowing you to do what you want and have a voice and all this? Is that what you want? Okay. Okay.
I don't know about her per se, but I've definitely seen the supposed leftist women who try
Yeah.
to justify that
Yeah.
exactly where you're going
It's,
right now by saying, "Well, you're not the one who
it,
bears the children. You're not the." So there, even FD tried to pull that on my channel. You're not the one who bears the children. So I can understand where the women come from when they want you to still be the primary breadwinner, right? So it's just them
Yeah,
reframing the
well then,
hypergamy and
then
paymasters.
if you don't want, if you no, the thing is, you don't have to have the children. Okay, there's nothing in this partnership to say you have to have children. Why do you have children? You're not having children because you want to fulfill the man's wishes. You're having a child because that's you want a child. Okay, he doesn't. A man does not have to help, and that's what feminists say. A man does not have to help you with that. You want a kid, go get a kid. Go be Ebony K. Williams, take care of the kid by yourself. If that's what you want, okay.
And the only two people that really want kids for the most part, because men sometimes they do, sometimes they don't, but they're fairly neutral about having children. Men actually want sex. They really don't. They're not really all that gun ho about kids. Okay, if they have them and they get them, they'll take care of them because they grow to love them. But biologically, men don't need to have kids. Okay, that's a woman's biological clock. So that's an argument between women and the state. Okay, not between men, but between a man and a woman. Okay, most men are not.
Wait, right there, BGS. That's between women and the state. The women
Hmm.
aren't throwing a temper tantrum at the state outside of saying y'all didn't produce enough kick-ass, paymaster-ass men. They're throwing a temper tantrum at us, not the
What?
state. I agree with you, by the way.
What?
I'm just saying they directing that energy somewhere else.
So the state was doing it prior to Bill Clinton in '96. Okay, the state was paying these women and putting them on a trajectory to take care of the kids by themselves prior to 1996. It got too expensive, so Bill Clinton cut all that shit and put it back on the men. Okay,
Hmm.
they put all that shit back on the men. So
And the
now you
men
have to.
slowly said, "I'm taking my dick and going home."
And the thing is, okay, the thing is, that's why do you think you guys heard me for the last few years talk about return on investment, right? What's your ROI? Okay, you want to get married because I've been through this shit, man. That's the reason I'm not married because there was not enough ROI amongst black women for me to actually put a I put a ring on one woman's finger and she fucking flipped out. So there was not enough ROI for me to go through with the marriage. Okay, my baby mama. I was talking to my brother. People think so. Well, BGS, you just ain't shit, and nobody really wants you. My baby mama, okay, that I got 3 children, wonderful children with, right? Okay, uh, both her grandmothers, her mother, and my family wanted me to fucking marry her, right? In fact, they were willing to invest in me to marry her. Okay,
Hmm.
but the thing is, with her personality and stuff that she did inside our relationship, it wasn't enough return on investment for me to take on that headache. Okay, so in my personality, I'm a Sigma personality, and to be inside a black community with black women, okay, there's a certain amount of. I mean, I don't have to tell you guys. You guys are black. You guys are black men. There's a certain amount of bullshit you have to take to be married to a black woman. Okay, it just is, especially in the
Yeah.
gynocracy, right? Okay. You got, the
Even the good
snarkiness,
ones.
the snarkiness, the
Even the
insults,
good one.
even the good ones, snarkiness, the insults, and all that kind of shit that you got to take just to be married to a black woman. You got to take that. My personality, okay, I'm not really built that way. Okay, okay, and I tell all my girlfriends from day one that certainly you can't talk to me any kind of way. Okay, okay. I took it from my mother because I was a kid. I didn't like it when I was a kid. Okay. But my mother, when I was younger, I had to take that shit from her because that was my mother. Okay, my parents, they could talk to me that way because they were my parents. But the thing is, as an adult, you can't talk to me that way. Okay, I've lost jobs because bosses try to talk to me that way. Okay,
Uh,
I don't give a fuck who you are. Okay, go ahead.
No. So exactly to what you're saying, and then the framing for that would be, well, see, these men is raised by ain't shit moms, and then they take that off on us. No. You think you can mother me? Let's frame that correctly now.
Mama, yeah.
Thank you. You think you can mama me, and then when I reject that, when I rudely remind you that you can't speak to me that way, then I'm traumatized by mom.
Yeah,
No, ma'am.
yeah. I don't. The thing is, I don't come at this thing about the gynocracy just out of theory. Okay,
Mhm.
I've lived this. I've lived. That's like me and Leon go back and forth. He thinks I'm insulting him, man. I'm in a
Mhm.
gynocracy, yeah, so I know what it is.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
he's
me too.
Mhm.
he's telling me that I'm a pick my motherfucker stop. Okay, I hear your life. I hear who runs your life. You think you run
Mhm.
your life, but you don't. Okay. The thing is, it's in you. They run it in your benefit. So as long as they run it in your benefit, I have no problem with. Okay. I look at my
Are
grandson
you are
and
you
all.
saying he got a small hat situation going on?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
Basically, it's in his benefit. So
Mhm.
so basically,
Yeah.
basically, Black Guru can tell you the same thing. Okay. Okay, in a
Mhm.
good gynocracy, the women check the women. Okay, he
Yes.
never had to check his wife, right? His mother-in-law, his mother, his mother-in-law, and the women in her family checked her. Okay,
Mhm.
he didn't have to do this, so the gynocracy,
Mhm.
in that sense, worked for him. Okay,
Yeah.
I think
but
then
go ahead.
maybe I should I'll just say it's me. Recently me and my lady kind of had a little back and forth, and
Hmm.
yeah. Let's just say I went to the crib and there was tacos on the counter,
Yeah, 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 yeah,
homemade. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
like,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah. Well,
yeah,
yeah,
so,
yeah,
yeah,
because you're a keeper,
yeah,
and they all get in their sniffs and that. That's just a woman because she's
uh,
gonna get in her
yeah.
attitude, okay? And I've done that, man. Yeah, you get pissed off and you walk out, you jiggle
Mhm.
your keys, you walk out, come back. There's food on the table and the house is clean,
And
okay?
it's,
Now,
as your favorite food too. I was like,
yeah,
I
Yeah.
said it
yeah,
to her, I was like, oh, you playing
yeah.
dirty.
No, no,
I actually said that. I was like, oh, you playing dirty with the tacos.
oh, well, we'll get into relationship just for a second, right? Okay.
Hmm.
The thing I've always hated about my relationships, right? All of
Hmm.
them, I've had 7 major relationships, man, which is a lot, okay? And me when I've left them all, right? And the thing that pisses me off is like you act like you don't hear me.
Mm-hmm.
You act like you don't know what I want. You act like that you
Say
don't
that.
know what's going on and how I feel.
Hmm.
Blah blah blah. Right?
Before you
And
leave,
and 2 years after I leave, and we have a discussion, and you want to get back together, everything that I mentioned that I wanted
Eureka.
from you, okay? You start repeating exactly every little point that I talked about, okay? That you
What?
pretended that you did not fucking hear me, and that's when I get pissed off. That's one reason why I don't go back,
Yeah.
because
It's not that you didn't hear me.
okay, are we reckless and cussing today,
Oh
Mr.
no, you
Z?
good? Yeah. No, we
Okay,
started using
okay.
profanity the second the panel came up. Go ahead.
Yeah.
The first thing goes off of my man, bitch, you knew.
Yeah. That's what I was. Yeah. That's what I was just thinking.
Bitch,
It's not.
bitch,
Oh
bitch, you
yeah,
knew.
Next thing
It's
was
absolutely.
not
actually
that
you pretended
Hmm.
did not
that
hear
you
me.
didn't know. Yeah, you
Yeah.
did pretending like you did not know, pretending that you did not understand me, and bitch, you knew. You just didn't want to do it. Okay,
That's an
Yeah.
insult to my intelligence.
Dog.
it is.
That's what I
It
tell her.
is. But you go through it a couple times, and
Hmm.
right there and looking right dead in the face. You already know.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, BJ.
okay, you just don't
I
want to
got
do
a
it.
fiance, and that's my approach with her. Is I don't let her forget that she's a gynocrat. She was raised a gynocrat.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah.
And we're in the gynocracy, and bitch, you're not finna run that shit. I'll be dead before you run any gynocratic shit.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, you have to. There's a certain way you have to put it in check, and I got to
Mhm.
do it.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
got family, and I got grandsons and shit like that, and even with my so-called mother-in-law, I have to limit my interaction with them because I don't want to hear that shit. Okay, I'm too old for that. So,
yeah.
and my kids go, you know what? I'm, why come you don't? I said, because I'm too old for that shit. Okay, I don't want to hear it. Okay,
And
I'll suck it up when I'm around it, and I got to deal with it. I'll put on my face, my mask, and I'll
Mhm.
smile, and I'll say the right things. But for the most part, I can't deal with that on a daily basis. But that's okay.
Well,
my
Anyway,
shit.
Yeah.
where were we? Because
I
I know
tell
we
her,
way
So
off we way off the path.
no.
Yeah,
But are we though? I mean, because
yeah.
what we're saying is that what now that the left realizes that this is a freaking issue.
It's
It's
it.
and this is so
yeah.
I have my whole theory about what Tim Walz represents on Kamala's ticket, and it's not just a foil to JD Vance. It's
Just
an
him
answer to the
stuff.
entire male conversation that's been happening for about
See,
a decade, a little bit more than that on the internet.
you're reading more into Tim Walsh than you probably should. You got to read into Tim Walsh why she picked him and her personality. Okay, she needs a Tim
Mhm.
Walsh. Okay, because personally she cannot. There's things that she can and cannot do. Okay, the reason
Mhm.
that Donald Trump picks a JD Vance because they call JD Vance the Donald Trump whisperer. He translates.
Yeah.
Like they even called him they even called J.D. Vance the Donald Trump translator. Okay, the
Mhm.
shit that Donald Trump does think and does believe in, right? Okay,
Right.
Donald Trump doesn't express it very well. But thing is, you listen to J.D. Vance for an hour, you say, "Oh, okay." And now I get Donald Trump's
Yeah,
whole platform because
he
he
got that
explained it in like 30 minutes. Okay, yeah,
articulation.
he's a
Yeah,
better articulation. Donald Trump is good at thinking it. He's probably
Mhm.
good at doing it, but he's not good at articulating it because his ideas are
True.
all over the place. It's disconnected.
And he's far
Okay.
too blunt.
Not well, it's not he's blunt. Okay, Donald Trump has a mind. Okay, it's like
Donald Trump really has ADHD, okay, which you probably already
Okay.
know that. Okay,
Sure.
yeah,
He
that's how come
shares that. He's a
that's
little
how come he doesn't
reckless.
read very well, and he doesn't like reading, and that's how come he only sleeps like 4 hours a day, is because he does have that, right? So his ideas are all over the place, and they're disconnected. They're ideas, but the thing is, he'll jump from one idea to the next. He'll never stay in a continuous stream, right? Because that's not the way his mind works. Okay. And he's
Mm.
not stupid, because you can't be a billionaire and be stupid. Okay, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's just impossible.
He's highly
Yeah.
it's
impulsive, though.
impossible, impossible for him to be dumb. He's not dumb, but the thing is, the way his mind works, he jumps from one idea to the next. Whereas JD Vance is connected. Okay, he'll continue a whole complete thought, stream of thought. Okay, that's the difference
Yeah.
between the two. Okay,
Yeah.
but JD Vance actually really likes Donald Trump once he got to know him. Said, okay, he really likes the guy. You can tell. Okay.
I will say this. I hear what you're saying, BGS.
Hmm.
So I'm not going to use the word think. I'm going to use the word feel now.
Okay.
I feel like, and thank you. Yeah, yeah. That's the cloak right there. That makes BGS darts impervious. I feel, but I'm gonna just straight up say it, that Wise I said Tim Wise, wrong one, wrong white man. Tim
Come
Walz
on.
is being used not just as a, like I said, as a foil to JD
He's
Vance, but as a response to us.
to black men,
Manosphere talk
to the left.
to the manosphere talk in general, because
How? I never.
I'm saying Viglin and what's the LGBTQ brother off of MSNBC? His face is right there. Goddamn, what
Which
is his
one?
name? Yeah, no, what's that
Down
one? You're right.
lemon. Down lemon.
No, 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 the
Oh
one that's
no,
also editor for oh, what is his name? It's right there. Somebody know
I
who I'm
don't
talking
know.
about.
You guys know these people.
Chris
His
Is he
Hayes.
Latino?
no
Chris
white
Hayes.
dude. I mean black dude, not Chris Hayes. Chris Hayes is quote unquote straight.
Okay.
Y'all know who? God damn, I forgot this man's name.
Bakari Sellers.
No, not Bakari. Bakari's supposed to be straight too. That's messed up. AB,
Ashton
that's messed up.
Coates?
What is this guy? Anyway, forget it.
Bakari
Both of them
Sellers.
have both of
Okay,
them
both.
have mentioned Tim Walz and mentioned, well, do we think that he'll be an answer? And they said it like to JD Vance and this kind of weirdo
Oh,
talk of bringing women back to Handmaid's Tale or whatever the hell they're saying. So both of them have expressed this, and it's giving me an idea that this is also to answer what we're saying, right?
No,
Can I
no,
can I
no,
Yeah.
hop in for just a second?
Capehart, thank you, Jonathan Capehart.
no.
Thank you, Jesus.
No.
John Capehart. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Christopher Clifford. Thank you.
Basically, as far as abortion, that kind of crap, that the Handmaid's Tale, the Black
Hmm.
Manosphere, or the Manosphere period doesn't give a shit about this, so it's not an
Hmm.
answer to us. Okay.
No,
It,
So
I'm. They're being exaggerated on purpose. But go ahead, better. Go ahead.
so I've said this before with
Hmm.
Kamala's campaign.
hmm
I feel that she's trying to strike
I
a
feel
balance
that.
of just the
We doing
right
that on purpose, yeah.
amount
You
Okay.
you ain't got
of
shit for you. You
accuracy.
ain't got shit for us. You better believe it. You better ain't nobody gonna say I think out here. No, go ahead, better you. Go ahead. Yep.
I feel she's trying to strike just the right balance of I want to give you just enough flowery language, but actual vapidness that you can kind of project whatever you think I am onto
She
me
doesn't.
and
She
my
doesn't.
campaign,
She
and
doesn't have
therefore I
anything.
am whatever you think I am.
No. Basically, okay. Okay. Everybody's been in school. If everybody's probably been to college. She's
Hmm.
the kid that didn't study. Okay. Okay.
Mm.
You're supposed to have
Hmm.
read this book. You
Hmm.
read this book and supposed to give me a report on it. And I didn't read the book. And I might have read the cliff notes a little bit, so I have to fill in the blanks. Okay. Okay, to get rid of
And
cliff notes, and she's reading. And most of the time, you look at her, and this is something that J.D. Vance actually pushed Dana Bash into. Said you didn't ask her shit when you interviewed her, but you're pressing me on rebutting me on everything,
Hmm.
right? So you're not doing the same thing to me that you do. So now Dana Bash, every time she speaks, they got to go fact check her, right? And what they notice is that okay, you've given the same answers for the last 6 weeks, and nothing has changed. Okay, all you're doing is copying and pasting. Every time you have an interview. And
So
when the NABJ actually pushed you for a particular answer when they were talking about Gaza, you started to fucking melt down. They had to back off and change the subject.
Let me read this. And Mr. Donnie Max says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Mr. Donnie Max says, I think it was on Daily Wrap Up Crew where the black woman said, I miss when black men would you used to protect, provide, and shut the hell up.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, that
yeah.
it was there. It was there. I use it all the time. If you check, I think I just used it this week too, like maybe 1 or 2 streams ago. Yeah, I use that link all the
And
time.
he
Yeah,
rebutted
yeah,
by
yeah, yeah, yeah,
saying,
because that was Papa's job, right? And even
Hmm.
Andrew Valdez used to say that. Well, Papa's job was to go to work for his 10, 12 hours, come
Yep.
in, okay. Mama would give him his plate and his pipe and his drink, and
Hmm.
Papa would sit in front of the TV or the radio in his chair and
Hmm.
wouldn't say a word
Yep.
until he had to fix something or solve something, right? So he
Yep.
protect, he provide, he shut the fuck up. Okay, he'd
Yep.
have no input into the family verbally.
Yep.
That was
And they want to.
Papa.
Yep.
Yeah.
They want to go back to those days
No,
of
they
that type
don't.
of.
No, they don't. But the thing is, they fucked that up because that's pre 1950s. Okay,
Yeah.
that's the
Mm-hmm.
1950s. Okay, that's the black 1950s black man. But but the thing is, that was a husband. That was a patriarchal, a simple
And quiet
patriarchal
as it.
contract marriage, right? Okay,
Mm-hmm. And quiet.
uh, that black women now will want a partner. I want him to talk. Okay, I want the emotional labor, but I want him to speak to you in my language. That's the problem. Okay.
I think you're still being a little too nice, BGS. It's not just speak to me in my language. It's say what I want to hear in my language. You see, like the slight difference
Um.
there, because like you, I agree with you in because I think that's how they would say it if you
mm,
were able to press them to actually admit it. But I don't think it's just speak to me in my language because I could disagree with you and speak to you in your language. Me and FD had this conversation. He actually had to say this on his channel. For those
Uh
of us just like you, we just okay. Me, you, pretty much the entire panel. We're mostly intelligent men. When you press black women and you're speaking in this tone right here, you don't give them no out. They can't say you use profanity. They can't say you're combative or aggressive or assertive, or not even assertive. And you
huh.
press them, guess what? They still they still fall back on the insults or the guilt. It's really
Nah.
guilt now, guilt and shame because you're speaking to them in their language.
Well,
You gave them no out.
it depends. It depends. I mean, I've been doing this so long, and I had daughters and shit like that. I've been doing this so long that
Mm-hmm.
they just get silent because
Yes,
I
I
did
agree.
it for
I agree.
you see me do it for 2 years. They're combative, and then okay, and after they calm down, okay, now we're gonna talk about the truth,
Mhm.
and they get silent.
Because you
Oh,
removed everything. You took away everything to that they would use as an out. Oh, you're yelling at me. Oh, I'm
yeah,
scared. Look,
yeah.
you take you
I
remove
take
all of the outs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I put all I would move on because I go down to the little girl. Okay, I see the little girl,
Mm-hmm.
the mask that you put on. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I think it was it might have been like a year ago, right? This chick was taught about how come she had a baby out of wedlock in college by her college boyfriend, okay, and she's 19, right? And how and this guy, the simp was actually protecting her, right? Okay, and once I got him out of the way, okay, and once I got him out of the way, I said, okay, man, I said, if you let me talk for about 5 minutes, we'll solve all this, okay, without you trying to protect her. Okay, because she doesn't
Mm-hmm.
need protecting. Okay, so she said she got pregnant at 19 and
Mm-hmm.
yada yada yada, and it was an accident. Well, okay, you said it was an accident, right? Okay, so at 19, that's the first time you ever had sex? No. Okay. So when you first have sex, I was 15. Okay.
Ooh.
Okay. With who? With your high school boyfriend. How long did y'all date? For about 2 years. Okay. Did you
Mm-hmm.
ever get pregnant? No.
Mm.
Okay. Okay. So you were more fertile at 15,
Mm-hmm.
or as fertile at 15, 16, 17, and you're getting pregnant with him. But you get to college at 19, all of a sudden you pop up pregnant. Why is that, baby? Okay.
Oopsie.
I said, so in other words, you're saying that that you knew about how sex worked when you were in high school, but when you got to college, it's supposed to be smarter. You didn't know how sex worked. She got quiet, and I said, okay, so what's the real reason you had this baby?
Mm.
And she got quiet. Now, if you can explain it to me, either you know, did you get into a car accident and lose some brain
Mhm.
cells? You were on drugs. What happened? What's the difference between you at 15 and you at 19? What's the difference?
I'll
She
give you a
got
prime
she
example,
got
BJ.
quiet. Go ahead.
when you were on Herbert's panel years ago, this had to be like 3, 4 years ago. The brother in Northern New York, and
Okay.
that one of the women that run in his circles.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Remember, yeah,
yeah,
remember, she was like, it all started when I was 15, and I was like, because you had boxed her in, and you pretty much walked her into where does this trauma start? Where does this mid eight
yeah.
ish trauma start?
Oh yeah,
And it
yeah.
didn't start. Remember, it didn't start in 20s. It didn't start in 30s.
Oh
It
yeah, I
didn't start from
remember.
a bad baby
Yeah,
daddy. She went
yeah,
back to 15 years
yeah,
old.
yeah,
And when she said that, I was like, I told everybody, number one, but number two, she only went there because you removed
yeah,
anything that she would have tried to use
yeah,
to try to obscure the
yeah,
conversation or
yeah.
to latch onto and to not actually have the real
Yeah,
conversation. So
yeah,
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 no,
yeah.
that's what you have to do.
And I tell my daughters this all the time, okay? Because I said raise 2 daughters. I said you're not stupid, okay? I don't believe in stupid women, okay? And I don't.
Mhm.
I believe in female agency. You have agency. You're not stupid, okay? Now
Yes,
mostly you can
yes.
do things for emotional reasons. I can accept that, okay? But the thing is, you're not going to tell me that you didn't know. Like my daughter
Hmm.
got pregnant, okay, and and she thought I was gonna get mad. I said, "Baby, you're 23 years old. Okay, you're not 17. If you're 17, I'd be upset. You're 23. You're in college, okay, and you decided to do this, okay, and one day you're gonna tell me why you decided to do. But at this point, you're grown up adult. You made an adult decision. Now you have to accept the responsibility, okay. And so what I'm not gonna allow you to do is to blame him, because I know what kind of daughter I raised. Okay, you're not gonna blame him. What you
Yeah,
ain't gonna
I
do.
tell I tell all my younger female cousins after 18, you should know
Yeah.
better. You should know better. If you sleep with a deadbeat, that's not my problem.
Who says he's a deadbeat?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
yeah, well, that's I don't want to take over Mr. Z's whole panel, but
Hmm.
um,
That's okay. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Go ahead, BGS.
okay, and this is something me and
Yes,
Rom.
Chris, go
This
ahead.
is something me and Rom talk about all the time. In fact, we just talked about it on Thursday, right? Okay. I'm trying to get men to understand, okay, that everything that you do has a value, okay?
Hmm.
If okay, you might not be paying in dollars and cents,
Right.
okay, but you're paying in emotional labor, you're paying in sex, emotional labor, all that kind of stuff is a cost, okay. So I get on guys that say I got 50 women that I mess around with and
Oh
I
boy,
bang and all kind of shit, and I call them
that's too much work.
concubines. They get mad, okay. And I
Yeah.
said, okay. So I was socialized by players and Max, okay? They told me after the third woman, you got to get a return on investment, okay? So if you got 50 women, the first two I'll give you, okay? That's your woman, your main woman, your wife, or even your side piece, your second chick, right? Okay, they provide you with something that you don't charge them for,
Tangible.
okay?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, you just yeah. The things after that, okay? Why are you laying pipe, giving orgasms, and giving emotional support and not getting anything back? Okay, because I
Sounds
because
right to me.
because I used to back when they were how it is back when you have the what do they call it, the payphones,
Yep.
okay, and the guy that's a Mac, the guy that got a bunch of women because he's always in the break area, he's always sitting next to the payphone, okay. If there's a payphone there, he's sitting next to it. Why? It's because he got to keep up with his 5 or 6 women, okay, throughout the day. And I noticed how much emotional labor that they had to put in. So I'm talking to these guys, okay, and they break it down exactly how they layer their women and depending on what order they sit in, what they actually do for them, right? So it's not free, okay? It's not free. And so the thing is, you have to put value on everything you do, because trust and believe, if a chick is banging 50 guys, she ain't doing it for free. Okay?
Hmm.
If she banging 3 guys, she ain't doing it for free. Okay? She might there's one guy that might get away with it for emotional labor that she ain't charging, but the rest of them guys, if they up in her and she's laying out niceness and pussy, okay, they getting charged for it, right? But you think because you're a man and you getting paid in pussy, okay? Really? That's just me. And people say, "BGS, you too harsh." But that's
And
real. That's where I was trained.
it's
Yeah.
real.
No, I know. I think because we've been socialized, especially as black men, that you you don't matter. You're hmm, you are expendable, and so you should be happy to at least get this. At least you getting this, right? At least you getting some sex, right? So like, yeah, like DMX said, I gave you, you gave me. True, but that's not how you see it or she see it.
Okay.
Both of y'all see it as you came up.
Oh, okay.
No pun
Well,
intended on that one.
the thing is, I had a whole bunch of women on a panel get mad at me because it was a woman's show and they were getting pissed. Cause I know they're getting pissed about shit that I said. Okay. White men, Asian men are not expected to give their women orgasms. In fact, white women and Asian women and Latino women always tell you the stats are that most women don't get orgasms for their men. Okay, the
Hmm.
stats are that's first it's in the books, right? Okay, the only women that expect their men to give them orgasms are who? Black women. Okay,
Hmm.
you're expected to perform. Okay, you're expected to perform. You're expected to give them pleasure in the bedroom. Okay, that's their expectation of you. You've been taught that since you were a little boy. And trust and believe, if you don't do it, they're going to get mad at you. Okay, and
Hmm.
there's going to be a penalty to pay. Okay.
We just saw that off on Breakfast Club when Leslie Big Les was on there,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, and that's typical. Okay, that's
Yeah, yeah,
typical.
yeah.
And so the thing is that we have been socialized to perform and provide a service. Okay, when I
Mhm.
played the video about that white chick, right? Okay,
Yes.
black men give the best compliments. Okay,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember that.
remember that. In other words, a black man can take something that you don't like about yourself and make you love it. Okay,
Yeah.
that's extreme emotional labor. Okay. And
Hmm.
what she said about the white guy, the best I get from the white guy, I do everything I can to get dressed up. And he said, "Oh, you look nice." He's the worst hype man, okay? In other words, we do all this labor, all this work, and still, that's what pissed me off, man, about dating. That's how come I'm probably a monk now. It's because I got tired of that shit, man. I'm expected to
No
pay,
labor.
take you out, entertain you, give you orgasms, and make you
You
feel
still
good,
complaining.
right? And I don't get shit back from it, and you still
Hmm.
fucking complain, okay? I got
Hmm.
Yeah.
tired of that shit, okay? I got tired of it because I just did it with my
Women assume BGI when Leisure Miller said it, Leisure Miller, whatever.
yeah.
Um, Leisure Miller. So she said it. We've heard this before, which is men have to now that women make their own money and they don't need men. Men have to be likable now. Men have to develop personalities. They assume that they're far more interesting than they actually are.
And they're
I don't
not.
know where all these kick-ass women that are into geopolitics and into history and like cars and play video games and but no, just, I don't know where know stuff about space and astronomy and astrology. Like, well, astrology, yeah, they know. But astronomy, I don't know where all these women are. They assume they're far more interesting than they actually are.
And that-
Hmm.
and when the price was low and
Mhm.
women were more acceptable and pleasant, men didn't mind dating them, right? But
Right.
now they would expect
They're
all this
they're un,
kind of stuff. They want
they're
all this
unfair.
kind of money, and then you spend $200 to look across at a woman looking at a fucking phone, right? You get pissed. I'm not doing this shit no more,
Or you're
right?
Yeah.
looking at another version of MDK. Ugh.
Yeah.
Well, if okay, Ebony K. Okay, well you talk about class then.
Yeah.
Ebony K knows what her role is. She actually said it. My role is for a man, elite man, to be on his arm to be the best looking woman in the place. That's my
Okay.
role. Okay, and she knows, and I agreed with her. Okay,
Hmm. Hmm.
and she did it until she couldn't do it
You
anymore.
pretty
Okay,
enough, yeah. Mhm.
no, that's what she's a she's a pageant girl, right? Okay, she
Right.
was
Okay.
She
Miss North.
didn't want to just be a mouth anymore. I mean, not face anymore. I said mouth, but she didn't want to be a face anymore. She wanted people to actually hear her thoughts. She wanted actually people. There's a pun in there somewhere. She actually wanted people to see her for more than just the looks. The problem with Ebony K. Williams is nobody really cares anymore.
The
Not the
thing is,
people that were around her anyway.
the thing is, her personality is, she has a very abrasive personality. Okay,
Grading.
it's
You were
grating.
nice
Okay,
with you were nice with the abrasive. It's even
yeah,
worse.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
In other words, okay, yes, you're pretty, yes, you're intelligent, you're smart, but the thing is, you have a shitty personality. Okay, And then most people are too afraid of getting attacked by her to say that. Now, because I will tell you, baby, you got a shitty personality, and you know that. Okay,
You
you're hard
know,
to get
I'm
along
gonna
with.
use this wrestling analogy. I was listening to Jim Cornette one day, and he was talking about Sonny Tammy Sitch, and
Who's
he
the who?
uh, uh,
It
this
don't matter. It don't matter.
blonde wrestler, but
Yeah,
this analogy fits MBK.
yeah,
He told this female wrestler, "You're a cunt.
yeah,
You're a cunt.
yeah.
You're a bitch.
You're
You're
a
a cunt.
cunt.
You're a
Yeah,
cunt."
yeah. And
And
and,
you're you know, you get people
and,
can work with you, but you know you're a cunt.
and what is wrong with MDK Williams and her ilk? You cheap to pay for a guy. Okay.
That's true.
You're you an because I asked mean women that are abrasive. Okay,
How do you
how do you
keep the
keep a
guy?
man right? And
They
now
pay.
I pay just like Oprah. Oprah, why do you think Oprah has to pay?
Yeah, yeah,
Because
but
she's
that's
Remind me, I got to go over that. Oh, I got to go over that.
And what? Oh,
Like,
I remember Lucille Ball and when she married
Ricky Ricardo or Ricky.
yeah, yeah, I forget his name, right? Okay, she had to pay,
she
okay,
did, and she was
because
an
I'm
asshole to
listening. I
him.
hear
She
you.
was really mean to him.
she was a bitch, okay,
Yeah, she
she was mean
was.
to him, yeah.
I didn't know Lucille Ball was a cunt till
Oh yeah, yeah.
yeah.
That wasn't even her real voice.
It's in the bio, especially
Yeah.
her friend that played Ethel talked about her. Okay, she was a
Okay,
bitch. Okay,
Mhm.
okay.
She was a good
And if
business
you
woman.
consider if you consider this, it makes sense because remember she we're looking at a different era. Being Puerto Rican, being Latino, then you might as
yeah.
well
Oh,
be
he's Cuban. Yeah,
yeah,
he's Cuban.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, he was Cuban. Okay,
Oh, he's Cuban.
being
Okay.
Cuban then being
hmm
like that was akin to like
yeah,
uh,
yeah.
like how do I explain that? It was borderline being with a black dude. Like she
Yeah,
had to pay.
Between being a
she had to pay. She had to
Yeah,
pay, and she had to marry him is because
yeah.
if she was too
Because them white dudes
abrasive to
wasn't
be
gonna deal
white.
with
They
that.
wasn't gonna
Yeah,
deal with that.
exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, makes sense.
that's why. That's why
Did
in
he
this
divorce her?
she divorced him. Yeah.
Uh, wow.
Because he's Latino, he was good looking, he was famous, and he was screwing people, right? And basically, and she damn near killed him a couple times. So
Ooh, okay.
Well, she got
yeah,
a baby that she wanted from him. Crazy bitch boss.
she paying for AL. Okay, okay, can we talk Texan to Texan, man? Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay, but before we do, I just got to ask you one quick question. What's the name of this boy we talking about? And then I'll be
Hey,
motivated to have a second talk with you.
Lucille Ball,
Oh, we
Lucy.
talking about Lucy and Desi. Oh yeah, I'm ready for this one because yeah, she was one little kick ass crazy bitch that drove him nuts, but he loved her dearly. But yeah, she was funny as fuck, but she was crazy,
She
crazy
was
than all.
crazy. She's crazy and had a lot of money. Okay,
Man, I live.
even her kids say the same thing. But the
If
thing
she
is,
didn't have that paper, Desi would have been gone a long time ago.
uh,
A
but but
long,
but
that's just my opinion.
Texan to Texan, man, nigga to nigga, right? Okay, if a bitch pays for you and you fuck around, she's liable to kill you. Okay.
Yep.
Facts. That's
Wait,
facts.
real quick, Ale. Thin line between love and hate. Anyone?
Nigga.
I mean,
I learned a lot from that movie.
yeah. The thing is, if a woman's willing to denigrate herself, because in women's eyes, to pay for a man is to denigrate herself, right? If she's willing to
Exactly.
denigrate herself for you, okay, come out of her pocket for you, okay,
Mm-hmm.
then a certain kind of performance she expects from you, okay.
Oh
And
yeah.
and you can there's things that you can get away with, blah blah blah. But the thing is, you cheat on her, especially if it's in public. Okay, she's liable to kill you. Okay,
Yeah.
because that's something that she cannot accept. So that's why he damn near killed him. Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Trick Daddy has a song, and it literally starts off with "Bitch, I'll kill you." So it literally, I mean, that's literally the first words on this. This is literally the first words in the song. It's called
Yeah.
About Mine. Go ahead, yo.
And
Correct.
my thing is, you ain't my woman. That's my thing. Okay.
Oh, okay, Mr. Z, I want to ask BGS and everybody on the panel this. I'm gonna make
Uh huh.
this statement, and I want to know how accurate it is. Starting with you, boss, and everybody else. Black women want black men's power. They want white. Black women want. They want men's power. They want They want women's. They want women's. What did I say earlier on here? Z, I said it. They want women. They want. They want. They want black man's power. They want women's. Feminine. All the feminine powers that come with it, and then they want children's
The accountability
accountability.
of children. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
we've made this statement before. This statement we've said this multiple times,
But
right?
okay,
And so
I'm asking
nowhere.
y'all. I'm asking y'all, how accurate is it? Is this pinpoint
Okay,
accurate?
okay. Really, what black women really want, okay? Black women hate the mirror. That's what they hate.
Oh yeah, yes.
In other words, they want to believe everything that they do is right, okay? And
Pretty much, yeah.
so accountability, um, and
It's in a 5-year-old childlike state.
no, it's not.
That's what it is.
It's like a con man, okay? They want to switch gears. They're not a kid, okay? The thing is,
Oh, more
they
like a chameleon, huh?
they
More like a chameleon.
more like a thief. They want to deflect the blame, okay? They don't
Okay.
pretend like they don't know. They redirect it back onto you,
Mm-hmm.
okay? It's like a thief. In other words, my hands are clean. Okay, I didn't do it. You made me do it, or I didn't do it. It's because of you,
Not me.
not me. Yeah, yeah. Yes, you. Okay, number two
My
stole the cookie from the
word,
cookie
sir.
jar. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You
These
blaming me?
accusations are
You,
baseless.
you blaming me?
Don't
Yes,
believe your
you.
lying eyes.
Pretty
You
much.
know how you know what her response gonna be, BJ. It
uh,
couldn't be me. Well, if it could be me, then who? Still you, bitch. It's
no,
still
no, no, no,
always
no.
me.
The thing is, you blaming me? Yes, you. Couldn't be. Then who? Number two stole the cookie from the cookie jar, and that's them. That's why they sing it. Is because they blame Jermaine. Okay,
It's
it
always
has to
Jermaine's
be
fault.
Jermaine. It's always
Yeah.
Jermaine. That's why I play. That's why I play that shit, man. Because I want
Yeah.
guys to get insulated from it. So I hear it everywhere now. Okay, all right. It's Jermaine's fault. I get it.
But
I get it.
BGS, if I could say it, and I think Sarge really Pete really struggled with this for the longest. He didn't want to accept it. When you finally, and I'm glad Cynthia G said it one day, and it's been a couple of sisters that say it. When you finally, especially I'm talking about black women in particular, and I'm really talking about black women in the West. When you start pressing them for real, you know where they go to, BGS?
What?
Slavery.
Yeah.
Because
Okay.
you owe
That's
me,
their go-to.
you owe me because because we went through slavery. You owe me for the rest of your life. All black men owe black women because of slavery.
Bitch, we don't owe you a
You
damn
lost.
That's
thing.
it.
Wait,
We
wait,
run
wait,
over
wait,
your
wait, wait,
skirt.
wait.
Oh, let him finish. Let him finish.
You lost the race war, and I have to be next to this white bitch who's the fucking beauty standard, and fuck you forever because I'm gonna be next to this bitch. Right? That's really what they be on.
Guess what? If you can
Hmm?
never get out of debt, guess what you should do? Right? File for bankruptcy.
Yeah,
That's what black men are
indeed.
doing.
But the funny thing is though, once
Hmm.
you tell them once you tell them the truth of slavery, like, do you realize y'all bitches were the last ones to come over here? They like what? And you
Right?
pulled the
Yeah,
receipt.
yeah, yeah. But they
Thailand,
don't believe
and
it.
they
I've
One
said it. They
time,
don't
one
believe
time,
it.
one time,
They
one
don't
time.
believe it.
Well,
They
they
think
are
we're
really
lying.
of
they
course
will,
they don't. Of course they don't believe it. They don't want
Hmm.
to believe it.
Yeah.
They either
and they
don't
will
believe it or they try to deflect.
They want to believe that they had these kids and they carried these black no good men and threw slavery on their back. That's what they want to believe.
Oh, hey,
Wait, wait,
BGS,
wait, wait, wait,
I
wait,
still
wait, wait,
live.
wait,
I'm
wait,
One
wait,
sorry.
time,
wait,
one
wait,
time,
wait,
one
wait,
time,
wait,
one
wait,
time, y'all.
everyone.
One time,
Wait a
one
minute.
time, y'all.
Wait a minute, everybody. BGS, say that again to me, please, because
Let
that's
me
you're right. Play that again.
let me ask you this, Mr. Z. Now, when I was
Hmm.
listening to you guys, man, y'all were going
Hmm.
back and forth, and it was all
Hmm.
everybody taking turns, nobody talking
Hmm.
to each other. Why when I get on a panel, everybody want to jump in?
Because
What's
you're
up,
here.
man? Oh,
Because you're.
okay, all
But
right, all right.
I really I want you to say what you just said again because you're right, and I think people need to hear. They feel like they put you on their back during slavery,
Yes,
and you owe
yeah.
them. Yep,
Yeah,
yep.
and you owe them because they carried you and they carried the family through slavery and Jim Crow and
Because
good
white man
Negroes
put you in
didn't do
charge.
anything and you let the white man punk you and all this kind of stuff. So
Sound like
guess
Ryan
what?
Clark.
So
my
you
response to
so
that is the devil is a lie. The
so
devil is
the thing and they believe that you owe them to vanquish the white man and put them in their rightful place, either next to you or convince the white man to take them. okay, and put them where they believe they should be, because they believe their rightful place is second in command to whatever man is in charge, okay.
Yes.
And since you can't do it, we need to throw you under the bus so that the white man will
Literally.
sorry for us
Literally.
and take us, right? Because
Yep.
even what did Cheyenne Bryan said? What's the order, right? Okay,
And
white man, black woman,
black women, black man,
black
white
man, and
woman.
white woman, and those they want to swap places. We want to give you the white woman you because that's what what's her name said? Ain't out the chick ain't on woman. What's her that wrote the book?
Bell Hooks.
No,
Oh,
no,
Sojourner Truth.
Bell
Bell
Hooks.
Hooks. When she wrote the book.
Bell
Okay, yeah.
Hooks said that women take on the status of their husband.
Their man.
Okay,
Yeah.
of their no, not their man, but their husband. Okay.
Mhm.
That's why marriage is important to them, right? They take on the status of their husband, and they said, and say so did Paulie Murray said the racism is because the white men would not take on their concubine, which is black women, as their wives. Okay, that's what that's the reason for racism. Okay. Which is why
And
they thought if they could get rid of Loving versus Virginia and
mhm.
white women could actually get
Take away
with
the
black
legal
men,
barrier.
the legal barrier, and white women could actually get with black men openly. Okay, that would free up white men to get with them. Guess what didn't happen?
That backfired.
Asian women started getting here in the 70s and said, "I got something for you, that ass."
No, in other words, okay, no, I said you thought that you were second in command, and the only thing holding you up from me getting with you because I was listening to this chick in South Africa. White men adore our bodies and love our beauty and shit like that, blah blah. And I said, and this is a chick in South Africa. I said, God damn, I said it doesn't stop. Okay, it doesn't stop. The man at the top, love. Think we're the most beautiful thing on the planet. If we get rid of this white woman that's in the way, they'll realize how beautiful we are and accept us.
The white man is some strong brainwashing shit.
And that's what they believe. And see, if we can kind of push this white woman aside and get rid of this Negro, we can be with the man that we deserve to be with, and get the status that we think we deserve.
I
And
always laugh. I'm
go ahead,
sorry.
go ahead.
I was gonna say I always laugh because they think that then a white man tells them what they really think. Because somebody mentioned this yesterday, the whole shits and gigs with those people, Andrew Schultz.
Oh yeah,
They're talking
about the black wife effect, and he laughed at it.
yeah, but I'm like, women are upset, but like he's a white man. He knows about the black wife effect.
But guess who they blaming Andrew Schultz on? Are they blaming Andrew Schultz?
The two UK British niggas.
And they're the UK, but the thing is, guess whose fault it is? Okay, it's
Jermaine's
fault. It's Jermaine's fault. Okay.
Hold on, BGS. You need to educate us. Some of us are just catching up. What is this black wife effect that they're talking about? Educate me, please.
Okay, the black wife effect is this. I think it's last 6 months or so, Mr. Z.
It's really like the last 2-3 months, really. The last 3 months, and it's pretty much based off of the idea that black women, when they get with non-black men in particular, so what they show is like before and after pictures. So the white dude in college, and he's kind of scruffy, and he kind of got the weirdo white boy cargo shorts and the fucking camo hat and whatever, and then he starts dating a black girl, and she pretty much turns him into John B.
Yeah, in other words, basically, the only thing wrong with white men is they don't have swag, right? So the black wife effect is once they get with a black woman, she gives them swag.
Exactly.
So she give him a haircut, she changes his clothes, she changes his beard, and then they put the picture up like all of a sudden he's got swag now.
Also, that's new because the true original version was that these white dudes would hang around a whole bunch of black dudes and get the style from them.
No. Basically, that's why they called it the black wife effect. So there's before and after pictures. In other words, you see him, he's wearing his white boy clothes and has his white boy haircut, and all of a sudden, when she gets with a black woman, she glows him up. So
I know that.
Yeah.
But also, when I grew up. That you would see what happened first. If like white guys, we knew that like black girls, They will come to us and ask us for
Yeah,
game.
but that's game. What I'm talking about, this is their flex.
When
The
they
how
Yeah,
actually,
yeah, I get that.
when they actually get a white guy
hmm
and they transform him into something that's attractive. That's what they say. That's the black
hmm
wife effect, according to them. Okay.
and low key, it was really advertising.
Yeah, it was.
It
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
advertising to the white boys. It was like,
Yeah.
look what I could do for you. Look what
Yeah.
we could
Basically,
make things happen, and
things
them white
happen.
guys ain't hearing it.
Yeah.
The
And,
average white dude ain't hearing it.
and that's what.
And just go.
And Andrew shows threw it back in their face,
hmm
and they got upset
Yeah.
at him, but they couldn't take it out on him. They took it out on who? On
Yeah,
Jermaine,
on
right?
the on the two brothers.
Why?
And mind you,
Why?
these
Why
brothers are
y'all?
from the UK too.
Why y'all let him say that about us?
hmm
Okay, yeah, and
Oh
What,
y'all
no, no.
laughed
what
at
did
What
it
he
I
say?
want. What
I didn't.
I hear what
one
you
time.
saying, BGS. He threw it back at him. No, what I want to know is what was his fucking rebuttal? What was
Rebuttal
his
for what?
rebuttal to the throwback? What
Oh,
was his
okay.
rebuttal?
In other words, the reason that that they get the glow up and get the haircut is one, their hair is thinning. Okay, number one, and
Mhm.
number two, they grow the beard because they're gonna they could get
They're gonna
smacked by
get
the black
slapped.
woman. Yeah,
hmm
Yeah, the cushion.
Yeah.
yeah, which is a
So
joke.
so
Yeah, but they took it kind of hard. Yeah,
Yeah, so in other words, what BGS has said, Andrew Schultz was the one joking on them because the only thing the brother, but they did get on the brothers for those two UK brothers for pretty
yeah,
much saying like they went to Atlanta and Atlanta was clapped out. They didn't see nothing in Atlanta that was cute or nothing, and we
okay,
already know what they
Mhm.
mean. Now, if I recall, I don't think they ever said black. But it didn't matter because
No, they
everybody know what
didn't.
the hell they mean, right? So
yeah,
they pretty much said they went to Atlanta and there was like no attractive women. And so you heard the two sisters, they trying to cop please like, I'm not even from Atlanta. I'm from Texas, so I'm from
I'm
such
from
and such,
Texas.
right? So the sisters are using that and their interview with Schultz to pretty much emphasize that. And so many black women really rocked with them. I didn't really realize this, but so many black
They
women
were the
rocked with them,
anti-oppression thing.
right? So yeah, exactly. Though the anti, but here's the issue. As BGS said, they couldn't really go off on Schultz. So, and this is what black women are on. Black women are perfectly okay with being in spaces where they make fun of you in front of white women make fun of you, Latinas make fun of
Mm-hmm.
you, they make fun of you with the Latinas. They're okay because once again, I'm on the moral high ground. Once again, and this is where intersectionality informs them. I'm the put upon one. So I need defending. We really got to deal with this concept of punching up. I'm punching up when I talk crazy about you. When I make fun of you, when I insult you, I'm punching up. It doesn't really hurt you, right? But you, on the other hand, you're such a loser that you punch down on me instead of punching across to other black men. Your job as a black man is to do what FD is doing and what foreign man in a foreign land is doing. You're supposed to regulate and insult other black men and other non-black people, right? You're not supposed to laugh at my expense. You're definitely not supposed to be quiet when somebody quote unquote insults me or makes
Hey,
fun of me.
Mr. C,
You're always supposed to fight my battles for me because that's how you show you're a quote unquote ally.
Mr. C,
Charlamagne's getting some.
stop talking about Dr. Michael Eric Dyson like that.
No, serious though. And let me
Damn,
read this real
Mr. C,
quick,
you
y'all.
know how oxymoronic that whole thing sounds when you just
Yeah. No,
really
I
listen
know,
to
but
it?
it don't gotta make sense. Not to us. It just gotta make sense to them.
Fuck that.
Yeah. By the way, I agree with that, but let me read this real quick. And Leon says, and thank you for the super chat. Performance. When I was 15, my mother showed me how to unsnap and her bra after asking, think about how that gave women a different experience when I did. So would you
okay,
say like
See,
think about you being able to do that when other
yeah,
brothers couldn't? Is that the
yeah.
question?
Yeah, I had a yeah.
That's how,
I learned that at 15.
yeah. Train tracks, right? But go ahead. I
When a
think
girl
Dougie
had
was trying to say something.
taught me how to unsnap a bra.
Yeah.
Cool, but you learned it on your own, BGS?
No, 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 no.
Like
It
no
was
No,
boy,
he's talking about Leon's comment.
the Leon's talking about his mother taught him how to unsnap a bra. Okay, well,
but
you know,
that's crazy to me within itself because like, I was raised by my grandparents. Never one, and I had an egg donor, mind y'all. But look, never not once did Bertha B. Evans say,
Corky, come in here and unbud my bra for me.
No, no,
I'm
no,
not
no,
my
no,
grandfather
no.
will. He said I'm
No,
a
no, he was. She was teaching him the techniques of how to please a woman. Okay, and that's one thing. How do you unsnap a bra? Okay, and most guys don't know how to do it. The thing is, you pinch. Basically,
Yeah.
you
This
don't. You don't.
what he
You
into
pinch
too.
it closer, and then it comes, and you pinch the straps
Index
closer in,
finger
Yeah.
and
and then you
thumb.
go
All you need is
leverage
an
them and
index finger
unstrap.
and a
Yeah, yeah.
thumb.
No, no, no.
But yeah,
Depends on how depends on whether she's a three
on which one
strapper
it
or a
is or
four
not.
strapper.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah. That's
yeah.
true.
Yeah.
You get a
That's true.
five, she got to do it herself. Okay, when it gets
Yeah,
to
right.
five. Okay,
You
okay.
talking about them double D's and trick. You talking about them Texas
And
titties.
I'm talking about Texas titties when they get to five strappers. But the thing is, yeah, if they go beyond four, okay, you on your own, baby. But the thing,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. But the thing is, I learned from a big titty chick in Louisiana how to unstrap a bra. She taught me how to do it. Yeah.
What was her name? Big Titty Becky.
No.
We don't kiss and tell.
No. Basically, the names are changed to protect the innocent. Okay.
Hmm.
Keep up
The
the
names
good
have been
work,
made
sir.
up, but the problems are real.
Yeah. Yeah. But
The
Yeah,
that's how I
scenarios are
but
real.
learned.
Excuse me.
So.
yeah. So I'm, going back to what we're talking about. So they don't. What we're talking about is really, and I agree with BGS so much on this. These people don't really care about what's going on bigger than what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't really care about
They
anything bigger than so. But there's a consequence to that, though.
they're civilians, man.
Yeah.
That's not their job to care. The thing is when your elites and the people above them, the managers, basically kowtow to this kind of fucking behavior. They're supposed to control
Yeah.
this behavior, and they don't, and that's the problem. You see, and these chicks are spazzing out. Ain't you gonna do something? Okay. They try that shit. They try that shit in China. They try this shit someplace else, man. They immediately put them back into place. You see what's going on
Yep.
in China with the
Yep.
divorce rates, man. The men and the men in the country ain't having this shit. Okay,
Yeah, and it didn't take them 3 and 4 and 5 generations either.
no. It
Yep.
took them a few years. Okay. Oh,
Right.
when Dr. Marifa said they tried to implement some of these left leaning
In Kenya, he said.
progressive laws in Kenya,
Hmm.
and that shit going off the rails. They hurry up and got back in court and ended all that shit. Okay. Oh hell no, you bitches don't know how to act. Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Chinese
For
men
me,
don't play. They
They
hold
don't.
their women close to them. Like, what are you doing? No, I need to have all eyes on you, and you better be working in my store when I'm not around. They
In,
don't play.
in other words, and the Chinese man, I said, I'd rather live alone for the rest of my life than put up with your bullshit. Okay.
And they
Now,
mean it.
Exactly.
y'all BS, give these fellas up in here the Lou Rawls quote, the musical quote. What was
Oh,
that?
okay. I'd rather drink muddy water and sleep in a hollow log.
Oh
Okay.
no.
Mhm.
especially after, if you all remember, like, was it back in like 2017, 2016, 2017? You had that popular song in China by those women saying, no car, no
No, no,
house,
yeah,
no
yeah,
finance.
yeah. On finance, okay,
Oh, so that's there. No, ain't nothing but going on but the rent. Okay, that's the
yeah,
verse you
yeah,
said.
yeah. They
Yeah.
started singing
Okay.
that shit. They got
Yeah.
brand new, and the Chinese guy said ha ha ha, and then all of a sudden, guess what? Okay, no marriage either. Okay,
Yep.
uh,
Southeast Asian women don't play.
in other words, they showed a picture of Cameron Samuels holding a dog. Okay,
Hmm. Hey, you
this
know,
is for you.
what's beautiful about like these other places that are having this issue? The women don't have the fine art of BS the way black women in America do. So like they're actually giving up the ghost. They're actually being like, wait a minute, they're doing passport. They're getting, yeah, my standard is super dumb, retarded high, but these men are
Yeah.
actually going overseas and
Eh.
getting women. They're
Well,
going out of the country
I,
getting women.
I, yeah, I actually got to write an article for Medium because I've been going back and forth with a couple of these dumbass chicks on Medium. Okay,
Hmm.
talking about passport
Keyword
bros.
dumbass.
Yeah, and basically they're telling me about passport bros. I said, bitch, I said I know the guy that actually coined the term. Okay, okay,
Can't say, but
it's a black male movement. Okay, and well, it's only incels that are passport bros. It's just bullshit. Okay. Okay, and
That's
I
them
said
projecting their dumb shit.
I told a white woman, I said that's what happens when you white people try to adopt a black movement and make it your own. Okay,
Hmm.
Yeah.
it gets all out of whack. So I got to do an
Straight up.
article on Medium because they don't believe that I know all this shit. Okay,
It's like somebody bringing some potato salad and they got raisins in it. What the fuck you thinking? They're trying to bring
Yeah.
meat with no seasoning at a bar at a cookout. God damn it.
Yeah.
It, you know, going back to what we were saying earlier,
Go ahead.
the I'm no, I'm glad that we're here with the left. They have to address this, but the framing once again is this idea that it's not money, it's not education, it's not it's the character flaw in the men, right?
Well,
The men don't want to come over to
Uh,
progress. And the lady actually used partner. That's why I want you to review it,
yeah.
BJS. But she just had all, she used all the trigger words. She says partner. She speaks about, like, and she brings up how Ronald Reagan, and she speaks about the no fault divorce, but the no fault divorce was a play that the conservatives thought was going to work and make women want to get married more,
No, no,
right?
no,
If
no,
we,
no,
yeah, so
no.
that's how she framed it.
Basically, no fault divorce
Mm,
was a play on because the marriage rate was already high. Okay,
mm,
marriage rate was already high. But thing is, uh, no fault divorce, no fault divorce, abortion, which is Title 10 and Title 9,
mm,
was all designed to take power away from the boomer men.
mm.
That's what it's designed for. Okay, all these things came within succession between 1969 and 1973. Okay, over that 4 years, because that was right after the the Democratic Convention. Remember the Democratic Convention with the riots, the anti-draft riots and shit like that.
Yes.
And then the Martin Luther King riots that happened all over the country. Okay,
After in '68, yeah.
in '68, right? Okay, in '69, no fault divorce. In 1970, Title 10, which is Planned Parenthood and abortion, right? And then 1972, 71, 72 was Title 9, right? Okay, one, two, three, four. Why? To take the power out of boomer men's hands, because if you look study quickly, okay, a B surge in population means that you have uh, women that have babies, but also you have what are called arms bearing men. Okay,
Yeah.
arms bearing men will overturn whatever social order that you have if you can't control them. So what they did was take the power out of the arms bearing men and give it to the women. Okay, we rather you guys have it than these guys have it. So they defanged all the men by giving them the women the jobs and giving the power to divorce and breaking up the fucking family, right? So now you have no control over your family or your finances, stuff like that, because you gave all this shit to the women, right? They took all your power and gave it to the women because of that. Okay. So the thing is, once you do it, this is going to be your fallout. So all this partner shit, all this kind of bullshit that she talked about. In other words, that's why you don't listen to lefties, especially. The thing is, one thing, a good thing about educated leftists, they sound like they know what
White
the fuck they're
women.
talking about. Black, you ain't you ain't heard. Listen to a black female lefty. They're even worse than white women. Okay.
Oh God.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know about that one, BGS. I don't know.
I
That's a
you
I don't
you
know.
know basically you
Not
listen to
lying.
you listening to it Ebony K. Williams, you listen to Angela Rye. She's worse than a white woman. Okay, when she's
Hmm.
It
speaking.
make me
Okay,
Now,
want, it
I'll give
make
you
me
a
want
prime.
to
I'll give
vomit
you a
when I
prime.
hear it.
one time. I can't.
I'll give you a prime example. Just look at the testimonies of when they're asking these heifers about, what's the female. Listen to the black woman. BGS ain't lying.
Yeah, they're worse. Okay, but they're worse. Okay, but the thing is, the one thing that Becky has, and Jill Stein showed you that, right, with Angela Rye. Okay, they got white women privilege because she put that finger up. Okay, and Angela Rye had to respect that shit because, okay, that's a white
Hmm.
woman. Okay.
Hold up, bitch, you ain't on my level.
Basically, I don't know.
And put her in her place.
That finger was, I don't know who the fuck you think you talking to. Okay, but
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna be quiet right now and let me speak. And she shut
Say
the
it
fuck
I'm
up and
again.
let her speak.
Batman. You
Okay.
Robin.
You a black man. I don't think they heard you. What did
Yeah.
she do to Angela Rock? She
She.
kicked her.
Yeah. Basically, she didn't say it, but the thing is, the white thing. I actually pointed out the white thing she held up to Angela Rye when she tried to interrupt. Okay, that's white
Hmm.
woman speak. Okay, I'm speaking. Okay.
Excuse me.
She,
Excuse
because
me.
she wouldn't accept it from the black man, did she? She jumped all over
Oh
him.
no. That nigga was respectful. I couldn't do it. No,
and they laughed at him, but that
I'm
white woman,
cold.
she sat over there like a spoiled child, man. I was pissed. Okay, that's why she
Oh,
was.
arms
Anyway,
cold, in defense mode,
yeah, yeah,
bottom lip out,
yep,
just upset.
yeah, upset. Yeah. Anyway, where were you?
Give him some lettuce
but,
and tomato. She'll be all right.
No, no, we just
but,
the leftist talking about relationships sounds insane to me.
it's because okay. What happens when your theory does not work? Feynman says it doesn't matter how good your theory is. It doesn't matter how good your numbers are, your math is. If it doesn't actually agree with the experiment, it's a failure. The experiment is what it is.
I beg to
Okay.
differ, BGS. I beg to differ.
No, you can beg all you want.
It's not. No, no. I'm joking with you. I'm joking with you.
Okay.
It's not working because y'all not doing it the right way.
Okay. 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 Well then, bitch, you correct it then. Okay.
That's no. I mean, like for real. No,
Oh
that's what
no,
they're
they
telling us.
call
They're
it
telling us the
Okay.
issue with marriage now. The issue with marriage now is that we don't want to play. And she said, partner, you don't want to be partner. Y'all want to go back to
No.
some 1960s,
Okay.
1950s.
Okay. Is we don't want to be partners. Okay. Because we're
Yeah, we
not
don't.
getting shit. So
They know.
so yes,
They
yeah,
know.
so we're not getting shit. So y'all don't want to be partners. No, we don't.
To
Now
quote a
what?
certain red bone, to quote a
The
certain red
problem
bone on
is
our behalf.
Go ahead. Who's
To
somebody? The problem is
Go
what?
ahead and let. So yeah, go ahead, better you.
the problem is, see, you guys don't have any personality or swag or game or anything. You aren't great
Okay.
people. You just aren't great people. You know,
Okay. Okay.
why would we?
Oh, the thing is, and what guys are saying, that's like guys, the guys between 18 and 30 said you don't have to.
Oh yeah.
Say that.
I can do bad all by myself.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Okay, baby, go do bad. Okay.
yeah, go on, baby,
I'm
go about your
29.
business.
I'm 29, and I echo those sentiments. You don't
Yeah.
have to do all that.
You don't have to.
Congrats,
Okay.
baby.
I approve this message. Go
I
ahead.
am not. I'm not spending money on you. I'm not entertaining you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not doing emotional labor for you. Go do you. Okay. Go be happy. Go be by yourself. I'm not
And
even approaching you on the fucking street anymore. Okay.
Excuse me, Z.
their fear is not their fear is us, but their fear is really that like this message, exactly what BGS just said, spreading. That's their fear.
Like,
Their fear is that more and more young men say, you know what? Why should I give her that experience? Why
You.
should we go here?
eh,
Why should I spend that? Why?
Yeah, the thing is they're missed. The thing is they're using the insult word, which is incel, right? They're not incels. They're MGTOW, what we call MGTOWs back in the day, right? Okay,
Yeah.
back in 2010, 2011, right? Men going their own way. There was a very small percentage of these men, because I was one of them,
Tiny.
right? Tiny
Yeah, I
percentage,
remember
right?
that.
And I said, this is a protest movement that will grow. Oh, we have to not go mainstream because they're going to attack us. I told these you white motherfuckers, stop being cowards, okay? Hold your nuts, okay? It's going to spread. And now what you have 15, 10, 12 years later is a whole 60% MGTOWs, okay? Fuck you, okay? We can't get what we want. We're going to go this direction. Go someplace. Passport bros, whatever. Or hold our own nuts, okay? Don't matter, okay? We're not kowtowing to you. That's what's happening right now.
Before I say what I want to say, Alexa, can you please play "Separated" by Usher, followed by "Fuck You" by CeeLo Green, and then followed by "Walking Away" by Craig David. Thank you very much. Anyway, oh come on! I mean, the worst fear, and I remember this was mentioned on Black Phillip, was the worst fear women have of men is not that we hate them or anything, is that we're indifferent to them. We just stop caring. Walk the fuck away. Take the fucking L. And or to quote, or as far as young men go, to quote a certain red bone down in Texas, bitch, what's the incentive?
Train tracks. Yeah, look.
Yeah.
Oh, that
I'm
reminds
so
me,
glad she
Z.
said it. I'm so glad she said it. Go ahead.
What's the
Z, I
incentive
just got
for? What's the incentive for her to get married? Is that what she's saying?
What's that? So Yanni's making pretty okay YouTube money. So
Okay.
her thing was, and remember, she's putting on her makeup. She's like, I get attention. I get attention from men when I go to clubs, and you gotta deal the whole setup, right? So she's talking to her girls, right? How they say the girl, I can't even pronounce it the way they say it. So she's putting on her makeup. And she's like, I get attention when I go out, and what's the incentive? Right? What's the incentive to be in a relationship? What's the incentive to get married? What's the incentive? I want to be a kept one of leisure.
Okay.
Right? And she didn't say leisure. She didn't. I said it too quickly. She said, I want to be a kept one of leisure.
Okay.
Which she stole from an African sister that's in the UK that said that shit a few years ago on this channel called Black Talk, BLK Talk.
Okay.
Right? So she stole that from her. But yeah, so that's where what's the incentive came from. It's Real Talk with Yanni, pretty much saying what's the incentive to be with a man now that I'm financially doing really, really well.
What's the payoff?
Right?
Kept woman
Yeah. What's the payoff?
No,
Exactly.
okay. What's the payoff? Okay, fine. What's the payoff? There is none, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now
There
what?
you go.
Now what?
Oh, that reminds me.
Well, real quick, Nemo, real quick, because this is important. What we're getting at right now is real talk with Yanni and all of these women that find themselves in a financially free situation. This is when you're supposed to actually experience that LOVE word.
Yeah.
Now that money is not an issue, maybe, just maybe, possibly,
Yeah.
this is when you're supposed to be like, you know what? Now I could actually be with somebody I give a fuck about. Now I can actually be, but no, what y'all actually do is double down on the bullshit and say, I still want to be hypergamous.
Is love important to them?
I would say yes, but their definition of it.
No.
Which takes a very big financial contribution.
No. You would say love is important to them, right? That's what you would say. But is it?
Yeah. In my view, no. No.
Well,
In my view, no.
Then what they're selling us is a crock of shit, right?
Yeah. But I would. But what I'm saying is, in my view, in their view, what they're saying is a component of love. Heavy financial contribution to their lifestyle is how you, as a man, exhibit your
No. What I'm saying
Right?
is,
Yeah.
that's a crock. Love is a crock of shit because they don't believe in it.
No, I agree with that. No, I'm
So
agreeing with that. I'm
and
agreeing with
that's
that.
what I'm saying is they're exposing their hand because they preach love, right? But thing is, are they expressing it? Now they have money.
No.
Okay. No. So Chrissy, Real Talk with Yanni, and Paris, in their own way, have all three expressed um um essentially what Yanni said, which is what's the incentive. So it's we live in a neoliberal. No. They didn't say neoliberal. Paris said we live in a capitalist society. Chrissy said we live in a capitalist society also, and Real Talk with Yanni said what's the incentive.
You're missing my point, okay? You're missing my point, okay? Okay, is resources and all the other stuff that goes along with it important, or is love important? What's important to them?
I would say resources primarily. It's
So in the
number one.
love is way down on the list, right? Okay, love is not that important to them, right?
Ain't no romance
No.
without
I mean,
finance.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get to a point, okay? Y'all
Hmm.
butting in, right? This is a litmus test, okay?
Hmm.
Okay. Well, you know what a litmus test is, right? You
Yeah.
put the little people paste either it turns pink or it doesn't, right? Okay.
Hmm.
In other words, you preach love and we should do this for you. It's because of love, blah 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 blah. But the thing is love important to you? Is the shit that you preach to us important to you? And if it's not, if it's just transactional, okay, then we have to look at this whole thing differently, right? Okay. You don't really love me. You're just saying that to get something, okay? Because it's not important to you, okay? Your thing is you want something that I have to give to you, okay? Now we got love out of the way. What do I get back? And that's when they get off the bus. Because you're
Yeah.
trying to give me, you're trying to give me so what I believe is love in return for
Well,
what I
okay.
give to
So
you.
BGS, then I would have to use a different word than transactional, because that's not what they're talking about. Then they're talking about
Yes, they
mercenary
are.
now.
No, they talk about it transactional. That's In other words, it's a one-way transaction. Okay.
Oh,
In,
okay.
in,
Okay.
in,
Okay. Okay.
in other words,
Yeah. I can see with that. I can see
in
that. I
other
can see that.
words, they give you family and children and emotional support and love and sex in return for that,
Yeah.
right?
Resources. Yeah.
That's a transaction, is it not?
Yeah.
A,
But
a,
I'm
a
go.
service for resources, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but the thing is, they have to. They go ahead.
No,
I know you want to jump in. Go ahead, jump in, man. Go
I'm
jump
just
in.
I'm just concurring with you. I said all day. Go ahead, sir.
And in other words, you're selling us love. Okay. And you're saying that we want to be in love, we want to have this love feeling, well, yada 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 yada,
But
because you're
I don't
selling it
know if
to us,
that's
right?
what they're selling.
Yes, yes.
But
Okay, what? Okay, tell me what they're selling then. Okay, when they get with you.
I see lifestyle from all of them.
No, no, no,
I
no, no,
but
no, 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 no. Well,
yeah.
I'm saying, what are they selling to you for you to give them the lifestyle?
Oh, good. I'm sorry. I was confused because I was thinking you were saying what are they selling to their subscribers?
No, 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 no. I'm
Right.
saying,
Oh,
no,
okay,
I'm
okay. What
talking.
are they selling
Okay,
to these type of women? What are they selling to
what
them
are,
to the
no,
men?
they're trying to tell women to sell a
Hmm.
certain brand of shit to give to men so they can get stuff in return, right? Okay,
Yes.
that's what they're trying to teach. So what are they selling to the men to get these resources?
Looks, children. Um, I'm not even gonna say they're speaking like they're gonna be compromising and because they're not. They're just looks and children.
Okay,
Maybe.
okay. They're selling you emotional support because looks and children
Hmm.
is an emotional thing, right? Okay.
Hmm.
It's not. You can't eat looks. You can't sell looks. So basically, looks is an emotional support so the man can accept you and feel good about himself, right?
Hmm.
Right? Am I
Yes.
mistaken? Right?
No, no, no. Yes.
So they're selling you love and emotional support and shit like that in exchange for what? Okay?
For the money.
For the money, for the resources, for the
Yes.
protection, all that kind of shit, right? Okay. The thing is, do they believe it in themselves? They actually believe it.
No.
So in other words, now, bitch, you don't even believe what you're selling.
Yeah.
You're selling it to me like it's something supposed to be better than sliced bread, but you don't believe it in yourself. Okay.
I mean, now we're in the
As
sugar
best I
set.
can
Yeah. Go
tell,
ahead.
One
I
at a
don't
time.
even think they're selling emotional. I think they're selling their existence. I mean, as best I can tell, it seems to me the exchange is you give me the world, I give you my presence.
And
That's the best I can tell.
Yes.
your presence is supposed to do what for you?
Well, it's supposed to provide you with some sense of completion and
Um,
some
w-
sense of
Now
satisfaction.
keep going. That is what is that physical or emotional?
No, I agree. It's an emotional, or they believe
Perceive
you
it.
will be
Perceive it.
Yes.
perceived
Yes.
as being some sort of emotional completeness.
And
But
the
my
thing and the thing is, them being showing up and being with you has to be sold like a product to you, right?
Yes.
yes,
Because back in the day, when my grandfather and shit like that, that shit didn't work. Okay, you showing up is not. I need more than that. Okay, you showing up and being pretty is not gonna cut it. Okay, I'll put down my $40 and get what I need and keep right on moving. Right? Okay.
right. Well, I
Why
mean,
am I
but
laughing?
back
Go
then,
ahead.
depending on there was much more delineation, clear delineation between what you were. I mean, you were either a woman who was raised to be a certain thing. So yeah, even if you showed up pretty, you still had certain basic training and programming. So I could, to some degree, predict how things are going to go. Now, if you show up as a whole, then I know what that's going to be.
I mean,
Now you don't really know, other than like she just shows up.
a pretty woman with
Mhm.
no skills becomes a hoe. Okay.
Well, yeah, yeah.
So what I'm saying is they have to sell you on.
Stop talking
We have to
about
be.
Brittany Renner like that, BGS. Go ahead.
They have to sell you on the product itself. From the time that you're a little boy, being with a woman completes you, right? You have to have a woman on your arm, otherwise you're not a man. Blah, yada 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 yada. You have to be sold on that, right?
Hmm.
Okay, and you actually believe that they believe it themselves, right? What happens when you
No,
find out they don't believe it themselves? Okay, ruins the
you've been
product.
had.
Yeah, you've been had.
It's basically wolf tickets. Oh, by the way, regarding Brittany Renner, she's like faking
Dumbass.
the funk sort of.
No, she
Yeah,
a
Well,
dumbass.
dumbass. She's the dumbass, but
Well,
now
talking
I
about
think another
somebody
word we
who
should
blew it.
add.
She blew it all. My
Yeah,
mhm.
God.
And
Blew it
another
all.
what made her mad is not
Mhm.
that she didn't get it. What made her mad is that somebody else came and took the exact
Right,
same
right,
deal
Yep.
that
right.
she had, and he
Yep.
married her.
Yep.
That's how
Yep.
she's
She
going
fucked
nuts.
up, and she don't want to own up that she fucked up.
She she's showing it in her behavior that she fucked
Yeah.
up.
Yeah,
Okay.
She's
yeah.
Muslim now.
And
You know,
what I wanted to
and
mention was, y'all. I remember Black Vine just mentioned this. He called her out because she's now rocking the hijab, claim that she converted and everything. She's trying to sell that gang of pack of bunch of wolf
It,
tickets to different branch of men,
well, the thing is, the different branch of men not gonna take it. Okay,
different brand of men.
the,
So I know.
the Muslim are not gonna take it. They're not gonna take a converted hoe. Okay, like that.
at
I
all.
Doesn't work that
agree
way.
because they
A
would say, "Sir,
converted whole baby mama?
Yeah.
What Muslim?
Yeah.
What reputable Muslim guy is going to take that?
Join the
Nah,
next one, Islam.
BGS."
reputation is very important to Muslim men. Okay, you
Oh
don't have it.
yes.
Go ahead.
Here's a word I'm gonna teach you right now,
Hmm.
BGS. It's an Arabic word. It is mamnua.
Okay.
Mamnua. It means forbidden.
Yeah.
Forbidden. That's
Sounds like manure too, which is funny.
Mamnua means forbidden. So, and she, however, that's like, there's some terms we could have in my mother tongue, but I'm not going to teach you guys that because nobody needs to be knowing those type of cuss words. But it is what it is. Everybody faking the funk. Also, let's not forget, you have women who've been like doing some shit like bait and switch. I mean, esoteric thing you mentioned. Also, some esoteric teachers have said that if the woman falls in love, they don't get married. If the man falls in love, most likely they will get married. This is why some women will do the bait and switch to lock down a dude before they get at a certain age. It's like Patrice O'Neal used to say, some of these women are pestering dudes to marry them. It's like that. It's like an old retired. It's like an NBA player getting ready to retire. It's the Karl Malone joining the Lakers kind of thing.
That's a good one.
I mean, who was it? I said it. I remember saying this once on Ron Williams' videos. I said, let me put it this way: all these women are coming at you, trying to convince you they got the longevity of Robert Parrish, but they're just going to go out like Karl Malone. If y'all remember Robert Parrish's last season,
pretty good.
Let me say this real quick, y'all.
Go ahead.
You might want to
Let me
use
say this real quick, y'all. Whoever was trying to jump on the stream, you can okay, there we go. There we go. It was Vince. All
Yeah, I
right.
was about to say,
But
yeah.
yeah,
Here we go.
go ahead, Big Kid. What's going on with you?
No, I was just saying again. I'm furthest thing from relationship actually, but it seems to me like, and I was talking to some dudes in his Discord. It seems to me that they want men, especially so-called black men, they want guys to worship useless women simply because they exist. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yes.
What? Okay. What else do they have?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's a good question.
Let me address this real quick, yo. And Lion says $40, and so the reason why I laugh so hard is because Corey Holcomb says that all the time. He's like, "Hey, when these women ask me what I got for them, I'll be like, I got $40," and he does his drunk uncle stuff. So he's Chicago dude, and he just it's hysterical when he do. I got this $40 for you, right?
Yeah,
He got that from UGK. He stole that from UGK. Pimp C said that. Fucking around $40 like trash.
Because I told this story to Rom, right? About because Rom is anti-tricking, okay? So
damn right.
Yeah, which is fine, right? I don't care either way, right? I was actually dating this chick, right? And her cousin was actually like 23 years old, right? My partner was actually like 50. So he's dating this chick, taking her out, taking her to dinner and shit, like couldn't get no pussy, right? He complains to me. I said, okay. Man, I'm trying to get with her. She ain't listening, and I'm trying to get close to her. Blah blah. I said, well, what you trying to do with this chick? I'm trying to get some pussy. I said, man, just pay her, okay?
$40.
Yeah, basically it was 50, but yeah, just pay her and get what you need, man, and keep moving instead of wasting all this goddamn time, right? So he kind of railed against it, but he took her out one more time, and the same shit happened. So the next time he took her out, he said he got her to the hotel and said, "Hey, baby, here's $40." Pop, 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 and she lay down, opened her legs. Okay.
As a teacher,
mm-hmm.
You know what this reminds me? To sum it up, what you're saying?
What?
Richard Pryor, The Good Night Kiss.
Yeah,
Bitch,
yeah,
$35. Good
yeah.
night. Life
$30
was
kiss.
wrong.
Yeah, you better go down and give him some. $30. You pay spend
Wait, but
$30 on my
that's a lot of
baby.
goddamn
Yeah,
money.
that's a lot of goddamn money. Back then it was. In the 70s it
Yeah.
was. Yeah.
You better be rich, nigga. Oh, I
Yeah.
actually I am, sir. You are. Wake up your mama.
Wake
Wake up your mama.
wake up your mama. Yeah, go get some from her too.
I'll give you one more. Chris Tucker, his second time on Def Comedy Jam.
Mm-hmm.
He had this bit where he said he took a girl out for a couple times, and she wouldn't give him none.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what he did?
He paid her.
He took her ass to court.
Oh, he got his money back.
He took her ass to court. He had the lawyer saying, "Well, did you promise to give her the pussy, man?" I said, "Did you promise him the pussy?" You know that bitch lying, Your Honor. That bitch lying, Your Honor. They put him on the stand, and they're like, "Mr. Tucker, did she promise to give you some, give you some pussy?" He said, "Look, man, if you look in the back of my car, the back seat of my car, I got all these wrappings for Wendy's, Burger King, and everything. That bitch owes me." I remember she knew I was going to win the case, so she said, "I'll suck your dick if you drop all the charges." No, bitch, no, bitch. Thank God for Def Comedy. And who says I'm useless? I bring a different insight.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, once again, leftist women yawn. Like I want to see how this plays out in the long run.
It's already playing out. You see it right now. That's why you have Richard Reeves on one side and Shapiro, what's his name, Ben Shapiro on the other side, right?
Trying to get these you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Yep.
So in other words, you're fucking up the whole society by doing this kind of bullshit.
I think they've gotten so used to the language. I'm talking about the left here, not so much Ben Shapiro. They got so used to the finding a way to all Jermaine's fault, and I guess I don't know how white women would put it, but for in the black community, it always being Jermaine's fault. I don't know if they know how to say it any other way. I don't know if they know how to do anything else. But
they don't. But all that fancy leftist intersectional feminist language does not translate to the common man. It doesn't work. Okay. You say partner. When you say partner, men think gay. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And she Leisure Miller used partner. I've heard there's a young lady I've reviewed a couple of her stuff named Life with Bree. She used partner. All these people are using partner. I'm like, okay, first we're not LGBTQ, and secondly we're not talking about business.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when people say partner, these are the two times they use partner.
They're not going to use husband or wife because husband and wife, by definition, means something very different.
It does. Yeah. In other words, if you want partner, okay, then that means you have to start acting like a partner, okay?
Yeah.
BGS, we know it's not going to work, but goddamn it, they go browbeat it down our throat till we get it in our thick.
No. They gonna let them start talking partnership. They talking it, but men are walking away from it. That's the problem. Okay.
Absolutely.
And y'all won't cooperate with our program, okay? You know, and guys say, "What's in it for me?" And they say, "Well, me." Not enough. Like Cisco said, not enough.
That's the whole flaw in their system. BGS, it never was their program to begin with. God, man, woman, child. That's the only program that's worked.
They sold this to these chicks in the 90s. All they needed to have was looks and sex, right? They sold that shit, right? And so the degree means nothing, right? Degree means something to women. Okay.
Yeah.
Like my daughters have degrees, right? Guess who brags about their degrees? The women brag about their degrees. To the men, it doesn't mean shit. Okay. Unless it translates to dollars and cents. A degree to a man doesn't mean a goddamn thing. Okay.
Right. Exactly. Yep.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was like, it's almost like, to use the sports analogy, nobody cares about how big of a contract you got if you're going to be a terrible teamate. Basically.
Yeah. Or you're not putting up numbers. Okay.
Exactly right.
If you got a $20 million contract and you putting up a single digit numbers, okay, you're a bust.
Exactly.
And basically, women.
Bryce Young, Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, amongst other people, okay.
Yeah. Dak Prescott,
we know
Cowboys.
Who. Zach is okay. Zach had to earn his spot, but yeah.
Let me say this. We'll pause right here. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I'm gonna check them likes in a minute, y'all. I'm gonna check them likes in a minute. We
I
got
would say
one.
Dax
We
or
got
Bud.
115. We got 115 listening. I want to see what them likes look like.
And
Go
and, and,
ahead.
and yeah, in other words, BGS tax is in effect. Go ahead and pay the man, okay? But belated birthday tax, okay? Because Mr. Z had a birthday a week ago, so belated birthday
Yeah.
tax for Mr. Z.
Literally a week ago. That's
Virgo.
great.
Yeah, yeah.
Makes sense
Oh,
you a
by the
Virgo.
way,
Mad Virgo energy.
oh, you
Ah,
have Virgo.
yeah, he got
Hey,
tons of
You thought
Virgos.
that
Okay,
you a Virgo.
I kind of figured Mr. Z was a Virgo, though.
he is. I mean,
Yeah, yeah, you could tell.
he's a cheeky. He's a
Let
cheeky
me
for a little bit
find
of
out.
both.
No.
Let me find out he not prep.
Mr. Z is pretty easygoing. Okay, he's pretty agreeable and easygoing. Those are Virgos. Okay.
I take it back. He's
I
White
did a
Cliff
work
John.
exercise yesterday, and and literally I went to 4 different co-workers that all were not talking to each other, and they all said diplomat was the card. They
Yeah,
all said it. I
yeah,
was like, God damn.
yeah.
And all I could think of, damn you, Ed, forever. And all I could think of is Ed saying, sign the motherfucking paperwork, Z. Sign the paperwork. That's
See,
all
when
I
you're gonna
could
go
think
back to
of.
college,
No,
man, you
shit.
gotta go
It's
get
better
that.
you
You
up
gotta
here,
get that
goddammit.
political science degree.
Okay, one at a time. Yeah.
I said he needs to go back and get that political science degree.
Oh, man.
Basically, if all these PhDs have anything to do with it, he'll go back and get it. He'll
Yeah.
keep riding him.
Yeah. My mom and my sister are slowly turning up the heat again. So
Yeah,
yeah.
the thing is, who's gonna pay your
Time.
bills? Who's
Yeah,
gonna
I was
pay your
about to say
bills
that.
while you
Ooh,
do it?
that's the
He
point.
needs a benefactor.
BGS, when I tell you I'll be saying it, I was like, wait, I need a sponsor. But I'm not LGBTQ. That's the problem.
The only person that matters right now is Mr. Z's lady because she has to bear the brunt of the financial costs of
She
him doing
she
it.
she she low key. She low key. She just asked me that question maybe 2 weeks ago too.
So,
Yeah. So it's coming. Yeah.
if she's with it, Mr.
hmm I'm at Popeyes, y'all. Popeyes tax.
Yeah, pop.
No.
You getting a biscuit with honey, Mr.
No,
Z?
I'm getting a dry ass biscuit because I don't like the honey or the grape.
Oh my God.
Hey, don't forget
You got
three
a whole bunch
P's.
of water? You gotta put
Yeah,
Don't
thank
forget
you.
the 3 P's.
Eh,
Thank you.
A biscuit without any kind of sauce on it,
Yeah,
man.
no,
Goddamn,
I like Popeye's biscuit the way
you
it is.
I love me that
you are Haitian, man. You are
I am
Haitian.
a
I was about
look.
to
If we not eating cat, then we better be eating the biscuit.
If,
I was about to
if
say
Mrs.
yeah.
Z start coughing,
That shit will not die, man. There's people in
It won't
Alabama
die.
complaining about
Yeah,
Haitians, man.
yeah,
Goddamn, it won't die.
yeah. It's not. It's not. It's just that it's relitigating some stuff that happened in the '80s. So like
No,
it's
no, no,
just
no.
coming back with this.
Basically, it's opening up shit. It's actually geared to actually get to the Venezuelans. That's the problem, right?
Oh, you think eventually? So it's just like the Haitians are the first step to get to the
Uh,
Venezuelans.
that's why I call it a Kansas City shuffle, right?
Yep.
Okay.
well,
I was say,
before it was just Venezuelan.
you as you look left, they look right, and snap. You
Snap.
can't have it without a body. You guys are the body, okay?
Oh wow. What they
Oh,
think
hey,
those were Africans?
Mrs.
They
Z.
try to remix it and
Yep.
say with Africans later on, besides Asians.
Wait a
No,
minute.
no, no,
Wait a
no,
minute.
no,
Name
no.
of somebody was trying to accent. What happened? Who
Oh,
was that?
sorry.
I just had a perfect way that you can go to school and not pay for nothing. Walk on the
Go ahead.
Miami Hurricanes football team. Walk on the Miami Hurricanes football team.
Oh,
Get you
Man,
a
I ain't
scholarship right
getting.
there.
I
hey,
won't.
hey,
Man.
hey. The thing is not the cost because he can probably finagle actually go get it for free for the most part. The thing is,
I
it's
have
it,
some connections. It won't be that expensive. I don't know about free, but it wouldn't be the end of the world for me financially.
but it's the time that you
Yes.
away from work. Okay,
Yep.
they
Yeah,
have
the
to give
hours
up,
you
right?
working at.
Yep.
Yeah, hours you
Yep.
work. You're working like what 70 hours a week.
Yeah,
Yeah,
literally.
70, 80
Goddamn, BGS, you good. Literally. 70,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
70 on a good week. On a light week, it's 70.
so in other words, that's finances that his lady will have to
Have to bear.
accept. Okay, have to
Yep.
bear. Okay,
And she's not
she
even
has to,
on that crazy money stuff, but at the same time, I don't want to find out.
no. Well, the thing is, she has to sign on to it. Okay.
Yeah, no, I
So
think she already
so
has.
so it's
It's on
not
me
up to
now.
us. It's
Do
not
I
up to
believe it or not?
yeah. Well, you can always go back to what you did, but the thing is that
Yep.
she has to sign on to it for you to
You know
do
what,
it.
BGS?
Yeah.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
I remember I remember a similar situation I was in. It was just like when I first came to Norway. I was
Mm-hmm.
involved with someone,
Mm-hmm.
and my residency shit was still working out. But she was thinking, why don't you move in with me? Since you're in a relationship with a national, it might speed up your chances of being. It will speed your chances of put you on the fast track to citizenship. And I said,
Yeah. So what was her What was her deal? Okay, what was she asking for?
I I think she really a relationship and most likely a baby. Because
Ah, okay, all
she was
right,
my
okay.
she was my age. She was my
Z,
age.
Ah, okay,
Z,
yeah.
She was my
Yo,
age.
run.
Marriage,
20. We
marriage.
were
Wait, Miss,
20. We were. Let me finish.
Mr.
Let me
Z,
finish.
Oh, I didn't want time.
name it real quick.
Okay.
Mr. Z, I don't know about
Go ahead.
Miami, but I know in Illinois,
Mhm.
particularly in Chicagoland area, they have
Hmm.
what's called a board of governors, which is a consortium of universities.
Hmm.
And one of the programs they have is called a degree without walls.
Hmm. Oh yeah.
And essentially, what they do is they
It's
give you
funny,
a
by the
certain
way.
number of college, yeah, without walls, give you a certain number of college credits based
Hmm.
on your work experience and
Hmm.
specific to certain
Oh,
experiences
good.
and certain
Mhm.
skills that you have.
Hmm.
And I've known people who have cut the period of time that they needed to acquire their degree in half,
Hmm.
maybe even
Mm.
more, by
Yeah.
virtue of this program. So I don't know if they have the equivalent
Mm.
of such in
I
offered
I
anywhere in
know who to
Florida.
call to find out. I know who to call to find out. I know exactly
Hmm.
who to call to find out. I can find that out. I can find that out within the next
But
couple
I would
days. Yeah,
definitely
yeah.
consider that.
What's
And
that
get
called, Mr. Wu?
Mhm.
What's that?
uh,
What's that called?
The
Well,
program.
like I say, here in Illinois, like I said, it was called the Board of Governors. It's a consortium of universities
hmm.
in Illinois, and one of the programs they had was this called University Without Wall, or Degree
Yeah.
Without
Oh,
Walls,
Yeah.
University Without
and
Borders.
they allow certain, like I say, they awarded certain college credits based
Credits,
on
yeah,
prior
and
work
online
experience,
classes and stuff like that
certain
where you
testing you
yeah,
can do
yeah,
to accelerate
yeah,
your
yeah.
education.
Gotcha.
So
Um.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
B. Just to finish my point, what I said earlier. I knew it
Hmm.
was not going to work out. I don't know for something because me instinctually I had to shut that down because I understood what that meant because that would mean I would also have to be a financial dependent. I would be a financial dependent to this woman,
Hmm.
and I knew it. I knew in me I couldn't do it in good conscience. I was 27. I just turned 28 at the time, and she was going to be 27. I'm a Virgo. She's Aquarius. It was not going to work out. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So I had to shut that down. And
So my thing is, what was she asking for in return? That's the thing.
companionship, relationship, baby,
Yeah, yeah,
baby.
no, marriage basically. You had to
Marriage.
marry her.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
could
yeah.
have, but something told me it was not the
And
right time for me.
the thing is, the cost, the asking cost was too high for the time. Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
I mean, and yeah, it was too much
I,
for me, and
I,
I was not
I,
okay with it.
how do you think I know this shit, man?
You've been through it yourself, sir. You've been through it yourself.
Yeah, I know. So that's how
Yeah,
you think I
and
know this shit.
sorry, I'm sorry. It's
now
just
let me ask you a question. Maybe this is
Mhm.
the
okay.
BGS or whatever, but to me, the black pill thing is fucking. You fucking do it, and you deal with the consequences later.
If
Mm.
your return on investment or risk is worth it, the thing is, you have to assess the risk. I mean, you're an accountant. You deal with finance, risk
Well,
versus
I'm just
reward,
saying, if
right?
someone's going to pay my collegiate education or
Oh
facilitate
yeah,
paying
yeah,
my
yeah.
collegiate, I
Yeah,
mean,
but
Mhm.
I'm going to do it.
well, yeah, yeah.
I don't worry about the marriage thing.
What thing is the reward is greater than the risk, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes,
From
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
is.
perspective, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
for sure. Especially if I have a solid plan for what I'm going to do
yeah,
postgraduate. If
yeah,
I have a definite plan for what I'm going to do postgraduate that I know will be lucrative, you damn right I'm going to take
yeah.
that risk.
Because baby mama offered me that deal for engineering, right? The thing is, she said I have to marry her first. Okay, and I
Well,
didn't trust her.
you should have married her.
I didn't trust her enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, even though the again the hardcore thing is you marry her, if she pays, it's good. If she don't pay, you divorce her.
The thing is, I could have cut back on work. She'd have took care of me, shit like that. But the thing is, what would I have to give her in return?
Probably a
Okay.
lot.
Your soul. Your soul.
You
Basically,
probably a lot. But
basically. Okay.
here's the thing, though. Here's
Mm-hmm.
the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a look. If a woman's gonna build you up and possibly tear you down, if the build up may be worth the possibility of getting torn down.
It may be the thing is, but that's an individual what
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
and it's all circumstantial, and you know, you mentioned trust. Obviously, the degree to which you
Hmm.
believe that the person is actually
And,
gonna
in
fulfill.
other words, I had to marry her first, and then depend on her to actually follow through with what she says she's going to do.
Which means that every dollar towards that education would be dependent on how he made her feel the previous 6 months for the rest
No,
of the degree.
in other words, okay, I got the license, I got the marriage, you're in here, and guess what? I don't have to. I can actually renege on the deal. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, like I
it's
said, I mean,
Facts.
look, if you're willing
Facts.
to divorce and go through that, you
No,
know,
no.
then
In other words, okay, had she said, okay, I'll make sure you get the degree, and then you can marry me. Okay.
well, yeah,
I'd have said,
obviously that
okay.
would have been much better.
And but the thing is, marry me
Because then in
first,
that way, she
and then
basically was
and,
telling you, I don't trust you.
yeah, marry me first, and then we'll basically then I'll do it. Thing is, I don't know that you're actually going to do this. Follow through after I marry you, after I put myself out there.
Well, like I say, I think if you know you need the help, or if the difficulty of doing it in a different way is you perceive to be prohibitive. See, I think one of the biggest mistakes a lot of young men are making
Mm-hmm.
now with,
Mm-hmm.
they say, well, don't get with a woman with money. I
Mm.
say because of, how women act with money.
Yeah.
I say the question is, do you have a plan when you get with that woman? You need to have a 3-year plan, because
Mm-hmm.
that's probably as long as at optimal what you're going to get in a position where you can move yourself up economically to then negate her economic leverage.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you have a plan and you are actually going to work that plan to get to that position, then it's worth getting with that woman. If you
Yeah.
just get there and don't have a clear plan, or if the thing falls through, then yeah, obviously you're going to get broke.
If you have the constitution to withstand what that woman with money was
Oh
going to
yeah,
put a dish out,
yeah.
okay?
She gonna put
And
you through some
and and a,
bullshit
and,
during
and,
that
a,
time.
and, a, and a lot of guys don't have the constitution to put up with that shit. It'd be like 6 months and they're out.
Yeah.
Pick up my
Well, and in that
goddamn
case,
thong from the
what
floor,
one
nigga.
one thing what you do is you, as best you can, you accelerate, because instead of taking 4 classes, you take 6 classes. You go through school year round, so you basically knock off a semester, or maybe
Mm-hmm.
even 2 off of
Yeah.
the time period towards getting that degree. So you don't have to necessarily it don't have to necessarily take as long as it might initially take.
That's if she's making your home life that you had to put up with her smooth.
Yeah.
Okay. What if she's not?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I probably wouldn't even be home very much, and my whole
That
thing
part.
would be I'm studying. I'm in the
You're in school all
library.
day.
I'm
Yep.
I'm in the
Yeah,
Yeah.
research. I'm
Yeah.
she's texting you, and
and I'm blocking her. I got exams.
yeah, and all of a sudden that deal is off. Okay.
hmm Let me
But
let
like
And
me
I
read
said,
this.
and who you come up one day, coming home, put the key in the door, and it doesn't work.
oh
Okay.
yeah, well that's the risk. That's definitely a risk.
Well,
and
that's the
pe-
end of the deal.
and guys have taken that deal. Okay. And
No,
yeah.
BS,
Anyway.
that dude, the trick would have been, all right, if we go do this like you said, we signing a contract. And if you break the contract anytime while I'm trying to complete my studies and get my grade, get my education and my degree, I'm suing you and I'm divorcing.
A black the thing is a black man in court is always a 50-50 proposition. Okay. You gotta
Yeah.
remember that.
Ooh.
Yeah, worse.
And if I'm wrong, tell me something different. Okay.
Nah, I think you were a little too easy on it. You said 50-50. I think it's worse. Worse.
It's a gamble.
It's a
It's a
gamble.
Yeah.
gamble.
What I'm saying is, it has to be a case by case
hmm
thing. Okay. And I didn't after shit I had been through with her, especially with the kids and shit like that. I didn't trust her. Okay.
hmm
Okay.
Don't blame you.
Let me
Do what
read
you have
this.
to
And
do.
Mr. Matt says, Z, you get a strawberry biscuit on me. I already drove off. I would've got it. And one of my boys talk about it all the time. He's like, Z, you gotta try the strawberry biscuit. I always forget when I'm there. I'll get it next time. On you, Matt. I'm gonna get it next time. Which will probably be maybe 2 weeks from now, or we can. I try not to get it that often anymore. Diet because trash. Yeah, so I'll probably go to Popeyes like once every couple weeks, maybe 3 weeks now. So
Yeah, consider
try to
yourself
get
fortunate.
right.
Yeah,
So
it's just
yeah,
what it is. But
that's
Oh, by the way, Black Guru. The analogy I used earlier. When I said about Carl Malone and Robert Parrish.
Mm-hmm.
There was a reason I said that. I mean, do you remember what happened to Robert Parrish's final career? Where did he finish it at?
Don't know. I forgot.
He went to Chicago, and he was part of that team that went 72-10.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And he finished with a championship ring, and he retired at age 42. What? Oh, there he is. He retired at 42. Karl Malone joined the Lakers for the 03-04 season. Yeah, they got shot down.
He actually fucked up his Achilles. That's the problem.
Karl Malone fucked up his Achilles?
Yeah.
No, he got injured. They lost because he got injured.
He fucked up his Achilles. Yeah, he fucked up his Achilles. Yeah.
Oh man, wow. Yeah, yeah. You said it like that you can't come back from that. You don't go. You can't. You don't. You're not the same after that. Especially if you tear one. That's it.
Yeah. Now I haven't seen anybody be the same player after they fuck up their Achilles.
Well, you're definitely not coming back from it at 42 years old.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Robert Parrish, the Chief. He finished at 40. He joined the Bulls.
Yeah.
72-10 and won and retired with that championship ring, part of the three-peat. Yeah, that was beautiful. So that's why I said what I said about some people go. A lot of them think that the longevity for Robert Parrish, but more often go out like Karl Malone. I'm sorry. What was the question? Somebody say something.
Yeah, I heard something. But was that you? 18th, you haven't said anything. What's going on with you, 18th?
Well, good, Rakim.
What's going on, fellas? No, I was just letting everybody cook. Shout out to Naima. Shout out to all of the brothers, man. It's good to be here with you, brothers, man.
There's too much bass in this goddamn online shit right now. There's too much bass going on. Y'all shaking my goddamn phone screen. It's too much. My phone about to crack. 18th, you over here talking. Go ahead, y'all.
I was meaning to ask you, Z, what do you think about?
Y'all got me sound like Prince when he's singing, not when he's talking. Go ahead.
I was meaning to ask you, what do you think about Paris Milan hiding the channel?
Oh, where's? I didn't realize she did that again. Of course, what's the story now?
I think she's been beefing with the Golden Sphere. You know her.
What's the Golden Sphere?
You want to say it, 18th, or you want me to say it? Go ahead.
I'll go ahead and say it. The Golden Sphere is practically a conglomerate of channels of mixed race, mostly women. There's some men in there.
Oh, okay.
Race women that felt like they were shunned away from the black community.
Okay.
Because of freaking Chrissy. Go ahead.
Chrissy and Paris Milan. And the funny thing is, now that they've, have responded to a lot of these insecure hateful women, now those women have backed out. Like Chrissy is no longer involved in the colorism conversation, as she says. Paris Milan has hid her channel. All of these different people like that. So,
in other words, BGS, these are people that are not even good enough to be on one of these fake ass reality TV shows who are not doing some of this stuff online.
Okay.
Because now their channels have the Chrissy, well, not so much Chrissy. I gotta actually give her that, but Paris and Yanni for the most part. Now all they doing is doing the pop culture gossip YouTube thing and what you can learn from this. So remember, these are people. Remember, Paris started off as quote unquote pro black, right? Shout out to you, Boyce Watkins. And now she's pretty much talking pop culture stuff now.
Right? Can you say grifter?
Yeah. But you're right. When it was lucrative to be pro-black, that's what she was. And when it was lucrative to defecate on black men, I don't know when it's not. That's what she was. And now it's pretty much black men and black women's beef. If it's not, if something crazy doesn't happen in real life, it's usually whatever timid. So now she's pretty much resigned herself to talking pop culture, TV stuff. Or whatever the hell is happening on social media.
Hey Z, shout out to Chrissy for kind of stirring all of this stuff up and being able to see the wind before the storm and then getting.
Look, BGS. Chrissy got to be the slickest one of them all. She got the best dance moves. Go ahead.
Guess what Chrissy's degree is in?
Marketing.
Yep. What do you expect?
Yeah. But she's good. She is good.
She better be.
Yeah. And 18, I don't want it to miss what 18 said. Homegirl is the best at licking her index finger, putting it in the air, and be like, okay, the wind is about to blow. It's about to blow east. It's about to blow east. And she gone. She
Yeah.
go like, and she
Yeah.
better than all the rest of them at it.
Even
She
even
good.
everything.
Because they don't have a degree in what? Marketing.
Marketing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Check this out, BGS. She was so good that she found ways of wording,
Mm-hmm.
the divestment movement and all of these stuff. Kind of finding ways of more complex wording to kind of say what a lot of these women wanted to say about the reason. Once they got too much negative attention, then she
Yeah.
back to the
I
divestment.
mean, if we really want to, I could kill Chrissy's channel, but the thing is, YouTube won't allow me to do it. So they come after me for fucking with her. So
Yeah, she was the worst. In my opinion, Chrissy is one of the worst.
she, Cynthia G probably was worse than her, but it is what it is.
Nah. The only reason I say is because Chrissy was a lot more slicker than Cynthia
Yeah,
G.
more cunning.
But the thing is, Cynthia G was much more damaging and abrasive than Chrissy is. Chrissy knows exactly where the line is. Cynthia G did not.
Yeah, and
Yo,
it's
what up,
crazy
guys?
because
Do I have a
hey,
connection?
what's going on, bro? Hey, what's
Hold
going
on,
on?
Leon.
It's crazy because like when Chrissy saw things and then some of the divestors knew she was playing the fence.
Yeah.
So she started going at the divestors and the reason why she went at some of the divestors so she can say in the future, look, I'm not part of them, as you
I'm
can
not
see.
extreme like them.
I go
Which
at them
she did
too.
do, by the way.
Yeah.
It's exactly what
She
she did.
reverse field. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was slick. It was slick, but remember I made that think piece 18th, and I was like, yeah, what you're not gonna do is weasel out of how you've been speaking for the past few years. Yeah, well, I see what you're doing, and I'm gonna make no. Hey, if I said it, if them, I said, and that scared a lot of them. I saw them switching up their content and putting their stuff on private after that, which is, if you think the Alphabet Boys are looking at us, you don't think they're looking at y'all?
Exactly. And you know what's crazy? Remember, she deleted a lot of her videos. Remember when Jessica X, in that one particular video, she had a video called "Why Don't the Educated Lame Promote Themselves Better?" And Jessica X was breaking down that video. And when she found out Jessica X was breaking down that video on her live stream, she deleted that video.
Yeah, she knows better. It's called marketing, people.
Yeah.
No, she's good. She's good.
I was rolling up. BGS. I never find it insulting. The thing is,
you come up here. You came up here for that, man. Or derail the whole.
No. I was getting that out.
Okay. All right, man. Go ahead.
Most guys don't understand. Most guys don't understand the conversation that we're having, and it's a relation to a conversation. But on the topic of women, I told my grandma, right, I'm gonna come down and we're gonna take pictures with my son, and we did that. And both grandmas live 30 minutes away. One lives in Gulfport, one lives in Mobile. And my grandma said, "This is something you wanted, but it'll be the last time that you have another woman around the grandson while I'm around." And the idea is, like she said, we finally get that, kids run to their grandparents and their fathers first for some reason. She's like, but I don't want to see my grandson running to another woman. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So even with my mother and my wife's mother, they don't really hang out with my sons around because it's still that idea to see a child run to one of them and favor one of them.
Yeah.
And so they don't like that. They rather see the child run to their dad or their grandfather and rush past them to say hi to them after than to have it be another woman, regardless if it's blood. You know what I'm saying? And when you're talking about what do you get out of it, they have to be beneficial, straight up. Like, I was okay not having children and just doing what I wanted to. They made it beneficial for me.
This goes to what you were saying earlier on BGS.
Yeah. It's like, even before, my mom, I'm gonna watch your kid, I'm gonna pay for this. My dad, I'm gonna pay for this, I'm gonna do this. My dad was down for a whole week. He left yesterday, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do this. My stepdad, her parents, we're watching them during the week. We're retired. We don't want nobody babysitting them. We're gonna do that. And and you just keep on collecting it, and you keep on getting yeses. And if it's a benefit to you, you do it. It's a financial benefit to me on top of that. You know what I'm saying? So people tend to go into a relationship blind, as if, like, guys in the space, they say we're gonna assimilate these women and we're gonna be our own patriarchs, and it's like, no, they're gonna assimilate you.
Mm-hmm.
That's the part that you're not getting. They're assimilating you. You're just not well aware that you're only one part of it. There's the
Mm-hmm.
other side that's not in your control, and the women aren't in my control. The difference is I can just burn it down and say, "Hey, have fun. I'm gonna take vacation. I'll see that nigga when he's 18,
Mm-hmm.
if that's where it goes." And that's how it goes. There's only so much power I actually have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think
I'm fully
today,
well aware of the other side
Leon,
of the fence.
Leon, I think today that's the only way you can win. I think you have to be able and willing to burn it down, and
Scorched earth.
and be able to then continue to thrive
Mm-hmm.
after you burn it down. Because part of winning is not only being able to leave, but them also knowing that you can leave and still prevail after you leave. That's the part that's really going to control the behavior of the woman and everybody else. When everybody else see that, if he can walk away and still do well, then we really need to make some investment into trying to hold this thing together. So I agree with you, Leon. I think you provide a necessary example of how younger men, if they're going to make any commitment at all, which I don't necessarily recommend, but if they're going to make any commitment at all, that bailout plan must be in order, and and
I
and you
agree.
got to have that finger close to the button.
I think that's what hit younger boomers and older Xers is that, especially the brothers, is that they didn't think I think y'all really didn't see that 18 wheeler coming. Y'all ain't see that 18 wheeler coming. That shit, it didn't honk, right? There was no noise. Y'all ain't hear the trailer going over the train tracks, nothing. And it
No,
just
we
sideswiped the hell out
saw
of y'all.
we saw everything happening. We just did because we had believed so much of the prior. Well, first of all, we believe we were obligated to do shit even beyond our own comfort level.
Mm-hmm.
And because
Okay.
we did, even when the bullshit was flowing down, we were still supposed to survive and thrive through it, regardless. And that kept a lot of us,
Absolutely insane.
it made it impossible for us to prepare ourselves for the onslaught of things that were happening, because as we were holding pat, so to speak, they were adding bullshit after bullshit after bullshit, taking this power away from a father, taking this power away from a husband, taking that power away from a man. So many of it, whether it was with the children or whether it was in the marriage or the property, so many, I mean, there's so many ways that men have been under attack, and they all, even though they appear to be discreet, they had a cumulative effect of just utterly neutering the your elder generations of men. And
Mm-hmm.
now you see a
Yeah,
lot of
yeah,
men.
yeah.
That's why you have so many guys end up killing themselves or whatever after
hmm
divorces and stuff like that,
hmm
because
Mm-hmm.
they've
Yeah.
been so obliterated.
Well, your favorite white manosphere dude says that's what got him in is that his brother-in-law killed himself after the divorce,
Who's
and
that?
that's what got him in. Rolo.
Rollo. Okay. Yeah.
hmm He said that's what got him.
Yeah.
So yeah, yeah. That and that.
And,
I agree with Brett on that. Go ahead.
he caused it getting zeroed out.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that because being born in the I guess mid late '80s and
Mm-hmm.
and what so hindsight is 2020
Mm-hmm.
and when you watch the talk shows in the '90s and the early
Mm-hmm.
aughts, really the '90s, but the
Mm-hmm.
'90s and the early aughts, I'm always fascinated that y'all were adults living through that,
Yeah.
right? Like that's crazy to me because that like it was new for me. Growing up as a child. So when you become an adult, it's nothing to you with the ancient rhetoric and the the using this type of niggas ain't shit language and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That it's nothing to us. Like that's even with Cynthia G. Like understand people. Cynthia G was talking about aborting black male babies.
Yeah.
That's insane, and it was nothing to me. It was not my bar is in hell, right? But I'm saying that to say I could only imagine like for you and Black Uru and our new style, like what that was as an adult to turn on TV and like Ricky Lake is it's a sister that been there for 4 times and she brought
Mm.
4 different dudes and she don't know who the baby daddy is and that might be real. That's the crazy part. Like that's and all them niggas ain't shit.
I mean, it's the Wilco show that one time.
Go ahead, go ahead.
You remember that time the Steve Wilkos show, and we were talking about the paternity test, and then like when it turned out he wasn't the father, his mother was looking at him and said, "You got to be the father for these kids. You got to be the father for these kids."
Yeah. That was
And
that the
to
one
put it in
where he was tearing up. He was like, and a lady was making all the noise. Is that the one you're
something
talking
like
about?
I'm not
Yeah.
sure. It was Steve Wilkos, but I
Hmm.
remember
No.
another
We're talking
one.
about 2 different ones. Then we're talking about 2 different ones. Go ahead.
Okay, two different ones. But I remember on this one, and I remember BGS did a follow up on that clip, but there was another situation where it was the same woman accusing a different dude, and this was Ron Wills talking about the makings of a dog. Some men become a dog and shit. And he showed that clip of what happened when that dude found out he wasn't the father, and for a split moment, you saw him snap. For a moment, he snapped, and you realized, something in his mind just snapped, and that boy needs help before he turns into a dog and just goes out and just goes on, a destructive path of sorts, going around breaking hearts and shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens to certain men. They turn into dogs and they just go out and just destroy other people. I remember the comedian, what's his name? What's his name? The one from Philadelphia, Keith Robinson. Keith Robinson. He would talk about how it was because of his wife. He ended up falling in a bath of awful bitches. You made me, bitch. You made me. Yeah, but then again, this motherfucker suffered 2 strokes. Has a stand-up special where he called different strokes. Where he talks about experiences having 2 different strokes. Shit.
I mean, because I want to tie this back to the main topic. What happened when more and more young people don't get married, don't have children? Like, because I'm even though I'm in the left, I'm really trying to figure out how do they think that this is supposed to work? Like, how's the math supposed to math? Right? Because your entire economy is based off of
They
having
don't.
children,
They
growing
don't. They
population.
don't
Go.
think. It's not up to
Yeah,
them to think. The people
yeah,
that put these policies in place and actually educated these kids fucked up. It's not.
yeah,
This is not their ideas. This is what's put in their heads. Okay.
yeah.
They put these
Good point.
policies in place to educate these kids in a certain way, and this is the result. You fucked up your society by doing this. Now they're trying to course correct. It's going to take decades to do this shit. If you can, okay.
I was about to say if we have decades. I literally was unmuting to say
What
that.
I'm saying, if it works, the thing is they never done this before. Now they realize they fucked up. How do you
Mm.
reverse course?
I say BGF just keep bringing people over here, especially from Latin America.
All you doing is draining one pool
Yeah,
and
yeah.
put them in another pool. The
And
thing is,
prolonging the
this
inevitable.
this this is a global
Hmm.
problem. It's not a local problem. If it was just a local problem, say like Mexico was having or Venezuela was having 5.1 kids, it'd be no problem. The thing is, they're having 1.7 kids just like you. Where are you gonna get these
Yeah.
people from?
Yeah.
You're not. It's
And
like
that's why I tell passport bros, take your talents and go someplace else, because if they're shipping people here, okay, they're draining it from someplace else. Go make your money someplace else in a environment that's more beneficial to you.
Mm-hmm. And this
That's the issue. Go ahead, go ahead.
and
And
like
that
we were
must be
talking
the
about, like
biscuit.
The
you got a
chicken.
good
The
biscuit.
chicken.
Or is it
Go ahead.
spicy or mild? Is the
You know
chicken
he
spicy?
got to be spicy. He don't eat
You
mild.
know, mild. Why would I even? What? That wasn't the real question. That wasn't the real question. Y'all go
Hey,
ahead.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how Haitians get down.
He's black, okay? Black
Okay.
people have to have seasoning, okay?
Shit, extra
Hey,
spicy. That's an Ethiopian or
hey,
myself.
all
Supposed to
Haitian
burn.
is a French speaking Negro. That's all a Haitian is, okay?
Literally.
Literally.
You want to talk about some spicy shit? You check out Bahia in Brazil. This Afro-Brazilian cuisine over there. It's
Go
spicy.
to go to New Orleans and talk about spicy, okay?
Hey,
Okay, I'll probably
BGS.
go
What
there
did the
now.
the light skinned mixed sister say? The Creole one that Art New Style played.
Bitch, I'm black. Bitch, we black.
Oh yeah, we black. Oh yeah, we
Bitch,
black.
we
Yeah,
black.
yeah
No,
bitch, we
and she said
black.
the other way. No, she said, we black, bitch.
Yeah, yeah, we black. Yeah, 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 yep. Yeah. That's my family because she looks like my aunt. So.
So what
Ours
what
look
do
like
what do
some of
y'all
our
think
relatives.
about people? Because it seemed like you have more people, especially more black folks, that are getting confused about what black is by the day. And
That's what happens when you let women in charge of shit because women are always trying to put themselves at the top of the list, right? So they try to delineate it to the point where they are at the top, okay? That's why they're confused about what black is. Black has been defined since Plessy versus Ferguson, right? As far as go back to 1790. One drop rule, okay?
But
The
you know
mixed
what?
people know that. Go
Can
ahead.
we blame that also on a little bit of integration, BGS?
No, one drop rule before integration, okay?
But let me ask you a question, BGS, because then you have people that'll say, "Oh, why are we still going off of the one drop rule? That was so long ago." Then you have people that say we Native Americans, which we know none of that is fucking true. But thanks, Dan
Yeah,
Calloway.
I was about to say,
So
yeah,
so
like,
why do you listen to flat earthers in the first place, man? You
well,
know,
I'm just saying that's BGS. Listen, hold on one second, brother. BGS. I don't believe none of that. Of course I don't. But the rhetoric is so regurgitated. It's like you can't escape it.
Yeah, I mean, flat Earth is regurgitated all over the world, man. The thing is, okay, well, you can't stop it. People are gonna believe what they want to believe.
yeah.
The thing is, you got to ignore it. Like they come over here and say, "Okay, show me your documents, brother. Look at this video." No, show me the documents that prove it. Okay. They
Yeah.
show me
Well,
they show me a photograph of somebody photographed in like 1919. Some motherfucker that's too late. Okay. They're
yeah.
mixed
I was,
already. What are you talking about?
yeah, I was about to say, well, here's the thing, and I've repeatedly said this over and over again, and apparently niggas don't pay attention to shit. They just ignore it. Most of the people that are put in front of you nowadays as quote unquote Native American are either Oriental nomads, they're ethnically mixed people. I think like the Creoles and Cajuns of Louisiana, the Mestizos of Latin America,
Mm-hmm.
or they're white people with little to no native ancestry. Like they've been repeatedly saying this. I mean, hell, even around the time of Loving versus Virginia, they were even willing to classify a lot of what we call quote unquote Native American tribes, literally classifying them as white. So,
Stop talking about Elizabeth Warren like that, Big Kev.
I mean, hell, even Iron Eyes Cody, like this motherfucker had no indigenous ancestry in him whatsoever. This motherfucker was 100% Sicilian Italian, like bruh.
Fly to Central America. Go to one of the cities. Those are the people. Okay.
Exactly.
You know what they look like. Okay. I've been there. You know what they look like. They are Native Americans.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what they look like. Okay.
Well, I mean,
The
again,
original so-called Native Americans. That's what they look like. Okay. They're
Well,
real. Okay.
well, listen, I understand what you're saying, BGS. I'm saying, but I've also pointed this out repeatedly over and over and over again. How, again, if you look at actual physical descriptions of both the people that wrote in the logs as well as the physical description of people, most of the people that were living in either the East Woodlands, Caribbean Islands, and Mesoamerica, most of those people were like niggas. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying this to be like, oh, I'm just saying this. I'm saying literally, like, if you go read the actual logs, like, they're describing niggas.
Okay.
Dead
The thing is, logs don't mean shit. Go to the
I'm
place.
saying,
No, listen
yes,
to me. You're
I
interrupting me.
understand. I
Okay. No,
understand what
you
you're saying,
interrupted. You're
BGS. You
interrupting me.
interrupted
Okay.
me. You interrupted me, dog.
Oh, okay. I'll mute up. Finish what you're saying, man. Because
Listen.
okay, because ask me the question. Okay.
Listen. Here's my thing. Okay, listen. If people want to, like, confirm, any African slaves in their family, they need to go do the genealogical research and get that shit confirmed. Don't rely on these bullshit DNA tests. These shits are scams. They've been repeatedly telling people since 2007 this shit's a scam. If you're going to confirm somebody's African ancestry, go confirm it through genealogy. Do not rely on these DNA tests. Don't rely on roots. Don't rely on the Brooks slave ship. None of that shit. Gory Island, none of that bullshit. No, go actually look and confirm it through your actual genealogical research.
Okay.
That's all I have to say about
Y'all
that.
know y'all know we've had this before.
Okay. Okay.
Y'all know we had this argument before, like, I don't know,
Okay.
like 9-10 months ago.
Okay. White people knew what niggas looked like. Okay. For thousands of years, it wasn't new to them. Okay.
Yes. I
They
understand.
didn't call those people niggas. They call them Indians for a reason.
Right.
Okay,
They
yes,
didn't look
because
like us.
as
No,
they
no,
said,
no. They didn't look like us.
listen,
Okay,
okay, BGS, okay, sure thing, bro. Okay, pal.
okay,
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 okay, thumbs up, bro.
okay, okay. Basically,
We'll have this
hey.
discussion later.
Can I speak? Is it
Yes.
okay? Thank you.
Yes. In fact, I was actually
And no,
about
no,
to
no,
hop
no,
off.
no. Stop interrupting me for a second, okay? Okay. Black folks and white folks have been dealing with each other for like 10,000 years. They know what each other looks like, okay? They do. If they were niggas, they'd have known. They'd call them Africans when they got there. They didn't call them that because they didn't look like us.
I know a nigga when I see one.
Exactly. They're niggas on the boat.
Mm-hmm.
There's niggas on the boat with,
niggas.
with niggas on the boat with maps. When they first got there, they didn't look like the niggas on the boat.
Right.
What are you talking about?
So BJ, let me ask you a question real quick. What would Chili from TLC be considered? She would consider Indian or a nigga?
She's mixed. Okay?
She was nigga.
She in America, and like Mariah Carey said, what are you, right? In America, I'm black.
In America.
Yep, she claimed it, and she damn near white. She claimed it.
Her daddy is black and Afro-Venezuelan.
Yeah.
I'm whatever
Facts.
I need to be,
Facts.
depending on where I'm at and when.
In America, I'm black. Just like that chick that in that video, right? With them green eyes, with them blue eyes, and that red curly hair. We black, bitch.
Hey, see, let me
That's
ask you a
literally what
question.
she said.
Ice Spice, despite being Dominican, her daddy black, so she black.
If you have one drop of black blood, according to a classification in America, you are black. Okay, Barack Obama is classified as black. Kamala Harris is classified as
Halle
black.
Berry, all of them.
Halle Berry is classified as black. There's a whole bunch of people that are damn near white. Okay, and you wouldn't be able to
Jasmine
tell
Guy.
it. Okay, you go to any place in Louisiana, right, where you have so-called Cajuns or Creole, right? Okay, they know who black is. Okay, one drop rule. That's where it first came out of. Okay, Louisiana, right? Because you have a whole bunch of people that are like what do you call it? Octoroons, right?
Octoroon.
Yeah,
1/8.
I'm 1/8 black. Okay. And guess what? They got thrown back in the black bin. Okay, you are classified as black in America.
Octoroons and quadroons.
I hate people using all the books and research and saying that we are something that we're not. It doesn't even matter. Okay, the Africans that came here on the boat have contracts. Okay. Have contracts. That's why I went through the whole motherfucking American slave coast. Okay, you're fucking bred here. 91% of you actually bred on slave farms. Okay, so that bullshit that we're native is bullshit. All right, the Seminoles, the escaped slaves that went down to Florida and mixed with the Native Americans, they know who they are. Right, same ones that are actually the Dawes rolls. Right, when actually Negroes
The
are actually
Indians.
they're actually sold into slavery to the five civilized tribes as slaves. Okay, they know who they are. They mix. So by the time you get to 1819 or 1850 with the photographs, okay, they're already mixed. They started fucking mixing when Pizarro landed in Florida in 1503 with niggas on the boat. Okay,
BGS. With that being said, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
We understand and comprehend everything you said between 1503 and before, that we were contracted to be slaves, we were brought over in ships. We understand it. My question is this, sir. Any of these ADOS Negroes, because I know you don't like to use ADOS, these Negroes / ADOS that born.
Give me a second, AL. Give me a second, AL. Whoever that is with the music in the background, please turn that off. Please. Do it.
I don't know what they did. I don't know why people come on a program with playing music in the background, man. I don't get it.
My bad.
Oh, I gotta take this. BGS, you cover for me for a minute, please. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, AL.
Okay. With that being said, any of the grandchildren, great grandchildren, ancestry on down from these Negroes that were brought here on contract, their descendants that were lineaged through here, they can be called naturalized in born citizens of America, right? Even though they do have that slash title too, because they was originally contracted.
If you're citizens of the United States, what it would have to be? You have to be born here, right?
Yeah.
They ch-
Now,
they changed that in they changed that shit in the 1800s. About citizenship, right? When they had to bring in all these fucking immigrants into the United States, naturalized versus born, right? If you're born here, you're a citizen, right?
mm-hmm,
Okay.
correct.
Okay. So I'm curious if you just got here, if your parents just got here, you're born here, like Kamala Harris. Okay. Her parents were not born here; they're immigrants, right? But the thing is, she was born here; she's a citizen. Okay. So I don't know what
Okay.
else is there. Okay.
Saying she was born in America, but from
Yeah.
what I understand, she went to school up in Canada. She did a lot of
Okay.
grades in Canada.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
back down to Oakland,
Oh,
correct?
okay. Oh, okay. Okay. When she until she was 5, she was in
Okay.
Wisconsin, right? Because their parents moved around because they were university professors, right? Okay.
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Her father got a job in Stanford, right? So they moved to Northern California, right? So from 5 years old to 12 years old, she went to school in Oakland, all right? Her mother got a job in a university in Toronto, okay?
Yep.
At McGill, okay?
Okay.
So from 12 years old to 18, she went to school in Canada. Does that
Then
make
went
sense?
went to school at Howard.
And
Got
then when she graduated from Canada, she came back and went to school in Howard. Okay.
got you. We all caught up.
Okay. So now, what's the point of mentioning her going to school? Because it's right. I don't know why people argue this shit. You can look it up in 5 minutes. Okay, about her Canada experience. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to
She was not raised in Canada. She was raised in Oakland, and then when she was 12 years old, then she moved to Canada. Okay, and went to school with because her mother had a job. Okay.
and like you say, over here in the West, over on this side of the pond, we consider the one drop rule, then she's black. But outside of that, she's a woman of color. I'm just trying to make sure I got all the crazy ass definitions and shit going on for her.
When she was in school in Canada, because she started a fucking hip hop dance troupe. Okay, she black.
Okay, so
Who y'all talking about, Kamala?
Kamala, yes.
So Canada is just like us, considered the one drop rule too.
What I'm saying, okay, what I'm saying is, okay, she's been identifying as black her whole life. Okay, she said her mother said you're a mixed child, you're black, you have to teach you how to navigate as a black woman in America. She said that as a read her bio. She wrote this shit down. Okay, people going by what they think instead of reading her shit. Okay.
Going off of regurgitated information.
I mean, I show pictures of her and her father in Jamaica with all her black fucking cousins in Jamaica. Okay, but no, she's Indian. The bitch been to India one time in her whole fucking entire life. Okay.
Yeah, it's her mother's side of the family is from a place called Chennai. That's in the southwest.
And they're Tamils. Okay, Tamils are rebels. Okay.
Tamils, and some of the darkest people.
And Tamils are considered black, which is the races in India against Tamils. Okay.
Gotcha.
True. Correct.
That's a fact.
There's also another group of people who are dark skinned as hell down there called the Dravidians, who are also considered
the Untouchables. Yeah, the Untouchables. Yeah.
That's the Dalits.
That's literally the people
the Dalits
clean up the poop.
The Dalits. Yeah, the Dalits.
Y'all talking about India?
Literally.
Oh, one at a time, y'all. Y'all talking at the same time. I'm getting a headache.
The Untouchables, BGS.
The Dalits are the Untouchables, right? The Dalits are Untouchables. Those are the dark people that at bottom of society. When they get over,
and they're the first ones that got there. They're the first ones that walked into India.
And they come from the island of in these islands. They actually tracked them like 100,000 years ago. Actually going across the oceans from South Africa to Andalusia Island, to India, to Asia, all the way to the Pacific, to the west, to the Americas. Okay.
Okay.
That's where they come from. Okay. Yeah, that's where they come from.
By the way, BJS, since we're talking about black folks in India, there's a group of people there called the city.
I was just gonna say that. I was just gonna say that name of the city. Yep.
The city. A subgroup of them are what we call Habshi. They are descendants of African slaves were brought to India during the slave trade, during the Middle
Okay.
Eastern slave trade.
Okay. Okay.
And no, I'm not trying to be facetious here. I want to.
No, I said okay. I'm not. I don't know. Okay. I mean, slave trade is very old, and slave trade still goes on. That's the problem that people don't realize. It still goes on. Yeah.
Very true. And I learned about this. I learned about this history because one of those individuals who were sent there, who became a Habshi, was a historical figure in Indian history. His name is Malik Ambar. He was sent as a slave to India from Abyssinia, modern day Ethiopia, in the second half of the 16th century. He was an ethnic Oromo, in fact. So yeah. So you see that kind of thing, and they're mostly Muslims. So it's intriguing how these people, like the colorism in India, how it is. You see, it also extends also to parts of Pakistan. I remember there was a friend of mine. Pakistan.
No, I mean, like Pakistan used to be part of India. Of course, it would be colorism there. You know.
Yeah, you do have colorism.
Yeah,
I got a brother.
Yeah. I just get sick of this talk because I've been in the pro-black community for like 40 years, man. All the fucking books they reference, I've already read. I actually met the authors of these people, okay, of these books, okay. Tell them shit I already know. Stop trying to mix it up, okay?
I want to say something really quickly.
All right, go ahead, Rocky.
I just wanted to say to what BGS, BGS, you know, like I got more common sense than that. It's obvious that we all descend from fucking Africa. I just don't understand how people get this in their heads that we're natives or we already here. One of the reasons why we was fucking brought here was because the natives
couldn't survive. They couldn't survive. Yeah.
In being enslaved. I don't understand how people don't understand that. Our whole genetic makeup from the United States to Haiti to Jamaica to Barbados, all of these, our whole genetic makeup comes from the western section of
Angola,
Africa.
Nigeria, pretty much.
Our does. Where most of the Native Americans genetics come from the eastern part of Africa. Okay, Southeast Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Kosa and by the way, it's called the Khoisan.
Well, the Asians descended from the Khoisan people.
Yeah,
Khoisan.
Yeah,
Khoikhoi, the San people, aka the Bushmen.
The San and the Pygmy. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, the Pygmies. Yeah. The Pygmies essentially the Congo.
And those people are still there, man. You can see it. You can see if you look at an Eastern African, or look at an Asian, or look at Native American, you can actually still see the features in them. Okay.
Exactly.
BGS, real quick, y'all. I gotta pause y'all real quick. BGS, this is a compliment for you. If you don't mind reading KMS super chat, please.
Okay, finally caught up, size. BGS said I talk offline. I grudgingly and humbly tip my cat. If he had a physical classroom, I'd be the snot-nosed kid waiting at the door 30 minutes early, fighting to get the first seat. He's right a lot. Thanks, BGS. The thing is, what I hate is these postmodern pro-black folks telling me shit I already know. Okay, I read this shit. Okay,
I hate that you put postmodern and pro-black in the same statement.
Because pro-black used to be conscious community, right? I'm part of ASCAC, right? Okay, back in the 80s and early 90s. Okay, that actually went and did this research. Okay, you're telling me shit I already know. What you're saying is bullshit. Okay, I already know it. Okay, that's not what they said. Okay, you're misreading the shit. Go ahead.
BGS, I just use my common sense and take my index finger and drag a line from the western coast of Africa through the Caribbean into the United States. It's obvious that you can tell where the route to the slave ships went to, from the Caribbean to parts of hell is the reason.
Wait, 18. I gotta make fun of you real quick. What slave ships? There's no pictures of no slave ships.
Okay.
Where the slave ships at? Where the museum with the slave ships? Like, I gotta do
that. If you look at the outline, they describe them as niggas. There was niggas on the goddamn boat. They know what niggas look like. Okay.
Hell yeah.
And all you have to do is follow the damn the ocean currents of the goddamn hurricanes. Because it was
that's
all
true. That's true.
Coming from the
That's true.
Gulf of Guinea all the way to the Atlantic.
I mean,
Across the
I,
Atlantic.
and the natives tell you the Africans that came over, they still have statues and shit. That these people came from over here. Okay, they're
The
among us.
Olmecs.
The
Olmecs,
Yeah, the
Olmecs.
Olmecs,
Olmecs.
and shit like that.
Mhm.
They know. Okay.
And
By the way,
here's
BGS.
one thing. Here's one thing I wanted to know about the Olmecs, because some people would say they were African, but I was wondering, were they Polynesian?
No,
Was that
they're African.
they African?
They
Okay.
actually got on them. That's why the helmets and the gear all look African, right? Because they got on the boat, they came over, and they landed. And they integrated, they intermixed with the people. Okay, they did, but they knew they were foreigners. Okay,
Yeah.
they said that from the very beginning. They're very clear about that stuff. Okay.
It was, yeah. Oh, by the way, BGS. Just to change the subject a little bit. Like when
Mm-hmm.
you're talking about the whole thing about citizenship and whatnot.
Okay.
There's two terms I think people forget about. Especially in the case of Europe. But it's the one term is like if you're born in that country, you become an automatic citizen. The Greek
Mm-hmm.
term is jus solis.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if you are familiar with that term. It means right of
Mm-mm.
birth.
Oh, right of birth. Okay. Okay.
Right of birth or
Mm-hmm.
birthright means
Okay.
jus solis.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one is called jus sanguinis, means you can right of inheritance or right of blood. In
Yeah.
certain, like in the case of the Americas, jus sanguinis, and like through your parents, through birth, jus solis, yes, but up to like your parents,
Mm-hmm.
you can inherit your citizenship, jus sanguinis.
Okay.
In certain countries like in the UK, Ireland, France, the Netherlands,
Mm-hmm.
Belgium, um, they recognize jus solis. So
Okay.
an immigrant, if you come there and your children are born there, they're automatic citizens of that country.
Okay.
However, if you go to Italy, France, if you go to Italy, Germany, the Nordic nations as well,
Mm-hmm.
Austria, a few others, even Greece.
Mm-hmm.
Greece, especially if you remember the Greek freak who plays for the Bucks.
Okay.
They're not, if you were born in that country, but you're not ethnically of that community, you're not entitled to European citizenship. You have to inherit that through a parent. And prime example of people like that I got is like the actress Amanda Stenberg. She
Yeah.
can
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
only
yeah.
speak.
That's Maru
Yeah.
um
And a
what's the name of that joint?
lot of African countries are the same way. Okay.
Yeah, true. Oh no,
Um
yeah, so to a certain extent, yes. But in the case of European countries,
Hunger
up to a
Games. Rue from Hunger
grandparent.
Games. Goddamn, I couldn't get the fucking
Yeah.
movie up. Yeah, go ahead.
Amanda
And the
Stenberg, I
book.
said,
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
the one from Acolyte.
Mm-hmm.
Her
Yeah,
father's Danish.
yeah.
She could only
Mhm.
inherit that citizenship because she was born to a Danish father because her
Yeah.
mother's
Mhm.
black. Another example of that would be John Carlo Esposito. Father's Italian, mother's African American. He was born in Denmark. He's not entitled to Danish citizenship. He only has American citizenship. Although he could have gotten Italian citizenship through his father, but they was like, what's the point? I mean, he might have, but what's the point? But it is what it is. That's just
Yeah.
these concepts need to be known to people. These terms, jus soli, jus sanguinis, so they can understand, how immigration works also in certain countries. It's really important.
No, I mean, um, I've been hearing that argument my entire life. What Big Kev was saying, so that's why y'all saw me. I let it go, and because we had, and I was wrong. It was in 9 months. We had that. BGS and Big Kev literally had the same argument maybe 13, 14 months ago on my channel. So apparently, about every year and some change, BGS, you and Big Kev are gonna get into it
Well,
for the
why
same
don't just
thing.
come? Why don't you come to the fucking channel and present as evidence, man, instead of doing this shit? Okay.
Right. Y'all literally had this argument maybe a
I,
little over a year ago.
pull the books. Okay. The thing is, they know they write this shit down, man. Okay. They write this shit down. We are not Native Americans. Okay. Stop with that shit. Okay.
I've been hearing that my whole life.
There's so many books, there's so many records, okay, that tell you who you are not, okay? Stop with this shit, okay? Stop with this make believe. I don't want to be a slave. I want to be a native. I don't want to believe that my people
So
sold me.
I've always thought of it the way you're saying it right now, which is that's mainly I think I'm so comfortable in me and my if I don't stop this my grown ass gut, I should not be eating Popeyes right now. And my bald ass head and my Haitian background and
Mm-hmm.
my like once you're because and what that means is yeah, we beat the French one time, but then
Mm-hmm.
they threaten to just like, hey, we'll just reinvade and like and we'll and if we lose again, then we'll just blockade with other European powers and we'll just starve you to death, right? So
Mm-hmm.
like I'm I think when you're comfortable with your descendant of slave, it just makes I don't know if I don't have a issue with the history of the past. It doesn't make me feel less human. It doesn't make me feel any type of resentment towards Africans necessarily. My resentment has always been to the same goddamn people because it's the same goddamn people since the beginning.
Because I tell the same guys get a DNA test. Well, that's a white man's DNA. So
See,
whose book are you reading to get this information? It's not a
there you
white
go.
man's.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're reading the
Mhm.
same white man's information that wrote it down and trying to tell me the white man's stuff doesn't matter. Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, me personally, with my ancestry, I've
Saint Cyr got me
accepted it.
dying right now.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Oh,
go
what is
ahead.
it,
I,
dude?
I had to tell this Kenyan woman about God, right? Okay,
Mhm,
because she's from the Rift Valley.
mhm.
And she's saying, well, I can't go to heaven because I did this stuff. I said, who told you that? The white man. See, y'all discovered God a million years ago. Why are you listening to a white guy? Okay, you guys
Because
are the
that is
original
their God.
people.
Ooh, mm, mm,
Yeah,
mm.
you guys are the
Yeah,
original people. Why are you following them?
well,
Shit.
mhm.
I've had certain discussions like that before. I remember there was an associate of mine. She's like myself, Eritrean. I remember when she was taking Norwegian classes, there was a Kenyan who looked at it and said, because she's light skinned,
Mm-hmm.
but she doesn't have the big forehead. See, don't go
Oh,
there.
okay, okay.
Mhm,
Don't go there, Z. I know how he likes to
mhm,
fuck with me about my people with the foreheads.
mhm.
But you
Hammerheads.
saw her.
Anyway,
She was cute, light skinned, and this Kenyan was
looking
looking at her
like
and said,
goddamn hammerhead sharks. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
until you get into
Now
a
I'm
fight
doing
with
this
us,
to
then you
Nim
catch
on
your head
purpose.
butt.
As he's talking, I'm gonna be interrupting him making forehead
This
jokes.
is why
Go
I
ahead.
always get long
Rihanna forehead
winded.
ass. Rihanna forehead ass
This
Negroes. Go
is
ahead.
Yeah, we know, I know. And plus our towel.
Windshield
Go ahead.
wiper forehead. No, I'm playing with you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm gonna stop interrupting. Go ahead.
Z's like that annoying little brother I already have. I love you, but we
That's
gotta
funny.
stop. Now I got two younger brothers, so we always like this. But he looked at it and said, you're not a real original African, are you? Which is
What?
like, he said,
What
you're
does that
not
even
originally
mean?
African because of her complexion and our feet. Because you've seen our feet, if you
Mm,
our feet
mm-hmm,
and facial features.
mm-hmm,
Because
Is she from the Horn?
yeah, she's an Eritrean like myself. She's
So
of the
is
same
she?
ethnicity of my ass.
So is she mixed? The Horn is kind of mixed. She got
Yes, that's
Arab. She got
true.
she got Arab in her.
No, she is of my ethnicity. We're Afro-Semitic. Our
Okay.
ancestors came from Semitic region. If you
mm-hmm.
are of, there's
Semitic
nine,
means you're mixed. Okay. Semitic means
yes,
you're mixed. Okay.
Semites.
Yeah.
Our ancestors came from Southern Arabia. Our ancestors were the ancient
And,
Sadim,
and,
aka the Queen of
and,
Sheba.
in other words, you're mixed. Okay. In other words,
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
when what Africans are like, say like the Kenyans from the Rift. Okay, you can tell that they're
Yeah.
not mixed. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Nilos
Mm-hmm.
the Heron, Cushitic. Yes, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah. They're
Let
not
me,
mixed.
can I say something real quick,
Go ahead.
BGS?
Uh huh.
I
Go ahead.
saw a video with Iman, and this
Okay.
was just that one clip
Ooh.
where she
Yeah.
said that really they're not mixed. The Arabs came from them. They descended from the East Africans or something like that. Now I'm
And
not.
and in other words, basically, what happens is that over millions of years, you actually move away and
Mm-hmm.
actually what do you call it? Evolve or
My
not evolve? What do you call it? Not evolve. What's the term for it? Right? Where body looks and body change, right? And you come back and
adapt.
mix with other groups, right?
Adapt to like the
Yeah.
environment and
In
your.
other words, basically you evolve into a certain another form, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You come back and then you start mixing. You're not the original form that you were when you left.
Mm-hmm.
No, especially after years, given that you've had centuries of migration going in and around that entire Red Sea region.
Mm-hmm.
Certain Africans do not have any what they call it certain DNA in them. Okay, they
Yeah.
don't have it.
That's
Like
true.
from the people from the Rift Valley do not. You can tell that they probably look the same that they have for like a million years. Okay, the little bodies, the face, the eyes, the head, the color. Okay,
Mhm.
okay, you can tell. In fact, this young lady had curly hair. Okay, you can tell
Mm.
that these are the people that left Africa and went across and became the Native Americans and shit just by the looks, the face, and the hair.
Mm.
They look just
Oh
like them.
wow.
Yeah.
We had this conversation. Who was it? Gil Gami, Nema? Gil Gami
Right.
came up a little while ago, and we had this conversation because remember I
Mm.
had this theory about what Arabs are actually like. When I'm saying that, I'm talking about like Osama bin Laden type Arabs, and like because
Right.
they look
Mm-hmm.
different. They don't look white. Their
Yes,
hair
because
is a
he's
bit
from.
frizzier, right? Like they're not like it's just different. So I was like, they look almost they're like a fixed mixed race, right?
Yeah, because
Go ahead, go
first
ahead.
of all, Bin Laden's family, they're
Mhm,
originally from Yemen.
Yeah.
They're originally from Yemen. His
mhm,
ancestors were
mhm,
he's
And
descended
and
from
and,
people called the Himyarites.
and guess
mm,
who came down in the what is it, the 11th century BC? It's called the Hittites, and
yeah,
started mixing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
yeah.
Good point.
Yeah.
Good point, BJS. The Hittites did come down there, and remember, Hittites were battling with the ancient Egyptians
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
yes,
in the
they were,
Levant. In the Levant.
and they won sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, Megiddo, or AKA Armageddon.
So if you look at the Bedouins, the dark Bedouins, those are the original people.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
Hey, Gilgami, salut mon
mhm.
frère. Why don't you come on up?
Right. Years ago, they showed. I saw the sculpture. Was it a sculpture or was it like a rendering? That's the word I'm looking for. A rendering of the first person to cross into Europe, and obviously, it's a brother. It was a brother, but it was like a brother, and so they did too much because they already gave him blue eyes, and I was like, he ain't have no goddamn blue eyes when
No,
he crossed
no, I
into
think I
Europe,
saw that.
brother.
I think I saw
You
that.
know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
like,
his no, his eyes changed over time because of that cold
okay,
climate.
yeah. But I'm like, y'all over here giving him blue eyes way too early. If y'all would have said 7,000 years ago, then we talking. Y'all giving this
Yeah,
motherfucker blue
because
eyes like 30,000 years ago. Stop it.
blue eyes
Go
didn't
ahead.
exist until five to, like you said, between 6 and 10,000 years ago.
And and and
In
it's
Yeah.
still,
fact, every
and
blue-eyed person
and it's
is
still
descended from
rare.
them. Yeah,
Yes.
and
Yep.
in fact, BGS, if you remember, if I can mention this certain MGTOW's name,
Mm-hmm.
Stardust. He did. I
Mm.
remember 8 years ago, and I was trying to look for this video. He had this clip about assorted mating, and in that video, he talked about a Danish researcher who was doing research on finding about the amount of concentration of blue-eyed people
Mm-hmm.
within Europe, and he found mostly were in the southern part of the Baltic region.
Mm-hmm.
Baltic, not Balkan, folks.
Wait,
The Baltic
by the
region.
way, Name, I gotta interrupt you on purpose, not to make fun or anything like that. I just want everybody to know we're the people that they say haven't developed a personality and aren't likable. Us right now that's having this conversation right
Uh-huh.
now
Uh-huh.
about the history and politics and mixing races and genetics and biology and all that other good stuff. Yeah, we're the ones that's not
Because,
likable and,
because
and,
See,
and haven't
our
developed the
response to
personality.
that
I
is
just want to make sure we
indeed,
say
it's
that.
because most women, we talk about this shit, their eyes glaze over. Okay.
Yeah,
indeed,
exactly.
our response to them is this, and so, and
Right.
what?
No, they're. I was talking to Ram about this. Their eyes glaze over. They can't follow
Yeah.
you, so
No,
they
at
label
all.
you boring. Okay.
Yeah.
I
Because
was
they can't
Thank
follow
you.
you.
I was
Ram
You're
just
on,
not
about
by
to
you're
the
not
say
way.
that.
you're not you're not
Right.
entertaining enough. Yeah, you're not entertaining
Yeah.
enough for me. Yeah.
As I was saying, before I continue,
Hmm.
like BGS, first of all, before we continue, how's the field marshal doing these days? How's his
Oh,
recovery?
he's doing a lot better, man. He's
Hmm.
in. The
Yeah.
doctor's getting ready to change his medication on all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
The thing is,
Oh shit.
Detroit 313 just had a stroke though, so
Oh
got him
my
on.
God.
Detroit?
When?
Yeah,
What?
keep him in his prayer. Yeah,
Detroit's one of my loyal
yeah.
subscribers.
That's why he
Oh,
hasn't been
Damn.
around is because he
Yeah.
had health
how?
issues. Okay.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Yeah, he
BGS,
emailed me. Yeah,
you say stroke around me, that just brings back memories of my father. I'm sorry.
yeah, yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna
It
cry.
it wasn't severe. It
Oh,
wasn't as bad as Rom's, but the thing is, it still was something. So
as
keep
long
him
as
in your
they,
prayers.
as long as they were able to hospitalize him within the first 3 years, because that's the golden period, the
Yeah,
chances of having him have a full
yeah.
recovery are great.
He can still walk. He still got most of his motor functions, but the thing is, it still was a ding. So
They have to. It depends on what where they found the blood clots, but it
yeah,
depends where the neurologist found the blood clots and
well,
everything. So yeah, I know.
yeah,
Oh.
he didn't say so, but I'm just saying that
No, no,
that
I understand what you're saying. I agree with you, sir. It's just that,
mm,
ooh,
yeah.
sorry, I'm getting emotional here.
Mhm.
Just,
Mhm.
I was just saying, keep him in your prayers, okay?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I've dealt with like a bunch of deaths this last couple of years, so yeah, I know how it is to be just to lose some people. People get devastated by this shit, you know. I mean,
yeah.
Better you, where'd you go? You were up here and then you good. Oh, there you go. Oh yeah, but I knew he was trying to.
You got.
It's that Georgia Wireless. That's what it is. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, better you just came up and
in Kenya they call it Ruto Wireless now because when it goes out it's a Ruto's got to go.
Oh man,
it's a running joke now when the wireless goes down. Ruto's.
What I will say is I don't remember BGS ever going out. No, it does happen every once in a super blue moon. You're probably the person with the most stable connection ever.
Yeah.
And you live in Earthquakeville. I don't understand this.
Yeah, well, you know.
Connection is so good.
Oh, yeah. Spectrum has a fiber, and it's not a fiber line, but thing is, it's pretty dependable. So.
I know. Hey, yo, you better not be talking because your connection always be trash.
Yeah, I said I'm not wireless. I'm wired. I hardly ever go wireless. I'm usually hardwired. Yeah.
It's just some. Okay, that's probably why too. Okay, yeah, that's the.
Yeah, I'm not wireless.
Yeah. I had to go in on A a little bit. It's a little Texas Florida rivalry.
You over here talking like Florida fucking internet shit. Y'all goddamn shit is just the bomb.
I know we got Swamp Wireless. I ain't even say nothing. I already know we got Everglades Wireless. I know
Everglades Wireless. Hilarious.
It is.
Hysterical.
I know. No, we do. We got Everglades. Look, I know Indiana ain't talking. You don't even belong on the map. We don't even know who you are.
Middle of nowhere. I done dropped them.
Okay, whatever.
What's up, Louis? Louis got a super chat.
Louis says salute. What's going on, Louis?
I'm still waiting on that video, Louis.
I really am. I promise you, I'm waiting on it. I promise you.
By the way, can I finish my thought?
Go ahead.
I was talking about like Stardust. He was talking about sort of mating and the blue-eyed thing, and he did this, and he said he found like the Danish researcher did, like I said, about the concentration of blue eyes. But he also mentioned another research that was done where they had a group of people rate, how attractive certain pictures of certain people were. And in certain cases, they would alter the pictures, like change the hair color and blue and the eye color and whatnot. Most of the men who were not blue-eyed and all the women, it was fairly, nothing new, nothing significant. Everybody was like rating at the, similar race and whatnot. But they did notice that the men with blue eyes had a tendency to rate women with blue eyes as more attractive and whatnot. And the theory was from a sort of meaning that they knew that because blue eyes are a recessive gene, their chances that they rather mate with, they had a high preference for blue-eyed women because of assurance of paternity.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Because the chances of two blue-eyed people having a non-blue-eyed child is like 1 in 4. It has to be due to like one of the grandparents is non-blue-eyed. And it was interesting how you see this, how this is sort of mating, comes about, and that's why some people get very possessive of the women in their particular group, and they don't like them, going out with other groups. So it was really interesting just seeing all that stuff. I gotta find the video because he did leave links in the description to some of this research he was talking about. But when I saw that, I was like, I saw that in action too. I saw people who had blue-eyed kids. I asked them, both the parents are blue-eyed. Is the father blue-eyed? Yeah, okay, that explains a lot. And I didn't have to go into detail, but I saw what they were talking about.
Yeah.
Just seen that shit.
I've read that before. Where it's actually a paternity test with the blue eyes. Yeah.
That's why BGS, if you remember, the first time you held your kids on the day where they were born, you were looking at their faces, trying to see any resemblance, and that's why parents always focus on whose eyes they have.
That's why the first thing that most black women do is come to the hospital and look at the baby and see if there's somebody.
That ain't my grandbaby.
Yeah. Or that look they give each other. Okay. Well, we'll have to see what happens when they actually get older. Okay.
Oh man, my
Yeah.
grandmother was like that. Because when I was
Name
born.
it before you go.
Go ahead.
Mr. GQ Smooth, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. Go ahead.
$2 holla, double the
Hey,
holla.
BJ,
And then
I
we
got one
gotta
thing.
get better you and AB and Socrates after this. Go ahead. Go ahead, AO.
Check it out. Back in the day, and I know down here down south, when them
Uh,
old women knew that wasn't your baby,
Yeah.
what would they say? What would they say?
Mm,
No, I got you. Now, this
Mm-hmm.
is what they say. Bless her, bless that baby heart.
yeah.
That was cold for letting them know it wasn't your baby or it was an ugly baby. One of the two. Ugly
Mm,
baby, it wasn't your baby. Bless that child's heart.
mm-hmm.
That's what they.
Alexa played "Not My Baby" by Bone Thugs and Harmony.
But, let's do after
Now,
let's go better you and then go ahead better. And then AB and then Socrates.
speaking on that though, like my great grandmother actually saved my big cousin a lot of heartache because of that. She when she saw his daughter, she instantly knew it wasn't his. And she looked at him and she said, Who baby you riding around here with?" And she was like, "This is mine." And she's like, "Nah, that baby ain't a Haywood." And she tried to drag him through the court and everything and get all kinds of money out of it. That stuck with him. And turned out wasn't his.
That to me, that there's something to say, and it reminds me of the clip of the lady who thought the husband or the boyfriend, baby daddy, was giving her a trip to Dubai, and actually he was giving her the DNA test that said the baby wasn't his.
Yeah.
So that reminds me of imagine having sex with someone else while you're in a relationship,
Mm-hmm.
and then going through the pregnancy
Mm-hmm.
and then presenting this to your husband,
Mm-hmm.
boyfriend, baby daddy like it's his child.
Has
How you the
hap
fact that you don't think that I should break your mother, anyway.
For real.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
when I
yeah.
realize or when I find out like the level of you if there's one thing that's worse than telling a woman, oh, by the way, I got the side chick pregnant. There's one thing worse than that. Telling the man, oh, it's your baby.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Happens all the
That's
time.
crazy.
Happens all the time.
Yeah. I had
That's
a
why DNA testing at
Mhm.
birth. That's why
And
we
let me
yeah.
say
don't
this
like
one
it.
more thing before you go, AB. One more thing. What makes this worse is what Better You was saying. The fact that she fought him in
Mm-hmm.
court
Of
to make
course.
him pay for a child that's not how. Whew, you supposed to crawl under a rock and be shamed damn near for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
But the fact that you fought this man to pay child support for a kid that's not his, that you actively cheated on him to have this
Mm.
child with another man. But man, if the glove don't fit, go ahead, y'all.
The crazy thing about it
Man,
is,
Billy Jean is not my lover, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
bro.
the crazy
Oh,
thing
that was
about
a
the
good
whole
joint.
situation with
Hold
that
on. Hold on.
was she didn't know who the father was
Yeah.
because after she thought it was one or two dudes,
Mm-hmm.
and
Man,
she's like, okay, she went and tested the other guy,
I picked the best candidate. Yeah.
Yeah.
and he wasn't a father either.
Oh shit. Okay. Damn.
Yeah, so my cousin, he had already grown a bit attached to her, so he decided to stay in her life as her adopted father. But
And bless his heart. Yeah.
you know, it was one of those things where
What,
it's
what,
like
what,
that's
but at least he made his own decision. Okay.
oh
That's
yeah.
all. That's all men want. Okay. Don't lie to me. Let me make my own decision.
Yeah. Yeah.
so in other words, that was Lauren Hill. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
That was what was his name? Kurt Franklin, right? Okay.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
that was
Yeah.
his mom's story. Ooh,
Yeah.
Ooh,
I had a
did I hear you
Eh,
correctly? Did you bless somebody's heart?
even after 2 DNA tests, okay,
yeah.
Did you just
they
bless
still
somebody's
wrong,
heart, DJ?
Hey.
Did you
huh?
just bless somebody? Did you just bless somebody's heart? Did I hear you correctly? Oh my God.
Yeah, my nephew and my son
Yeah.
almost had a jacket put on them.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I had
Man.
that happen to one of my cousins.
It
His
happened. It happened. It happened so much that I don't know why people protest DNA testing at birth.
Yeah,
Wait a
this
minute. So
happened.
I never
Hold on.
knew this. Go ahead,
What's
go
Can
that?
I
ahead, go
get
ahead,
in?
go ahead, go ahead.
This happened to my cousin around the early 2000s, and
Hmm.
ironically, his mother was saying the whole time that ain't his baby.
Yeah.
His mother knew. She
Hmm.
has her own issue, but his mother knew that wasn't his baby. And
Yeah.
what eventually made my cousin go get a DNA test is he pretty much said this chick was doing too much. She was asking for way too much money, and he
Why,
wouldn't.
why does it take all that instead of
I
taking?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But
So,
I,
so
I
was a pussy that good?
no, I think
No, hold
if
on,
we're
wait,
gonna
wait.
do,
Let me finish my story. Let me
go
finish
ahead,
my
man.
story because I'm gonna go into that. Was the pussy really that good? Because I looked at her, I was like, "What the hell are you doing with her, man? She's
Was
not
the
that."
was the pussy that good? You know what it is, man.
Yeah, he said that's what he said. That's what he literally
Hey,
told me. Hold on,
Hold
let
on,
me
hold on,
finish
Al,
my.
hold on, man. Hold on. Go finish your story.
I'm gonna try. He said that's what he told me. The pussy was that good, and I was like, oh,
Exactly.
I was like,
Oh,
okay.
but BGS, you don't know shit about life, do you, kid? Okay, all
But
right, keep going.
I didn't wanted to speak on. I'm sorry to hear about Detroit 313.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Um, I had my mother. I was driving to somewhere. She had a stroke when I was driving somewhere. I just drove her to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
Mm.
Oh, it's
So
good. She's fortunate. Yeah.
yeah, I've had my father's had strokes too, so that's something I know about.
Mm, yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
now, AD,
that really messed with me because Detroit being here
Yeah,
clowning with Indigo and Trail
Yeah.
and yeah,
That's how come he hasn't been here because he just. I think it
yeah,
yeah,
was maybe a few days
and
ago. Yeah.
that rehab is
yeah.
no joke. You have to go
Yeah.
through that rehab. You
Yeah.
have to
So.
relearn stuff. Go
Detroit,
ahead.
I'm gonna
So.
need you not to forget how to type because we're gonna need you in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Mhm.
when you I need you to heal up so you could still
Speech therapy is going to
yeah,
be quite a challenge.
Yeah.
yeah.
I
That's
mean,
man,
I
that
remember.
messed me
I
up.
mean, no, I mean, what messed me up was when my dad had a stroke.
Mm-hmm.
It took away his ability to talk.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I mean, like at the end, when just before he passed, he was able to like utter certain things. That what gave me hope is when he was able to say my name. And I
Okay.
heard, but he understood. But any other time I talked to him, he understood everything I said.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just too painful to just like I wanted to talk to him, and I know he was trying to say something. Because he was like, "Are you ready?" He was like muttering, but he couldn't really say what he wanted to say, and I was like, and I was trying to comprehend, but it was hard. I needed my mom to explain to me what he was saying, but you know, but that ability to walk, to talk, and shit.
yeah.
I
I'm just
wanted
glad
to I
he's in
wanted
a
to
better
say this
place.
real quick too with Mr. Dodd. So I knew about Kirk Franklin. I didn't know Kerry Washington, the actress Kerry Washington.
Oh
That
yeah, she had
the
yeah, she went through some stuff too.
so her
Yeah.
what so her mom was lying about who the dad was too.
yeah, I
That's
remember that. Yeah, that came out about 3 or 4 years ago. Show the fuck
that's
did.
wow.
Happens all the time. Yeah.
Man, look,
Paternity, I
man,
mean,
look,
paternity
ladies,
fraud.
like this is and this and to go to something that BGS was saying earlier. The reason why I think this might eventually be legal, especially I think if conservatives get their way, if Trump win presidency, you could see this maybe start becoming implemented in different states,
Mm-hmm.
and then maybe nationwide. But let's be clear, I don't think America is not really ready to have confirmed that their daughters are hoes. We know it, but like to have it confirmed. Oh, that's the boyfriend, that's the baby daddy.
Well then,
No, it's not.
stop asking for it then. If
No, no,
you don't
no.
want it, yeah.
I want that shit.
I
I
know
want that.
what I'm
But
talking
yeah.
about. Most guys ask for this shit, so if
Hmm.
they don't want to know, stop asking for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I
No,
don't
I'm
As
saying.
long,
I think the best way for me to say it, BJS, is the young men might, but I think the fathers, the
Mm-hmm.
mothers, the aunts, the grandmas, the uncles, no, who
Mm-hmm.
want to know that their niece was out here with 3, 4 different dudes, and she don't know who the baby is, or she
You,
tried to pin the baby on this dude and this another
I
dude.
got
you might, but do you actually the mothers actually want to raise a grandchild that's not
And they
part of
don't
their
care.
blood? They do care.
Oh no, I'm
They
okay, okay,
they
okay.
do
I,
care.
Yeah.
Okay, Why you the people that will actually care the most actually are the women. Okay, well, make sure that
No, oh my bad. I was talking about the women of the mother of
no,
the
no, no,
daughter
no.
who's
I'm talking about
lying.
the. I'm talking.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the
mother of
mothers
the fake father, the not
of the
father,
father. Yeah.
the not
So
father. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I get it.
I would
Go ahead, yo.
I would argue this too that
Hmm.
I mean I'm a father. My children are still somewhat young, but my eldest is coming to his own. I know my children, and I would argue that if your kid is out there like that, like even for my uncles and my aunts, the ones of my cousins who's a little loose, they knew.
Mm-hmm.
They, you know,
Sometimes I got two daughters. Sometimes you don't know, because just like you, man, the shit that you did in the dark, man, that your parents don't know about. Am I correct?
Oh yes.
Am I? Am I correct?
I
Am I
believe
correct?
it.
there's some details they don't know. They pretty much know everything.
Yeah, but isn't what? Yeah, but the thing is that what details don't they know?
The devil's in the details now.
Yeah.
Like,
What details don't they know that you won't show them? Right?
I don't know. It's not nothing I wouldn't show them. It's just
Plead the fifth, nigga. Plead the fifth.
discussions haven't been had.
When you were young, okay, is there shit that you did that they never would find out about?
Nah,
No,
nah.
I don't believe it, but it's okay. I don't believe it. Okay.
No, I'm serious. Like I didn't. The things that my parents probably would have been somewhat surprised by were the things that happened after I moved away and after college. But I had conversations with them after a pivotal event in my life, so they know pretty much everything that's happened. They
They
don't
know
know the intimate details
they
of
know
certain things.
now. I'm talking about then. Okay.
Gotcha.
So in other words, by the time a chick get pregnant, it takes about what 9, 10 months. Okay.
I got you.
Okay. So in other words, they didn't know what was going on then. Okay. They know now. Okay. Like my kids, my daughters. Okay. I know now. Okay. I didn't meet the boyfriend until you in school. Where you meet this dude at? Okay.
Oh wow. You
Okay.
know what? I
I know
remember.
now. But
Yeah.
I've been that kid. Okay, parents don't know everything. Okay, even middle school parents don't know everything. They can't, and you
Because it's not.
and you don't tell them everything. Okay,
They
unless
didn't.
you're just an abnormal kid. And you may have been that kid. Okay.
I'm not gonna. Me and my dad and I, in particular,
Mm-hmm.
our relationship as I got older, I say after I crossed over about 10 years old,
Mm-hmm.
my dad and I, we got extremely close. And
Okay.
I understood my dad in a way that my brothers didn't.
Okay.
Because my dad, just to be frank, my dad was a hard ass. And my brothers took a lot of his demeanor as my dad didn't like them. And
So
I understood where he was trying to push
so
us.
so in other words, from 10 years old, you told your dad everything that you did.
Pretty much, yeah.
So there's nothing you held back from him. They didn't know that you were doing.
Nah, because he's one of my advisors.
So you're an unusual kid then.
I mean, I didn't do anything that was that crazy for the most part.
Okay, what you deem not that crazy. Nobody tells anybody everything. Okay, their kids don't tell you everything. Okay, and there's shit that you know that your dad's not gonna approve of that you're not gonna tell him
I can give an example of that.
unless you're just one of those kids.
wait, give it a second, name. Go ahead.
So
Sometimes there are those kids that will do that because they're just one of those kids, but they're rare. Okay,
Hmm.
but so you might have
I
been that kid.
probably am a little bit of an oddball in that respect
Because
because I
guess
don't
what?
feel like I have.
Because
Go ahead.
guess what? Your other siblings didn't do that shit, did they?
Well, my dad was a different guy for them.
No, I
We
don't.
10
Don't
years apart.
it doesn't matter. Okay, your siblings did not do that shit, did they?
Nah.
Exactly. You're unusual, even in your family.
Yeah. You were just too honest, weren't you?
I
That's what you're
would
trying to say.
say that per se, but like,
I ain't say,
I
you see
mean,
you keep putting bad in it. I'm not saying it has to be bad. Okay.
no, I say I wouldn't say that per se. I'm not saying anything bad. It's just
The way you
That was our relationship. And we
in
you
other
know,
words, what I'm saying is that you're an outlier. Okay. Even in your
yeah,
own family, you're an outlier. Okay. Most kids, like 95% of the kids, are not like that. Okay.
I hear what you're saying. And I'm not disagreeing with that. All I'm saying is
But what? Go ahead and give me the but.
no, no, all I'm saying is
Hashtag
the
BGS, but
same way that my father knew me, he also knew his other sons. He also, I would argue, most parents know and have a good general idea of our kids.
You have a
And there's
general.
certain things that may surprise us, but for the most part, we know our children.
Okay, okay, when my daughters or my son does something, right? Okay, I said, tell me the story, okay? They tell me the story. I said, I can actually reverse engineer what they actually did, okay? But they're not going to tell you everything because you don't know. And they know that you don't know. If they told you the story, you figure it out, okay? You know your kid, but you can't follow them around 24/7. And they know what to tell you and what not to tell you, okay? That's all I'm saying. Okay, if you're an outlier, you tell your parents everything, which is unusual. Okay, then that's
Not my
different. You're an
parent,
outlier.
my father.
Your father's your parent. Okay, unless he's not your
Parent,
parent.
no, parents mean
Oh,
mother.
okay. Well,
I don't have that relationship with my mother. Is what I'm saying.
well, what I'm saying, we actually go talk about niggling details. Okay, okay.
I just no, because
I know.
I'm just being clear. You know,
Okay, man. You're an outlier. Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Okay, so what
B,
your relationship with your kids are not the same relationship that you had with your father. Okay, it's not the same.
yeah.
How old are your children? By the way.
11 and 2.
Oh shit! Okay. Get the entire fuck out of here, man. You know how my kids are, man. One just turned 39 just this week. Okay.
Oh, congratulations, Virgo. You got a Virgo.
My grandson is 12. Okay. I
Good
know what the
Lord.
fuck I'm talking about. I got 5 grandsons. I got 3 kids. I got 2 daughters. Okay. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I've been a kid. I'm the
Yeah.
oldest of 5. Okay.
Oh wow.
The older your children are, the more you realize how much you don't know these
No,
people.
yes,
I
exactly.
promise you.
Yes, I promise you. Yeah.
I mean, this is from somebody whose eldest children are in their 30s and 20s.
So, me and who were actually laughing.
Yeah.
Look, I'm about to flame Black Uru real quick, but I swear Black Uru took a nap. I swear he fell asleep. That's what I thought. I was like, Black Uru muted and he fell asleep for a little bit.
I was having a late lunch.
Yeah.
Okay. I was
Wait.
like,
Hey.
sleep.
Was it Popeyes?
No, but it was actually a pot pie.
Oh, okay.
Okay, see, there you go.
Okay. hey, Marie Callender's.
No, but it was good. It was like a homemade deal.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, that's the best kind. That's the best kind.
I've never had a pot pie before, but I should try it sometime.
Oh yeah, try it. Yeah, Popeyes are good, man.
Yeah.
I've heard of them, like the chicken pot pie, whatnot. But I got to be
Oh,
careful
yeah.
with. But I got to be careful because of my
let me let
dietary restrictions.
Yeah.
Let me let Gilgami go. But and Socrates. Actually, matter of fact, let's let Socrates go and then Gilgami. But yeah, let Socrates.
I laugh when people tell me about kids, man. I just laugh. I said, okay.
No, I've said this before. You know, as my daughters got older, and I found out things that they had done.
Yes. Nothing about. Yeah.
And it was rather frightening because I was always here. So it wasn't like, we were separated. So
No.
like, man, all this shit was going on.
That's why I don't believe chicks when they tell me these stories, right? Okay. I don't believe you. Okay. You're lying to me. Okay.
Yeah, stuff that you don't know.
I used to tell my children, whatever you do, before you turn that corner, pull up your pants and clean up your language. I don't want to know, okay? Keep that at school, okay? I tell them up front. Keep that shit at
Black
school.
Guru gave me some of the wisest advice ever if I ever have a daughter. And I don't even think he realized that he gave me that advice. I think Black Guru said something like, he used to tell his daughters, just make sure it doesn't embarrass me or something like that.
Yeah,
Make
basically.
sure no recordings. Make sure it doesn't embarrass me.
Oh, yeah.
Like, make sure, yeah. Yeah,
No,
and that
I just, I mean, what you have to do really, I would tell my daughters, and even when I had the Korean exchange student, the one demand that I had of them was that they remain healthy, physically healthy, because as a father, I have the right to demand that you survive. It's one thing
Yes.
if you're
That's
going to
true.
be
That's true. Yeah.
gay or straight or Republican or Democrat or
Right.
and even if you're going to do some wild stuff sexually, which might make me feel a certain type of way, but it's one thing to do that. It's a whole other thing to put your health at risk,
Yeah.
your
Yep.
ability
Yep.
to
Yep.
survive. As
Yes.
long as I'm alive, I demand that you survive. I
Yeah.
demand and you don't. I don't age out of it. You don't age out of it. I go to the grave demanding that of you. If you
Yeah.
survive, we can work through anything else that happens.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because it breaks everybody's heart when the parent has to bury the child. I
Yeah.
think that's
Oh
so,
yeah.
like, you messing up nigga, you're messing up the order of things,
Well,
right? Like, you messing up everything with that.
because okay, well, why am I still here? You
Yep,
don't. Why
yep,
am I still?
yep, yep, yep. And
Uh,
so I won't mention the
G,
story all the
G.
way. Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah. People's kids dying make family splits. I know personally. I can't go. I cannot go into details. I won't do that.
I understand, because I have a homeboy I used to work with at the firm, and happened to his older brother. The older brother's sister-in-law was supposed to be watching the kids, wasn't watching the kids. Son went outside, pool. Y'all already know the rest of the story. So yeah, and they stay together, but yeah,
The
but
aftermath is crazy.
yeah, and so what I was gonna bring up is the story down here. I don't think I got to go into much details. The story from down here in Florida, and if I was that father, there's no way this dude would be still here. There's no way you would still be breathing. There's no way. There's no way. I don't care what happened to me afterward. There's no the best chance you got is that I'm gonna raise the second son, make sure he good, make sure he raise him to adulthood, and everything after that. Oh, that's your ass, right? There's no way. There's absolutely no way. There's no way. Fuck that.
When
Yeah.
you put your child's health first and foremost,
Mhm.
this has been my observation. When you put their health first and foremost, surprisingly, they become more candid about things
Mhm.
because you take away a lot of, okay, I understand you might be embarrassed you had sex with this dude or this girl, that's a
Mhm.
whole other, you know I
Mhm.
mean, but if you put the emphasis on health itself, it kind of lessens the pressure
Mhm.
of embarrassment or shame or whatever of other things, and you can focus on what's most critical towards you being able to continue to survive and thrive. Because no child is going to ever argue with you about you being concerned about their health. There is no argument.
Mhm.
There's no argument. What's the argument?
Mhm.
Yeah, I want you to live. What's it?
Mm,
There's no pushback against that. There's
mm-hmm.
no, you can debate about sexuality. You can debate about whether you should have, dated this guy or what school you went to. You can
Mhm.
debate. You can't debate with me about me wanting you to live. There is no debate.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
Mhm.
True. True.
Very true.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah. But let's let Socrates go, and then we got Gil Gami. Go ahead. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Go ahead. Go ahead. Socrates.
Hey, how's everyone doing?
What's
Pretty
going on with
good.
you?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, I came a little bit late, so I guess you guys been talking for a minute because I know you started your talk about 12 o'clock.
Yeah, talking
So
about these goddamn lefty freaking women with their hypocritical bullshit. Go ahead.
well, yeah, not surprising, Uh, I don't know. I think that the conversation is eventually going to come to a head eventually because the numbers are now catching up with the reality of what's going on in the streets. And it's only so far that he can keep speaking in circles until they have to address the fact of the matter is that millennials are going to be the least married and least, child having generation since these statistics were.
I think Gen Z got something to say about that.
Yeah, Gen Z's
of course,
gonna have you beat. Yeah, yeah, they
that's
got you beat.
that's true. Actually, I was talking to a Gen Z person last night and on Discord, and yeah, he tells me that his whole cohort don't want to have kids.
Yeah,
they just
I'll,
they just don't have kids.
I'll add on to that. My one of my coworkers, close coworker, we talk Latino. His son listens to his son and all the friends listen to Tate. Ain't none of them care about women like that. One of them is dating out of the friend circle of the son. But they bro, it's bad. They see women as just tools. Like it's like yeah. And we're talking about the teenagers, by the way. We're talking about 16-year-olds.
Yeah, but how it's very difficult to make the argument contrary to that when the dominant culture is pushing OnlyFans, women's sexuality, women can do whatever they want in terms of no restraints or standards, while they're still being oppressed, which is very fascinating that they have all this freedom and they're oppressed. And then the young people are experiencing it and realizing that it's BS.
Yeah, well, but aren't they oppressed though? I'm being funny here, right?
But that's why we focus on Mouse Utopia. It's a function of the environment that you're in. So all these things are not causes but effects of the environment that you're in.
Because I want to actually double back to what BGS just said, but go into what Socrates just said. Isn't it oppression though? Because she wants to be free, but you're supposed to subsidize her freedom. Yeah, she wants to be right. Like I'm being funny. Like I hope you realize what I'm saying here, right? Like go ahead.
I understand that. You heard the famous joke that communists use the same words but have different definitions, right? So that's why I implore a lot of people to actually study leftist ideology because you get confused because they use words, but they use words in their own way. And you don't understand what they mean. So when they say freedom, they don't mean what the textbook or traditional definition of freedom is, to be without restraints or encumbrances. They mean freedom, mean that society or things are there to support them from being harmed. That's the definition of freedom. So when they say freedom,
it's the bubble wrap that we're talking about with Kamala.
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So bubble wrap. But I'm telling you, when I heard BGS say bubble wrap, I was like, motherfucker, BGS used that, but you got my shit, BGS. You used my shit. I was like,
hey, I learned from the best, okay?
Right? No, don't even do that. But no, I mean, like, it's true. It's bubble wrap. And that's what Socrates is saying. These people want bubble wrap on the women. Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
And that's the thing, because you'll listen to them. You'll listen to them.
They used to call millennials and you used to call them bubble kids. Okay. Kids in the bubble.
And
yeah,
those plastic bubbles. Yeah.
That's what you used to call them. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Socrates. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, so I said that you'll listen to them talk, these women, these feminists speak, and you'll think you understand them because they're using words, and you think you understand the words, but they're using it within a neo-Marxist framework, and they have completely different definitions.
Yes.
Like the idea of critical theory, right? If you think critical theory, you'll say, oh, critical theory is when you analytically break things down and you assess them. No, critical theory is when you deconstruct things to justify why they didn't work, so you can justify Marxism. That's what critical theory means. But so you wouldn't know on a face just how the word is defined what it actually means when they're using it.
Well,
so when they say freedom, when they say women liberation, what they mean is male slavery.
And 1984 they called it double speak. Okay.
Yes.
Correct. Yes. There you go.
It's going to something you were going to Socrates, which is like the subsidization by men of women's. For me, it's negative liberty. It's not really freedom. It's not really freedom, right? It's negative liberty, but subsidized by the men and punishable by the state.
The state,
right?
Yeah, the state.
Yeah.
It's freedom for them. It's freedom for them.
Basically, it's a state-run gynocracy. That's what's happening. Okay.
And going to what you were saying about these words and how they're moving them and changing them. So that's where post-structuralism come in. And postmodernism. So because you can't have these words actually mean what they meant 100 years ago, even 50, 60 years ago, right? Now you're using a word that somebody identifies as something else, and you know that. but that's not what you mean. So that's why when like, and I'm really starting to play with this a few years ago when the women kept on saying, black women in particular kept on saying, black men don't think we're worthy, they don't think we're deserving. I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about, right? And they kept on saying it over and over again. And what I realized that they were actually saying is, you don't think I'm deserving of you dying for me.
Correct.
Okay.
No, or you don't think that I'm as worthy as a white woman, right? So when they say worthy,
Exactly.
everything they say is with an asterisk. It's with an asterisk, right? Worthy. Don't think about the regular. If you go to a Webster dictionary, look at the word worthy. That's not what they mean. They just understand their conceptual framework. Worthy means elevating them to an ascendant position above all other women.
Yes. It really is exactly what Socrates just said.
I think going back to what Z just said, because the where the position is one thing, but having that position has a cost to it. So that's why what Z says is important. It's not just the position; it's the degree to which the man will sacrifice his
life and literal limb,
his time, how much he's willing to give of his life force for you to be in this elevated position. So how much you're willing to sacrifice for them to ascend to this lofty position, and the fact that it's clear in her mind you are cannon fodder for those interests. I mean, you're not a human being in this formula.
Yeah.
So you are material to facilitate that interest. You're not. You know how you think of yourself as a separate sentient being, as important, that deserves to live, and that don't matter to them.
You and a gun, you and a bow and arrow, you and a chair, you and a plate, you and a fork are the same thing.
It's because they cast men in the role of bourgeoisie, right? So you're bourgeoisie, and she's a proletariat. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you are, what you are. You are the oppressor, and once you are the oppressor, cast in the category of the oppressor, you are morally deficient, and you are the enemy. So no matter what you do,
there's something you got to say, though, Socrates, to that. I'm sorry for cutting you off. The way that she responds to you is always justifiable in that respect.
Oh, absolutely.
Right.
And,
so
and what's even worse, there's nothing you can do about it, right? Even if you're not an oppressive guy, it doesn't matter because you're in that category. So
because you have traits of it.
Correct.
Yeah. No, we're saying the same thing, and that's and so tying that to what Lisa Miller is saying. Okay, I take all premises. Cool. This is your argument, yes, but you're getting married. And now, as a person was speaking, no, I'm saying Lisa Miller. I'm talking about the one of the links in my description box. And now it's a white woman. She was an attorney. That she stopped and she started doing her YouTube thing. Now she's making good YouTube money. And and she actually when she's not talking about this stuff, she makes pretty good, solid leftist arguments, right? So but here's the thing: you made a hypocrite out of yourself. And so the way you cover for making a hypocrite out of yourself by getting married to a man in your same class position, classmate guarding, is by saying, well, the reason why the ones of us over here are getting married is because the men went to college and were socialized to have personalities, leftists, right? Socialized to have personalities, and they're likable. This has nothing to do with income. This has nothing to do with class. This has very little to do with education outside of being indoctrinated on some feminist crap. But no, this is what we're doing. The reason why you people over there aren't getting married is because the men are too conservative and they're not likable. So they're putting a character flaw trait on the men and telling the women, that's why y'all don't want to marry them, right? It has nothing to do with class and money and hypergamy and none of that stuff, right? So this is the leftist argument for why they get married and why the masses don't.
This is what's
go ahead.
This is what's nasty about that. The vast majority of men will not, the majority of men will not graduate college. They will not be in position. So you're not only condemning those men, you're condemning the masses of women who must select from
that's
those men
exactly.
So that's a very evil. That's a very evil thing to present to society.
Yeah, but by the way, Kim Foster, although she's not engaged or married, she pretty much pulled the same stunt maybe a year ago or something like that. It's these women that they wax
They wax on and off about how horrible these men are, patriarchy, and marriage and the institution of marriage, and how horrible it is and oppressive, and when it came about, and they say that and they say that and they say that, and then we find out, oh, you getting married. Oh, you had the same man for 3-4 years now. And so for them to justify being with these oppressive patriarchal men, they start speaking about, no, this guy is different. He's likable, right? And he's a leftist and he thinks like this. And as Black Uru was speaking to, and you're leaving the women for, okay, fine, fuck the men. You're leaving those same women that subscribe to you out here to be to be cannon fodder for your worldview. That's what always gets me about this. Fine, fuck the men. The women that you claim to advocate for, what the fuck are they supposed to do with what you just told him? And the answer to that is be single. Just be single and be okay, and just tell yourself, you know what, it's better I'm single because these men ain't shit, because I can't get one of those top 15-20% motherfuckers.
Yeah,
That's what's
why
left.
they're selling them the cat.
Yep.
Lifestyle.
Yep. And that to me, and that goes back to what you just said, Black. That is evil as fuck. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it's just like how in the most communist revolutions, the people who actually believe in the revolution have to die first because they actually believe in it, and you can't really run your communist government with people who actually believe in communism because they're gonna ask questions and they actually expect you to fulfill things. It's the same concept, right? As long as they buy the books and keep platforming these women who spout this feminist nonsense, they can live an elevated life of upper class while their adherents can toil away in misery.
Yes. Yeah.
Really, it's not really even communism. People keep saying it's communist. It's actually, if you go back to the original social contract coming out of France, okay, that's what it's based on, okay. The thing is, the way they use it, they're trying to abrogate their responsibility to the contract, okay. Go back to the original social contract with the suffragettes and all the kind of stuff with the men's what is it? The right to vote.
Not the there's what's called this. It was the goddamn. It's right there too.
Male suffrage, right? Okay.
Yeah.
In other words, women want the same suffrage that males got.
Yes.
That goes back to the social contract. All of this is connected to the social contract coming out of France. Okay.
Okay.
People say it's communism. It's not that. Okay.
No, actually, what I would say is that
real quick, Socrates. Let me read this real quick. And Trail says phallus at fault. So that's hysterical. Put it in the book. That's funny. It's all Jermaine's fault.
People say it's Marx. It's all it's all go back to the original social contract. Okay. That's how come your 10 years doctrine, all this shit comes out of the social contract. Okay.
But this is my thing to what BGS is saying. I don't know how much I would have to say if the women were complaining to the state.
Yeah.
They're not complaining to the state. They're complaining to us, right? And they're complaining to us.
The state?
But here's the thing. If you feel like the men are inadequate, we live in a nation. You complain to the state about the state of the men, but they don't want to do that. Say that again?
But the state has spent the last 60 years in every way blaming things on the men.
Yeah,
see what I'm saying?
They're trying to talk the men into accepting the contract that they present. Okay, and for the last 20 years, according to the manosphere, we reject the contract. Okay, yeah.
But once again, the women are complaining to the men, not the state.
They
actually black women. Jesus.
They have to talk you into accepting the contract that you don't want to accept, and it's not going to happen. They can complain till they turn blue in the face. Okay, the state can't do anything if the men won't accept the contract.
I got the word for you, BGS. I got the word for you. I'm not doing partner, BGS. I'm not doing it.
Exactly. Somebody said that when they got married. I think it was. It was actually my man on Man-Made Media, right? He said the same thing, right? He said his wife tried to call him partner. He said, "I said we don't do partners here. That's the P word, okay? We don't do partners here. You're my wife or nothing."
Yeah.
And most guys. So that's how a lot of women not getting married because. A lot of guys
refuse to accept this partner talk.
This partnership, yeah.
LGBTQ language and business language. I don't know which one you're talking about, but both of them don't apply over here.
Unless you're already an intersectional feminist, or what it actually talks the same language. Okay.
But even then, they feel like that because I'm telling you right now, FD and his wife do not have no partnership. That's not a partnership. FD's wife is his wife. I see the way she moved. That's his wife, not no partner.
It's an old age-old covenant marriage that they have that they try to pretend that it's something that it's not. Well, look, I see you. Okay.
Maggie trying to trigger me. Maggie, why are you trying to trigger me? She said my person. Maggie trying to trigger me right now. That person word right there, bro. What? You want to get thrown at the house like Jay?
Hey, Maggie, what kind of tea are we drinking? Since you said my person, right? Because got to go with some chai tea. What kind of tea? What kind of tea do lefties drink now, Mr. Z?
Well, chai tea. My lady loves her some chai tea. She boy that green chai tea. She all over that chai tea.
Yeah, okay.
She the one who put me on. I didn't even know what this was before I met her.
You mean that Indian shit? Chai tea?
Yeah. I guess that's what it was. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
I'm glad I gave up. What actually shocked me?
It's chai latte.
Chai latte.
With a little twist, it's good.
I bet it's got soy in it.
What shocks me about these feminists is the fact that they claim to be leftists, but they're probably the most raw naked capitalists that I've ever seen, because they found a way to commodify things that have never been commodified. Relationships, affection, community.
They're fucking limousine liberals pretending.
Wait. We got to pause everything because Detroit's here, and Detroit said, "Man, I'm confused. Who's here having a stroke?" I was like, "Who have a stroke?" Lee, James Carter from Rush Hour 2. He said, "Detroit said he good."
Oh, you good, Detroit? Okay,
you
good. You good? Okay.
Hey, you broke our hearts for a minute. We was like, "Wait a minute, Detroit."
Yeah, okay.
We're in places over here.
Quiet over this shit.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well,
you're about to make name a song. Name about to start.
Maybe I misunderstood, man. If I misunderstood, it's my bad. Okay, maybe I misunderstood.
BJS, don't worry. You'll be forgiven on the drive to Georgia. Because I know we got to get you the old gorilla grip.
Okay. If I'm mistaken, Detroit, I got your email. If I'm mistaken, I'm my bad. Okay.
Wow.
No, Indigo said, "My person, the fuck is he your emotional support animal?" No, for real though. I mean, like in a weird way, it's okay. I keep on using this term social math because I came up with that term, but I really think people aren't doing that. Not even just for them as individuals, but societally. I understand. Okay, Z time.
Yeah.
I understand. I am an acquired taste for women. Because I talk like this all the fucking time. So I know I understand that. So I do the math in my mind that okay, there's 100 women. I might be the cup of tea for 4 of them. If I'm lucky, 5. And that's something you accept. You accept that shit. Right? The ladies are not doing that. Quite frankly, most of the society is not doing that shit. So when they come across the pushback for who they are, they're angry at the world because of the feeling of rejection. But bitch, did you do the social math about, first of all, what you're demanding from the opposite sex, and then secondly, who you are and what those people, what they want from the opposite sex? It's the same thing Kevin say all the time.
I think all women are beautiful.
You lying
motherfucking bitch because you shut your ass up. Yeah,
that's what I want to tell them, sisters. But real quick before Black Ugo. It's the same thing Kevin's always said. What do the men you want?
Yeah.
How the fuck have you never considered that in 32 years, 28 years of your life?
Wait, hold on.
Years of your life.
Mr. Z.
Go ahead.
Mr. Z, have you never heard women speak to each other? Like, women live in a world of illusion.
You're fucking right.
I've seen women never, ever, like, you ask them, what would you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10? They'll all say 10 or 8 or above.
Bro, I just had this conversation with female coworkers the other day. It was crazy.
Socrates, ask them when a man that they want picks another woman and watch the ratings start, okay?
It's just crazy. Go ahead, Black Guru, and then
What do you mean?
we'll finally
Wait,
get
wait,
Bill
wait,
Gammon if
wait,
he's still here. Go
And,
ahead.
in other words, say a hot guy walks in, right? Okay, and they're all flocking to him, right? And say he picks one woman, right? They'll start tearing her down, right? And rating her according to where they are on that scale, right? Okay, they know.
Yes,
Go ahead. One time.
But they still say that personally themselves are better, right? They'll say she's ugly, but I'm good.
No.
Rate themselves.
Okay, I've done this. Okay, what's the prettiest woman that you ever dated, Socrates? Rating.
You mean like probably a 10.
You rated a 10? Okay. Have you ever walked into a club with a 10 with average women?
No, because the clubs I was in were high-end clubs where all the women there were like models and stuff. So it was an environment where all the women were attractive.
Or have you walked in with your 10 girlfriend to a regular environment?
I got to call.
One time.
I got to call bullshit on Socrates, because unless you were like in Hollywood somewhere or the Champs-Élysées or some shit like that, you were not in some environment where every 10 in there was
it's impossible for every woman to be a 10.
I'm gonna tell you. It's not.
One time.
Unless you're telling me you're secretly Brad Pitt or somebody like that, you have not been in that environment.
I understand your suspicion or hesitation to believe me, but here's a loophole how it works.
I'm just saying, you talking about a
okay.
He said he's really he's from the roommates. You just don't know.
I'm telling how it works. So
I want to It's impossible. It's impossible to walk into a club and they're all 10s. It's impossible. It doesn't exist.
Okay. In New York City, there are.
I don't care. I don't care where it is. I don't care where it is. Okay.
I'm telling you how it works. So the model, a lot of model agencies. A lot of model agencies are New York City, right? And so there are these clubs called image clubs where only the top bottle buyers and only girls who are 8 and above can get in. Right?
8 and above, right? 8 and above. There's still levels.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So I was a promoter. So it was like a loophole. I was the guy who got the girls to get in. So that's how I was able to be in this environment.
So what I'm saying is, have you ever walked into a regular environment with your 10 girl?
Yes, I was. Yes, of course.
Okay. What happened to the rest of the women around them? Did they get jealous? Did they actually shrink
back?
They get
stink faces.
But they shrank back, didn't they?
Yes.
Okay. They know levels. Okay. A woman will always compare herself to every woman inside that environment. They do that automatically. They actually know where they actually fit on the scale.
Socrates. Real quick. Dre is saying that Socrates had 2 fat 5s and he calling them a 10. That's funny. But
I have a whole folder. I have a whole folder of the pictures of the women that I
know. I know what you're saying.
Even amongst models, okay, every model is not a 10. Very few models are 10s. Okay.
I agree. But compared to
No. We've been real strict about this. But go ahead.
Yeah. And no place actually agrees with Socrates. Real quick, Socrates, and he was actually agreeing with you with a bunch of what you said. And he said, "No, I am liking Socrates' breakdown. Totally agree with bro." Okay, there you go, Socrates.
Okay, he's talking about Marxism. The thing is, one thing when you go through all these PhDs, especially go through Green Gorilla, and actually go through this shit and break it down exactly what it is, you understand what the philosophy is. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay. We actually trace this shit back where it came from. Even Marx adhered to the social contract. Okay, that's where shit comes from.
I agree. The precursor for Marx was Saint Simon and a lot of French thinkers. So it does come from France. And even there's other people back in the day.
Philosophers.
Plato.
Marx came from the social contract. That's how come he got kicked out of Germany. Yeah, he was. He got kicked out of Germany because the French social contract was trying to come to Germany. Okay. And what's his name wasn't having it, so they kicked his ass out. That's why we had to go to England.
UK.
Okay? To UK. Okay. And they named his brand of social contract after him. Okay. So Marxism is just part of the social contract. Okay. But the thing is, feminism did not come from that branch. It came from a separate branch, even before Marx. Okay. So it's not Marxism. Okay.
No, what I
Although they
believe is
do
that
use, I get what he's saying. They do use Marxist arguments though.
It's
So yeah,
because Marx uses what social contract
contract.
arguments. They
Yeah,
all
yeah.
come from the same
His
branch.
whole
Okay,
his whole framing is
his
about the
own
social.
framing
Oh yeah,
about the
yeah.
social contract. Yes.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so I understand what Socrates is saying when he said, but yeah, I think
So
the way you
so
just walked it through it was
yeah.
good.
In other words, me and Green Gorilla actually broke all this shit down, where it came from and where the branch that it came from, where it came through, right? And people say, oh, this
Mm-hmm,
Marxism or whatever it is, and it's not that, okay? Even though they will
mm-hmm.
borrow shit from different places, but it's not that, okay?
Yes.
I think
They refuse to adhere to the social contract as it was written. They're trying to modify
Yeah.
it. Okay,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
and
But let me
this is more patriarchy than it is a feminism. Go ahead,
let me do this.
as
So
he says.
like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, right? Patriarch about feminist specification.
According to
And
what's her name that killed the ERA? Because she changed.
Eddie
She
Nance,
changed. Huh? Huh?
Peggy
So what?
Nance,
No, not
Peggy
Peggy
Nance.
Nance. No.
mhm,
What's her name? Very
mhm.
famous. Jesus, what's her name? Okay. Actually, did a whole movie about her, series about her. I remember her name. She actually killed the ERA. Okay.
Yeah, I
The
wanted to ask
feminist.
about the ERA
Yeah.
earlier.
No, no.
Um.
What's her
Oh,
name? She became conservative. What's her name? God, what's her name? Argue with the feminists all the
Hang
time.
on, let me. Oh, was this? This isn't a
Schlafly?
German woman.
Schlafly?
no,
Okay.
no. Shapley. Shapley.
Shaftly,
Shapley. I
Shaftly
couldn't
got
get it
the.
out earlier.
Say,
Thank you for that, Black
she
Lulu. Yeah, because
said,
you got. I was like, yeah, I know it. Yeah.
do your bitches want to
Phyllis
give up your
Shapley.
child
Thank you.
support,
Thank you.
your child support, and go to war and give up your alimony? They said no. Okay.
I couldn't
Well,
get it out. I was thinking
well,
Philip, and I was like, it's a lady's name.
get the fuck
a
out of here.
conservative woman saved feminism.
She was actually a feminist, but she said y'all on this bullshit. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Shaftly
Phyllis
was a
Shapley.
feminist. Okay. But
Right.
she wasn't with that second wave feminism where you give all your patriarchal rights. Okay, she wasn't
Mm.
on that shit. Okay,
Well, because she was thinking way further.
yeah,
She was thinking way further. Like, bro, y'all gonna give up the workhorses and the kids?
yeah, and
You
the
sure
kid,
about
and the kids, and the money
that?
because
Yeah.
they were ready the alimony, the
Hmm.
child support, all that shit, and actually go fight in wars. Shaftly went out for that shit. Okay,
Yeah. Yeah. It's FDR all over again. You know, I saved capitalism with some of this social, with a teeny tiny bit of socialism here and there, injected here and there. Yeah. Same thing
FD6.
he
I
said.
mean, man,
No, not FD6. I'm talking about FDR. FDR. I was saying
FDR. Okay.
FDR. Yeah, he said
Oh,
I
he
saved
did.
capitalism.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 Same,
It's the
same,
same
same,
type of
same
thing.
thing. Same thing. Marx did when Marx they brought Marx to, and Engels brought Marx to England.
To London.
They say
Yeah.
they say capitalism by
Yeah.
modifying it.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
England.
yeah.
Hmm.
I think it
Hmm.
was
Yeah.
England at the time, was it not?
Yeah, he moved to England.
And
It was
It's
yeah, he
Robert
did.
Engel who helped
it's
him.
England. Yes.
Mhm. And that's how
Actually,
you get
he's
also
buried in England.
and
He
yeah,
died there.
as a matter of fact, because when you listen to some of these philosophers, man, I went so I started going down the Frederick Hayek rabbit hole a bit. I'm not ready to
Mm-hmm.
present kind of some of my stuff yet, but
Uh
Mm-hmm.
oh.
man, did he know how to
You
use
want to
the.
lose your mind? you
Yeah,
you want
that's
to
what
go?
I'm saying. Like Frederick Hayek was. Thank you, Gilgami. This is a perfect time for you to talk. Because Frederick Hayek, hey, this man ain't just an economist, bro. This man's sick, bro. Like he knew how to. Oh, I know how to make these people move the way I want them to move. Don't worry about it. Like he was on that shit with the economy. So and it worked because here we are.
You
Yeah.
mix a social contract with with propaganda, especially coming
Hmm.
out of Bernays
Yeah.
and Jung and you know how to move people. Okay.
Hmm. And he was yeah, he was sick with it.
Herbert Marcuse, Max
Yeah.
Horkheimer, the
Yeah.
critical thinking guys from France who moved to NYU in California, and they're the
Mm-hmm.
godfathers of
It's a lot of
advertising.
these people. Hmm. It's a
And
lot of these kind of people. Go ahead, Richard.
they come out of what is that school? In Germany, what do they call that?
Frankfurt School.
The Frankfurt School
Frankfurt.
of Economics.
In economics. Yeah.
Yep, Frankfurt School of Economics.
Regular
Yep,
school in economics. That's
yeah,
where they come
yeah,
out. Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
Frankfurt. Yeah.
Yeah, and they were battling over there, and then they brought it over here.
Yeah.
They brought it to yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
which is a lot of the mixture of that,
Hmm.
and especially in Chicago, that's where all this shit kind of mixes up and
Yeah.
becomes this neoliberal crap. Okay.
Black Uru.
Leave him out of it. He
As if Black Uru had anything to do with this, but I'm like, goddamn Chicago,
which is
Chicago boys.
actually a throwback to the South. Okay, this free trade and all that kind of stuff. That's the Southern states
Which is not
argument.
really as free as everybody thinks. That term free trade, boy. Go ahead.
Well, you got to go back and see how they defined it back then. Okay, Project 2025 is nothing but the South and states' rights going back to the 19th
I
century.
agree. Yeah, I agree. Yep.
So.
Yep.
Oh, the pushback I get for the you don't know what you're doing, but I'm like,
until MOT started challenging me. Okay, man, I presented 6 papers. You want 20 more? How many do you want?
Okay. let me now that we talking about Hayek and Gil Gammy, he look like he got some things to say. Go ahead, Gil Gammy. You finally go ahead. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Go ahead, Gil Gammy.
I don't even read these people because they repeat themselves too much. But go ahead.
Yeah. Do you want to start with the fixed mixed race, or do you want to start with Frederick Hago bum ass? Go ahead.
Go ahead. Jump in. It all comes from the same root.
Yeah.
Yeah. For first, greetings to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Z, for having me on the panel. So you were extending the invitation when we started talking about anthropology. So
God damn, are you in France? God damn.
He's Congolese.
that accent, yeah.
Yeah. No, Gil got me. This brother knows his stuff too. And you weren't part of the panel, so Gil got me presented. So I made this comment about Arabs or Middle Easterners being a fixed mixed race. And I kind of linked it to imagine if we didn't necessarily give a term to the coloreds in South Africa when we know they're a mixed race of mixed race heritage. Right? But what about if you extend that out 1,000 years and our great grandkids don't know that? But they look kind of like black people, but not really like darker skinned black people. And so I wondered if that's kind of what was going on in the Middle East a bit, and then Gil Gammy kind of gave us some information that right.
That's why they call it the Middle East, because it's a connection point between East and West. They're all mixed in there. Okay, Asian, white, African all come together and mix together. They're all mixed. Okay.
That's right, baby.
So, but go ahead, go into the anthropology, Gil Gammy. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was the bit. Yeah, it actually came from one of the works of Dr. Diop, who was a polymath but also an anthropologist. He also explained that one of the reasons why they tried to obfuscate the origin of the Egyptians and the Sumerians was because in that area, everywhere you noticed, there were actually black people first, and then white people came inside into those areas. And then you no longer find those same white peoples, but you find the so-called Semites, the Arabs, and everywhere. But he explained that the first Semitic people, for example, of Arabia, came from the land where Nema is from. They entered Arabia, they entered Canaan, and then people came in from the Eurasiatic steppes, from Russia, Kazakhstan, then poured in as nomadic people. And that's what became of the so-called Semites, technically, not just the so-called Hebrews, but Arabic, Iraqis, and everyone. But the problem with Europeans is that wherever they're trying to look up for the most ancient civilization, they say they find black people then, and then you find a population of nomadic white people entering and then disappearing as strict white, but becoming mixed brownish pale with.
Because their genes are recessive, so they get obliterated. Yeah.
And one actually interesting commentary by Strabon and Herodotus. He said that the vast majority of the foreigners in Egypt in the north were actually red-headed people, which is a commentary that Socrates mentioned about many of the northern Greeks. In other words, many of the nomadic white people first were red-headed when they entered the so-called Middle East, but the black the melanin was superseding in many cases, which is why you observe now the vast majority of the people are actually black-haired. And actually, to extension to that, Dr. Diop launched a hypothesis that most likely the Eastern people, so-called yellow skin, were actually also mixed, but from the Eastern side. And then Dr. Tanaka of Japan, who was a dermatologist, analyzed the melanin of the Asiatics of the East and observed that they match exactly the prediction of Dr. Diop. the melanin of the Eastern are actually the same type as mixed people. They're not as a form of autonomous mutation. They
Yeah,
actually
yeah. Because
observe
there
the mix.
was that a Japanese or Chinese anthropologist that was
Chinese, I
trying to,
think
Chinese.
Chinese,
yeah,
Chinese,
yeah,
yeah,
that tried to do something different. He tried to say that they're unique, they come from a whole
yeah,
different
yeah,
type of
yeah,
line,
and
and
find
he
out
was
they
like,
came from
yeah,
South
no,
Africa.
black,
They
yeah,
came from
exactly, yep,
South
yep,
Africa,
yep,
yeah,
yep, yep,
Yeah.
yep.
coastal people, yeah.
Yeah, but you just have to, for example, mix the black Aitas of Philippines, the black natives, and then you mix them with some of the Afghans and Mongolian, and then you're gonna have the same phenotypes
That
as the
that's what
Chinese.
that's why the people on Anthony's Island were important, right?
Yes,
The
indeed.
Jarawa people, right?
Mhm.
Those are
They
those
were the
people.
most ancient. Yes, they were the most ancient.
100,000 people, 100,000 years. Okay.
Indeed.
When you look at, because I remember watching, was it Kazakhstan? It was something going, like I was watching about Kazakhstan, and when you looked at the people at Kazakhstan, you're like, these are hoppers, these are
Yeah.
mixed white Asian people, right? But
Yeah.
they're considered quote unquote white, but you could see the East Asian features, but they don't look as East Asian as obviously Chinese or Japanese or Singaporean
Same
or
can be said
South Korea,
about
but you could see it in their facial features, which by the way you can see on certain Russians also, which I always thought, I was like, are you a lot of Mongol? Are you right? Are
Most
you
It's a
Genghis Khan
phenotype.
people? Like you know,
most of them are Turkic.
most of the Russians are Mongols or that in that area, right?
The
The
Siberian
Nordic people,
phenotype.
Nordic people came down from the north and conquered
mm-hmm,
these people. Okay,
mm-hmm, yeah,
but
yeah,
most of
that's
the
it.
people are actually uh, 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 from the steppes.
Yes,
They're
the
actually
All the
nomadic
nomadic,
Mongols.
tribes.
Yeah,
the nomadic force. Yeah.
yeah.
Like they were,
Yeah.
their
And
ancestors were like the Scythians and such.
Mm.
And it was kind of interesting. I mean,
Yeah.
shout out to Dan Carlin with his hardcore history, because he was talking
Yeah.
about, like, he talked about the origins of the Achaemenid Empire, how they came about.
The who?
yeah.
The Achaemenid Empire, the Persians.
Oh,
They were
Ancient
okay.
They
Persians.
were
Yeah.
called
Yeah.
Achaemenids, and then the
Okay.
Sasanians came afterwards.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
he was
indeed.
talking about the history of everyone, how they came about, the ancient Assyrians and such. It was like, yeah, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They
But the
all in
same
the
thing
same.
happened even in those areas. If
Yeah.
you observe the ancient population of Iran, you will find the Anshan and Suz, who were
Mm-hmm.
called the
Yes,
black-headed people, the Elamites.
Mm-hmm.
And even
Elamites.
the
Yes.
ancient Greeks talked about them. They said they called Persikoi, Anariakoi, the non-Aryan Persians, and they said they were black people, and they were
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
the
Yep.
so-called the Ethiopians of the Levant.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
The,
so that when I
the Bedouins still travel from east to west even today.
yeah
They're still the same people. Okay.
when I look at, remember when Ahmadinejad was president of Iran, and when I looked at him, I'm like, I don't really see what's too different with him than like someone like, for anyone of those, Juan Williams. Like,
Mm-hmm.
what's so different between him and definitely Juan Williams' son? For those of y'all that don't know, Juan Williams is the conservative brother that used to be. Well, I don't know if he's still on Fox News. I haven't seen him in forever on Fox News, so he might not be. But yeah, conservative brother. But he's a little bit more sensible of a conservative. But yeah, so if you ever seen his son and you look at Ahmadinejad, you like, okay, right, and like just kind of wavy hair, light skinned mixed Negroes,
Yeah.
right? Like
Diminutive as
so.
hell.
yeah. But
What's
those
that again,
Di-
Memphis?
characteristics,
no, because Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, he's like 5'3", really tiny individual. You ever saw him standing in pictures with other heads of state?
Hmm.
He's really diminutive. Then again, I remember there were some people, there were some political leaders I remember who were like diminutive as hell, like Frederick Chaluba of Zambia, tiny ass motherfuckers. Thabo Mbeki, shit. Haile Selassie was only 5'3", if you all can believe that. He was 5'2", 5'3".
I believe it. And Spain, wait,
Shit.
real quick. And in Spain, man, says AP barbershop tax, right? We high
Mm-hmm.
level over here. Oh, remember, I just want y'all to remember, we're the people with no personalities and we're not likable. I just want y'all to remember, we haven't developed a personality.
Mm-hmm.
Black Uru, we haven't developed a personality. BGS, we haven't developed a personality, right? Wherever you are,
Mm-hmm.
Art New Style, we haven't developed a personality.
I,
AL, we haven't developed a personality. Socrates, we haven't developed a
I've
personality,
never been
right? Never. Go.
accused of that. Okay.
Yeah,
That's a big
that's what Miss Leisure Miller says. Miss Leisure
Yeah.
Miller says, She said conservative men, but okay, cool.
Oh,
But she
them.
was taking
Okay.
snipes at all of us. She was like, but the way she was speaking, she was like, pretty much anybody that's not on the shit that she's on with the weirdo white feminist I guess quote unquote
Uh,
progressive stuff.
we can talk. We can talk her language. You just don't want to. That's all. We can talk her
Yeah.
language.
I could placate
Yeah.
I could placate. I could pretend like I believe the shit y'all do, just like y'all husbands do. Ooh, goddamn, see,
Ooh.
ooh, Jesus Christ, right? I could pretend like I believe that shit y'all do. Y'all saying just like y'all baby dad, well, not baby daddies, but y'all fiancés and your husbands
Yeah.
do. That y'all divorced within 5 to 10 years. By the way, go ahead.
That's why FD Signifier and what's his name, Blue Hair haven't been back. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
Wait,
Blue
hold on,
hasn't been
hold
back
on.
because it blew up in his face. Pause.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait, hold on, hold on.
With
you got
his wife.
the twink got twinked, huh?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Go ahead, Socrates. Go ahead.
Anyone who's been on a college campus should know that how you getting women has nothing to do with your politics. Come on, like the guys with the best politics don't get the most girls. That's ridiculous.
Uh-oh.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
I would also say that university is actually one of the most disappointing area to meet, to interact with many of women, because you're supposed to be at one of the center of knowledge, and then you find empty-headed people, and then you said,
Fucked up,
were you not supposed to
Gabby.
be?
You thought you was gonna get some good shit. Fucked
They're,
up. Go ahead.
Were you not supposed to be filtered in high school?
They're trying to get a grade just like everybody else, man. They're trying to get a degree.
But not only that, I had a friend of mine named Jimmy who's like 6'3", former male model, complete asshole, complete other asshole, ultra fascist conservative. He's not even regular conservative. He's a fascist who thinks that inferior people should die, and he'll say it publicly. And he's black, by the way. Did that stop him from running through most of the girls on campus, even though they openly would say that they don't like him and he's a bad guy, but secretly would still date him or have sex with him?
But we already know that. Like and that's what makes hypocrites out of these women. That's why I keep on saying it.
It's the 10 that everybody that's a crazy bitch that everybody fucks. Okay.
Yeah. That's I keep on saying this. Radical feminists are right about this one. I gotta give them this one thing. If you're fucking men, you're full of shit. And all those women, all these leftist women, progressive women, I guarantee you, give me 10 minutes, I will make a hypocrite out of you. Give me 10 minutes, I promise you, when I start running down who your boyfriend is or who your husband is or what your ideal man is, I guarantee you, I will get you to put your foot in your mouth or back step within 10 minutes. Definitely 15, 20 minutes. It's definitely going to happen in 15, 20, right? Because if you're having sex with men, then you're gonna make a hypocrite out of yourself as a woman.
If you want to have sex with, sex with men, you can be a hypocrite. Okay, even lesbians.
And definitely, if you want to, definitely, you want to get married. If you want to get married, you definitely full of shit. That's the one thing I gotta give. Because that's when hypergamy kick in for real, and I got you. Because look, it's natural, ladies. I get it, and that's how I make a hypocrite out of you. Because very few of you actually mean the shit you're saying.
I look at him in the face. I say, "Baby, what do you really want? Stop with that shit. What do you really want? Give me your top 10."
Does a FD signifier thinks like he was pulling women or something like that because of his politics?
No,
I know. And he met his wife when he was like 21, so he didn't really have.
He's in college. In other words, they're if you look at him, they're a match. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, I'm not. He's the one talking about politics and having game of personality.
FD signifier is running bullshit, man. He knows it. Okay. I said, go to the barbershop with this shit. Go ahead.
He can.
You said
he
it
can.
wrong.
We already
another one, bullshit. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But what's going on, Maggie? But real quick. Let me. What's going on with you?
Hi. I came on not to talk about FD signifier, but
why not? Why not, Maggie?
No. My lane is
don't do that before he's like, "Are you pro with Maggie?" Go ahead, Maggie.
No, I had asked in the chat when he was talking. A lot of what you guys have talked about was like melanated people with blue eyes, and then we're talking about people being Arabized and things like that. And so I had asked in the chat if you guys knew about the daughters of Scotia, and
I don't. I've never even heard of it.
I can get a little long-winded, so y'all interrupt me if I get to going too much.
Okay, in that case, let me read this then before you go. And Detroit says, and thank you for the super chat, right? Thank you for the warning. And Detroit says, what the name of the movie, Chinese Plug Love or something? Is he talking about the Chinese tea movie? The one with the sister and the Chinese dude?
I have no idea. Oh, okay, I know that one. Yeah, that it just came out. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
what
like
you're
a
talking
few
about.
months ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chinese tea, but
Yeah.
you being funny. You're funny, Detroit. I see. Detroit is perfectly healthy, BGS, apparently. But go
Yeah,
ahead,
yeah.
Nike.
Chinese man, fuck that wall. I'm gonna get a black woman, okay? Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so what it was making me think about was, you know, a lot of times people will say, rightfully so, that Black people were everywhere before, you know, certain white people came in, and with the Daughters of Scotia, this is something that's known in Scotland, and but if you look in like common websites that are very westernized or American, they'll say it's a mythos that people kind of believe in, but you can find proof for this stuff. So in Scotland, the women are called the Daughters of Scotia because Scotia was the daughter of Nefertiti. And during the time of Nefertiti, you know, obviously Nefertiti had control of a lot of the land masses, and her daughter Scotia had vitiligo. And
Okay.
so Scotia, and all of that is proof. You can look that up. That's easily found. Scotia had vitiligo. And
I like this.
Nefertiti gave the island of Scotland to Scotia. Now, some of the thinking is because Egypt is very sunny, and so having vitiligo, she might struggle, you know, sunburns and things like that, that they, being heavily melanated themselves, wouldn't have as much struggle with because they would have the protection of their melanin. And so Scotia sort of befriended other people who she knew. It was pretty rare, but other people who had vitiligo. And so this is where the quote unquote mythos starts. But if you ask people in Scotland, they say it's true. She brought people who had vitiligo to Scotland because the sun was not as harsh. And so that's why in
Vitiligo or albinism?
Vitiligo. So,
okay.
You know, different spots of lack of melanin.
Okay.
But she had red hair. And so that's why in Scotland you have people, as you know, the generations and some more intermingling has occurred, but that's why people in Scotland have such high amounts of freckles and red curly hair. In Scotland, mostly with brown eyes, not with the green eyes. The green eyes happens in Ireland, and that's a different haplogroup. But even geneticists recently, if you go through like ancestry groups and look at these articles, they've shown that there is a very high amount of Egyptian DNA in people who are from Scotland, who can trace several generations, like a lot of lineage back through Scotland, have high levels of Egyptian blood, which to the Daughters of Scotia, you know, people who pass this story down will tell you that they descended from Scotia and Nefertiti.
So that is crazy because to take a trip from Egypt to the UK, but you know, to Scotland like that, and we're talking about what, maybe like what, 6,000-7,000 years ago type stuff, like 5,000 years ago, something like this.
See, this is where I can get long-winded, because if you look at the Kilburn Bible, which is pre-Geneva Bible, pre-King James, pre, you know, it's a lot of the original writings. What they talk about, and of course, this is from the perspective of people who are more than likely on the continent of Africa. Of course, they're not going to call it that, right? But just like the Bible. You know what I mean? Like it's written from a specific perspective. But in the Kilbrin, and so this is thousands upon thousands of years ago, they would, if there was like a beef people had, you know, maybe I married her first, well, I thought she was dead, you know, those kind of any kind of beef that, you know, today we might take to court, you know what I mean? People would travel to this Gaelic region, and there was a council there, and everybody would present their sides, and then this council would kind of give an advice, right? And people, they could follow it or not follow it. But if you look back into like the ancient origins of Scotland, being, you know, from Scotia, and the ancient origins of Ireland, which was the Druids and the Akans, who were a pygmy tribe from Africa, that's who was in Ireland, then you can see why you could have like a council that's representative of multiple areas. Because I think people forget, or well, they don't forget, they don't learn that thousands and thousands of years ago, people were traveling everywhere. There are ruins in the United States that are, you know, from maybe the year 700, where Druids and Akans were riding in caves alongside the indigenous, quote unquote, Native Americans. All of that travel and land ownership was happening a super long time ago. I mean, if you look at Cheddar Man, do you guys know about Cheddar Man?
That's the one that I was telling y'all about that crossed into Europe.
Yeah, so Cheddar Man, those people came from Africa through Mesopotamia into the area that was all considered Brittonic, which was Bryth. That's the Brittonics were the natives of that land before the Angles and the Saxons, who subsequently became Germanic, came into that area and pushed the Brittonics onto Wales. So you have Scotland, who's got Egyptian. You've got Wales, that is the indigenous Brittonics, and they're actually to this day considered an ethnicity with the UN. And then you have the Akans from Africa and the Druid schools on Ireland. You could see how, you know, traveling to this area for this council is kind of cool.
Yeah. But where do the Celts come in from in there?
Well, and I call it Celtic and Gaelic and all that kind of stuff just because language-wise, right?
And after this, we'll get Yogami because I think he wants to say something. But go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
You know, as far as these ancient populations of these lands, this is even pre-Celts, but we don't really have a word for it, you know, and what they speak, I guess, is Gaelic, but you know how that goes. Like Spain takes over and everybody speaks Spanish. So it's kind of hard to say, you know, having this grouping of people. I tend to call them the Brittonics with the Y because that speaks to their indigenous nature. And Cheddar Man is where those indigenous, they're called indigenous because before that move out of Africa through Mesopotamia into that area, there was no people, right? We're talking about the original move out of Africa. And so wherever people landed is where they are now, quote unquote, indigenous to.
Yeah. Cheddar Man probably looked like a different version of I don't know, Aboriginal person in Australia or something, or like Dravidian or something. Yeah, like something like that, like black, but like just a slight. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I saw the picture. I was like, hey, no way. But yeah, no, I saw it.
Interesting. I'm before Guillaume talks. Just an interesting side note. The only reason I know all of this stuff is because I was approached by an ancestry group through Stanford, who was trying to find ancient Brittonic DNA, and and I have all the documentation for this. It's just one little quirky, interesting thing about me, so I'm gonna share it. I'm a direct descendant from Cheddar Man.
Oh, you could track it all the way. Oh man.
Yeah, it's a 99% accuracy that I'm a direct descendant. But I have 78% Brittonic DNA. So that's what makes them make that connection.
Okay. So I'm crossing over from the first dude. Mr. Well, I guess we call him Mr. First Dude, first into Europe. Go ahead, Yagami. Thank you for sharing that, Maggie. Go ahead.
Well, my contribution would be to go alongside what Mrs. Thompson was saying. And she began talking about what I was about to say concerning the Druidic and the so-called pygmies. I was reading many years ago about that. Explorers from Scotland, when they began interacting with Central Africa, noticed that many of the Batwa, who are called the so-called pygmies, were practicing rites and music which were ancestral in Scotland. And when they began to dig deeper into this, they noticed that the same rites and music that were practicing in certain area of Central Africa by the so-called Bashwa pygmies were the same that were referred to in legends by the so-called furlings of ancient Ireland and Scotland, which were referred to as small black people who were guardians of mystical rites.
They were St. Patrick drove out.
Exactly. I was having that discussion with a friend actually last week. He was precisely saying that.
Pause right. What are you in? Okay, so Maggie and you were saying the pygmy were the who that St. Patrick drove out.
Okay, so back during those times, people who practiced specific pagan religious practices were called believers of the snake. Snakes were always seen as a channel and like healing. So it was like a iconography for them, but it was more about what others called them, right? So they would say they are the people of the snakes, they worship the snake, yada yada yada. So the Catholic Church wanting to get rid of the pagan worship that was going on in Ireland and convert everybody. He couldn't convert everybody while the Akans and the Druids were there. And so that whole story about St. Patrick driving all the snakes from Ireland, which there have never been snakes in Ireland ever, like actual snakes. What that was a complete genocide of the Akans and driving out of the Druids. And they started it with propaganda. They were telling everybody that the Akans, which was this, and you guys have to tell me if pygmy is a bad way to say this, but they were a tribe.
Not that I remember, but
the twa, what do they call them?
Oh, that's the better way to say it. Okay,
yeah,
the 12.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so the propaganda that started coming out was that they all had leprosy. And so then after they were killed and driven out, because they were sort of they did magic, they did alchemy, they did all these kind of things, then that has morphed into our present day cute little thing about the leprechauns, because they were
little people.
Exactly.
Okay.
Who practiced alchemy. So if you found them at the end of a rainbow, they would give you gold because they knew alchemy. So the leprechaun is actually in reference to a genocide that occurred.
So leprechaun the term derives from leprosy in a sense, right?
It's the leopard Akans.
Yes.
So the Akan tribe are leopard.
It's the Akans with leprosy, in other words.
Yeah.
Or what do they call it when you don't have melanin in your skin?
You're an albino.
Albino, yeah.
Right, but they turned the leprechaun, the little gnome-looking thing, into more of their, what they assumed was okay for that mythos. But they became mythical, even though that's the whole story of St. Patrick, is it's a genocide of a tribe of people.
Exactly. Yeah, we have the same story. We have the same story about the blacks who were living in the lands of Scotia and Ireland. And this is actually something that happens quite a lot with the explorers from Europe. They come back sometime in Africa and say, "Oh, you're practicing the same rights. When did you learn them?" And then they investigate that those rights came from Ireland. They discover the same thing. For example, the names Max, Macaulay, McDonald's in West Africa in the area of the Senegal, with the same as McDonald, Macaulay, the same Mac finding at the beginning of the name in ethnonymy, transported into Scotland for the same type of wording. But you have a longer etymological and linguistic branching, more clearly explained in the African context than within the Scottish and Irish. But when you dive deeper into Scottish and Irish, they themselves tell us that they were so-called, as you say, the leprechaun, the Bachois, who were already living there, who were sharing to their own culture, mixing with the Irish and the Scottish.
Let me see if one of you know this, because I remember seeing something. I think I was reading it actually, that even the myth of Thor doesn't actually originate in Northern Europe. It actually originates in Africa.
There's a lot of symbology that's spread around the world, especially when it comes with the hammer. In one of the interventions of on the Roger Report, I said that even in the tradition of Congo, one of the representation of the physical realm is symbolized by the hammer, which is the symbol of Ta, the forger, who is simultaneously a warrior and the grand alchemist, the grand forger of principles, which is actually similar to many traditions. When you see the hammer is meant both to defend, but also to symbolize the forging of the coins for the economy, and also for the symbolization of the engineer scientist who discovers many materials within this forge.
Shout out to Black Uru. Anyway, go ahead, y'all.
By the way, Maggie.
Yes.
When you talked about the story about the Scots and everything, how the word Scotland comes from, the Scots, and you said about the whole thing about her daughter Scotia had vitiligo.
Yes.
You put a big smile on my face as someone who has to deal with vitiligo.
Okay.
And I must say, I learned to have fun with it though. And Z,
go ahead.
Z.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know how everybody says about, we don't have personalities in here. Well, I guess I take the cake on that one, considering I do have a personality disorder.
Yeah, well, no, they're saying we're not from Miss Leisure Miller. She was talking about conservatives, though. Let me be generous to her, or more accurate. She wasn't talking about the Black Manosphere. She was talking about conservatives. But based off of, if you watch it's one of the links in the description box, in my description box. If you watch it, you'll see she's saying conservative, but it really smells of like any man that doesn't adopt this particular view I have of a particular brand of feminism. So, and she actually did go at people, men that aren't college educated, and she said it like essentially y'all haven't developed any personality, and now that women are no longer reliant on men, now y'all have to be likable. And I continue to come back to this, and it's not to it really she really said that, and it really is like, okay, I struggle with this moral high grounding, because her statement assumes that and presupposes that women just automatically come out the womb as babies, as with that are likable. Like it's I don't know, when you listen to people talk and they say things like that, it sounds, it's witty and snarky and but when you really think about it, like, so are you saying that just because you're XX chromosome, you have a personality? Is that what you're saying?
No,
right?
I think
She
sounds like she has a chip on her shoulder, like a lot of them do. I think these are the girls who
why don't we ask Maggie, since she's a woman?
I saw that coming.
And she uses the word person and partner.
Maggie was trying to trigger me in the comments when she said person. I was like,
no, I'm curious.
It sounds myopic. It really does, though. It really does. Go ahead.
Do women think, either by birth or socialization, that they automatically have sort of a higher social standing over men just by virtue of being women? That men must somehow ascend to some higher level that women have just by virtue of being female?
Well, that's a mouthful of a question.
And you're long-winded, Maggie. So give us
I
the
don't
answer.
know. I'm long-winded when it comes to like archaeology and genealogy and ancient religion and things like that. I would say there are women who think that they have a
Intrinsic, yeah.
like a inherent
Hmm.
spiritual superiority.
Black women. Anyway.
Um, and then there are the same that there are some men who feel like they have an inherent moral superiority to others, and so then that makes them entitled to whatever they want to do, like kind of the hitting somebody with their own hand and then saying, why are you hitting yourself? Or like
Hmm.
bombing an entire group of people and saying, you made me do it.
Hmm.
Why are you making me genocide? That kind of thing. So, obviously it's not all women, you know what I mean? But I got to say that because, somebody's going to hear this and say that.
See, they over there with Maggie, and she over there justifying the crap that they believe. Okay, yeah.
She got to cross her T's and dot her I's. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Maggie.
they're gonna try to make Maggie
have to
Pearl.
be
I wish they
nice.
would come after me with that. I wish they would.
Yeah. I got my lightsaber. I don't care. Okay.
Yeah.
As the UK guys found out yesterday. Okay.
Yeah, I just think some women are trained, because I don't think
Yes.
everybody is born thinking that, but I think they're trained that they
Hmm.
have spiritual superiority, so they somehow are the parent, who makes all the parenting decisions, which makes them then parent their person, their man.
You go ahead and use it. Their person. Go ahead and say it. Their person.
Listen, I say person if I don't know if it's your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your husband, your wife,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
That's the person.
Yeah.
These days you gotta say
Is
that.
the what is the intersectionality, or what do they call that? The gender fluidity of dating and mating, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know what a person is. They're your person. And we all
The
need a person.
nondescript language. I get it.
Yeah. I mean, we all need a person. So yeah, I mean, I think we're trained. And the interesting thing is that if you dig out of that indoctrination, you actually get to what your I'm going to use the word, what your divineness is, what your femininity is, what your actual power is. And it's not what you've been trained to believe. You don't just automatically have spiritual superiority, because nobody has spiritual superiority, just like nobody has moral superiority. It's the meritocracy that we live in, that everybody has to start scrambling from day one to figure out where are they superior. And it's all very dysfunctional.
Yeah.
What I don't want to be too quantitative with it, but so
Go ahead and ask that question, because I was thinking.
But no, I mean, just what, sort of what percentage, or what,
there it goes.
How pervasive do you think that this sort of default moral or spiritual superiority is amongst modern?
About 80%, I would say.
Here's the thing. I think women are kind of broken to three. Women as a whole are kind of broken to three camps right now. And so you could say, if we just went straight across, you could say 66% assume spiritual superiority. If we just say they're broken.
Yeah, about that. Yeah.
That's like your big. That's like your big group. Is that your big overall group?
Yeah.
And then they're
like, because they don't have physical superiority over men. They got to have something, right? So it's spiritual, right?
Okay, so that's the 2/3. That's the big chunk.
It's a big
What
chunk.
would be the other
One-third,
two? Mm-hmm.
1/3 is women who, and I don't know how many of these women you've come across. You may not see them because they're in the house, who are trained from day one that they are inferior to men, and
Ooh, that's a
and
small percentage.
helpless. I'm saying if we go straight across, it's 33%. It's probably less than that, but
Much less than that, I would say nowadays.
who are primarily probably raised in specific white households, that they are a conduit to the next white male child.
Yes.
So they are inferior, they are weak and helpless and thoughtless and just supposed to be pretty.
Yeah.
So you will
A
have
breeder. A breeder.
a breeder.
A
So
breeder
you
for
will
the great
have,
white. A
here's a
breeder
group
for
of
the great
women,
white male.
Kind of.
the gift to the white man. So
Yes.
you have that group of women, and then you will have a group of women who are more of the monotheistic, uber religious type. And there's, of course, crossovers. It's concentric circles. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
you will have the uber conservative, ultra religious type who will feign submissiveness to men, but still view themselves as morally superior and the parent of the household.
Black people, black women.
Then you will have, then you have a group of women who are, I am mother goddess of the earth. I am from Ma'at and Asherah and
Definitely
Gaia.
Oh boy.
And I am the queen of all of heaven and earth. And men are part of my army. So I think, for better or worse, and of course there's concentric circles, but it just seems like overarchingly those are kind of the three entrenched camps that women are in right now.
You know, the Gaia reference is very interesting. You know, it beckons to what I guess Greek or Roman mythology. You know, everything springs from Gaia. Even Uranus, her husband, comes from Gaia. So it's very interesting how, and it kind of speaks to what you just described, where there is this percentage of women that, I don't know if it's growing or whatever. I think it seems to be particularly prevalent amongst
it's pretty
certain
trendy.
Black women, that, you know, it all comes from me. You know?
That's Memphite theology. The noon was first, right, and everything sprung for the noon, which is feminine, right? Dark feminine. Okay.
But once again, this is why this is why I have to crush you when you step out of line. This is why I have to be so harsh to you when you step out of line, when you don't do as I say, right? If I am Queen Earth Mother Goddess, if I am spirituality incarnate, then when you don't obey me, you're not obeying God. Like, you might be physically more imposing than me, right? But everything moves at my will. And so how dare you? That's why I have to crush you. And that's why it's okay. Like, if I, you know,
women don't have hard power; they have soft power, which is which is basically propaganda, right? Persuasion. Women cannot make you do anything; they have to persuade you to doing things. So, and white women are actually very good at it. Okay,
and you know, Uranus, Gaia eventually raises her Titanic children against Uranus.
Yep.
So it is. So when you think about how things kind of operate, there is a sort of mythical quality to, if the man does not submit, I'll raise the children against.
And let me read this real quick, y'all, because this is funny. But and Cam says, still going, huh? Damn well, Here's to Popeyes for dinner. Hashtag Mr. Z Le Mans 24. So for those of you that don't know, the Mans 24, the Mans is a race that they do in France
Oh,
once
Le
a
Mans.
year.
Okay,
The
okay.
hours
24
of Le Mans,
hours.
where they race literally. It's a how long is that track?
24
Like
hours.
24
8 miles
hours.
about?
20,
No.
24 hours.
I'm talking about the actual length of the track is about 8 miles or 7 or 8, something like that miles.
Something like
It
that.
Yeah.
has very long straightaways, but it has
Yeah.
some cut throughs and whatever.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it's funny that he said the 24 hours. So he's referencing how long I've been streaming, and I really have been streaming about 1/3. And well, it's not 1/3 yet. Of the time, yeah, we're working on 1/3, but I can't stream for too much longer because it is a reckless streams again, and it's really reckless right now. But yeah, no. So and thank you, Maggie, for that because like so I this is something that we assume um already, right? And especially now, I think even if that this assumption was here 50 and 40 and 60 years ago, we just the apparatus wasn't there for women to kind of play this out all the way yet. But now, especially with social media, but now that we're women have this, newfound freedom, you're actually hearing it,
They,
right?
they they don't depend
So
on men for survival anymore because the modern
yeah,
environment separates women from depending on men for survival. Okay,
yeah.
it's
And so
only
now
been the
they're
last
just
50
saying
years. Yeah,
what they really
they
feel and
already thought
believe.
or they feel
Yeah,
is yeah.
yeah,
Black
yeah,
women are
yeah,
actually
yeah.
first. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
all
I
it
agree.
is.
I agree. So that's what I'm saying. I say that like
Man,
because sisters are further away from being able to really stomp down the way, believe it or not, stomp down the way they want to
hey,
stomp down. They're louder about it. They're more
go,
boisterous about it. But
go
yeah,
go look what's going on in China right now. Right? Why over the last 20 years they've been acting up like this? Same reason, right? They
yeah,
don't need the men for survival anymore.
yeah.
There's one. I just want to say one more thing about this because I
Hmm.
tend to go more into the Asherah as the wife of God.
Okay.
Um, I'm not, and Sophia as the demiurge. Those are things I
Mm,
tend to go more towards. But what
mm-mm.
what I want to say is that before I step down, I don't want
Hmm.
to
Hmm.
impinge upon y'all's time, but
No, you're good. You're good.
um I tend to view the masculine and the feminine. Well, I tend to view everything in metaphors because I'm a very visual thinker. I don't
Okay.
necessarily think in words, I think in pictures.
Hmm.
And so when I think about the masculine and the feminine, what I envision, and it sounds kind of funny, but is a flag and a flagpole.
Yeah.
So the the
Mm.
the man being the flagpole, he's
Really?
not
Okay.
he's not the pretty colorful,
Oh, okay.
he's not the super waving in the wind. He will flex, right? He
Hmm.
will
Hmm.
flex in the wind.
Hmm.
He will flex in the tides. He will,
Hmm.
if it floods, what is left? The
Right.
pole. He
Hmm.
grounds into the earth. He's grounded. He's steady. He's consistent. He's
Okay.
stability. And
Okay.
so then I tend to view the feminine more as the flag.
Hmm.
She waves in the wind. She's a little more chaotic. She's a little more colorful. She's a little more
Hmm.
unpredictable. But it's beautiful, right? If
Hmm.
you
Right.
look at the flagpole and there's no flag, it's like, oh, there's no flag.
Hmm.
Um, but so if a flagpole by itself is sort of just there, it's stuck for life. It's there.
Hmm.
It's just there.
Hmm.
But if a flag is untethered from the pole,
Hmm.
then she becomes like the Walmart bag that's caught in the air draft in the bridge. It's
Okay.
very banging into walls and isn't sturdy and isn't grounding into something and doesn't have a home base and doesn't have the thing to keep it accountable and in one spot. And so
Hmm.
then the flag, what we're seeing now is flags trying to stabilize themselves.
Hmm.
And so, we're trying to stick a corner of our flag self into the ground, or we're trying to create
Hmm.
flagpoles where they don't exist or through
Hmm.
another flag.
Hmm.
We're trying to do
Hmm.
whatever we can to
Yeah.
stabilize
Yeah.
without stabilizing ourselves on the man, on the male.
Well, yeah. I
And
mean,
so that was just a picture that I like to give people when I talk about the masculine and the feminine, men and women.
women depend on the environment for stability, or men do not. Okay. Men
Right.
men alter the environment. Women do not. Okay.
Right.
Hmm.
So
But the
when
flag allows the pole to feel the breeze and to flex in the wind and to listen. Let me. I'm not going to say cook, but let me talk.
Okay, go ahead.
The flag allows beauty. The flag allows it pulls the pole to flex. It lets it move and dance in the wind, and the pole allows the flag the stability to not just be flapping against the walls, but to dance in the wind, to move beautifully in the wind, and to unfurl completely to be seen. And so while they don't they can exist without one another, they're not going to experience the fullness of life without the right flagpole being with the right flag.
So in other words, the flagpole is stuck in the firmament is grounding and allows women to actually elevate themselves on,
Yes.
by being moored to it. Okay, instead of being on the
you
ground.
have to moor yourself. You have to tether yourself to it.
And other men have to build the environment for women to actually exist in. Okay. Otherwise, they'll be moored.
The problem with the flag today is the flag thinks it's the glory on into itself.
Yes.
And not as an attachment to that flagpole, which is necessarily required in order to reflect the existence.
Don't talk about the rainbow flag like that.
You're telling the flag to ground itself, and it can't.
Yes.
Well, so when Maggie was speaking, all I kept on thinking about was James Brown. And It's a Man's World. Because no, what she really is describing is that. Remember what he kept on saying at the end of every stanza, right? Like, but it would be nothing without a woman. Yeah, we built this, we did that, we built this, we made that. But what would all of this mean without this creature that brings chaos to our life? But no, I mean, like, but that brings some type of reasoning for it. The all the ethereal, emotional things that may not necessarily be tangible, but still may be just as important.
Well, you have to think about women multiply. They say women are the creator. No, the two together are a creator. What women do is multiply. So the man builds the house, the woman makes it a home.
Right.
The man brings home the money for the food and she cooks a meal. The man gives spermatozoa, the woman gives him a child.
Right. Yeah.
So, I say this a lot too. Like, you, as a man, you have to think about what you're giving a woman, because she's going to multiply it for better or for worse.
That's true.
And so that's the other way, where she, in her waving, in her pulling, in her getting things from the ether, from the ether.
That's true. She's connected to the ether. Yes, she is.
Right.
Yeah.
So she connects to spirituality. He connects to the earth. And women tend to say, well, if my job is to connect to spirit and your job is to connect to earth, well, then I'm better than you. And that's not one is better than the other. They're both necessary to live.
The animal, it brings in energy and knowledge, and basically the animus brings form to it. Makes it practical.
Yes,
real quick,
she can give an idea, and he then can go make it.
And in other words, the seed comes from the man, okay, and then planted into the earth, and she bears fruit on the other side, okay.
Yes.
Before I really want to read this funny because it's hysterical. And Dre says, "I don't need no damn flagpole. I don't need no man. I don't need no flagpole."
That's why I tell men with their animal, give her a mission and have her bring back the material for you to build with, okay. Because she's connected to all this stuff, but she doesn't know what to do with it. Okay.
Yeah. Excuse me, Maggie.
Yes.
I mean, I understand exactly what you're saying with the metaphor you're using, because another analogy that I use that's similar to it is like that of relationships are like pairs figure skating. You know what I mean?
No.
Both sides, pairs figure skating. So the man plays his part in it, and the woman has to play her part. So there's give and take. It's like dancing, it's give and take. There's got to be a level of trust. And, if you ever watched
I got his metaphor when you said pairs,
I thought you said Paris.
No,
No,
pairs. You
sorry.
know, men and women staying together. Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. And then she gets all the glory because when he throws her in the air, she can spin
Lifts her up
47
and everything.
times.
She has to look pretty, but she's got
But
to
nobody
trust
thinks
him.
about the strength that it took to
Right.
lift her
She
ass,
can't turn
up her ass in the
47
air.
times by herself.
As I was saying, you know, he's got to lift her up, and she's got to trust him that he won't drop her and everything. Keep her stable while they're still skating, and she's got to learn to like trust him any way she has. Because remember, he's got to do all the heavy lifting, but she has to maintain, you know, a certain level of grace and style to go with it, and they have to choreograph and be together like it. I mean, it's like when you see certain birds, like albatross or swans, when they are their mating rituals, so their courtship rituals, they have to be synchronized with one another. They have to be in sync with one another. And some people fail to realize it. That's why some women fail to realize the importance of. That's why I remember Patrice O'Neal's like brother from another mother, Dante Nero. This is why he was very passionate about dancing. He loved to do salsa classes.
Name we getting low on the battery. I gotta close out. I'm sorry about that. Lap D SWAT says, has anyone, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat.
LAPD
Like,
SWAT.
share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Shout out to the replay gang. If you got this far, it's impossible. There's no way you listen to 7.5 hours. But Lap D SWAT says, has anyone on the panel read or I guess you say, or are aware of the books The Fourth Turning? What's this? Balneg? How will society correct itself? Does anybody
I
know
never
of the
read
book?
The Fourth Turning.
Okay,
I've
okay,
heard
okay.
of that before. Yeah.
No, I haven't.
Aw.
Who's that?
Who's baby?
Who's
Who's
that?
baby? Right. But
She
and
woke
let's
up
do
a
this.
second
So
ago.
okay. No, okay, perfect. What's going on, Toya? Toya, your last minute, because I'm about to have Black Uru. You already know it is time, sir. So this is just gonna be the way it is when Black Uru's here, and we'll have Black Uru do the closing. But it's Black Uru, right? So I was waiting for BGS. I wanted to have BGS speak and then Black Uru. This is just gonna be the thing. Now we're gonna have Black Uru do our closing whenever he's here. So Black Uru, if you don't mind giving us words of wisdom and leading us off, thank you very much. You wasn't ready for that, I know, right?
For the honor, I was not prepared.
Right.
And first of all, it was a pleasure, as always, to be on the panel. Thanks for having me, Z.
Thank you, sir.
Gentlemen, thanks. Thank you very much, Maggie, for providing a very insightful perspective from a woman. When you think about these sort of debates of feminism, gynocracy, are dealing with these issues and all the turmoil ensuing from that. It's interesting. No one ever really does the math or really looks down the road. And all these decisions and everyone being liberated and everybody being able to do what they want to do, how they want to do it, whatever sort of sexuality, whatever. It's interesting how, we never ask the question of, or never consider that, this world that we live in, that we operate in fairly comfortably in many respects, varying degrees of resources, was all built on by people playing under very different rules. If you had to, for example, build the Empire State Building, you probably wasn't living as comfortable as most of us guys were, right? Or are. If you had to work in a coal mine or in a steel mill, it was much more precarious, much more dangerous place to be in. And it wasn't like you had a lot of options. And in fact, in many cases, working in that steel mill or that coal mine was probably amongst your better options economically.
Yes.
I often think, when you have these conversations with these women and everyone's talking about this freedom, and I think you make the point of of negative freedom.
Negative freedom. Yep.
There is a cost to
Yes.
it.
Yep.
It's a deer, and the bill for it is growing. I mean, whenever I hear people, I often wonder, how do you think you're going to have a society when nobody's having kids? And I'm not talking about like one kid. This world was built up. This civilized world was mostly built up when people were having 3, 4, 5, 6. My father, my father had 12 or 13 siblings. I mean, that was the basis and the foundation of the real world that we live in. Those were the people that built the highways, the skyscrapers. And now we're acting as though we're going to be able to continue to kind of comfortably live without none of that stuff that made the world, the modern world we're in, happening. Now we're reacting to, we're concerned about the Venezuelans, and we're concerned about a lot of different new things happening, and the fourth industrial complex. And I would say to all of us, regardless of our position, our sex, our gender, or whatever, we are going to have to change and adapt, and it's going to be painful. And some of us would like to wish or think that the women are going to get it. I say it all the time. Winter is going to come for us all.
Yeah.
If this thing falls through, I don't know why any of us think we're going to have a good time when it happens. How do you think, as a black man in the United States of America, if there is any sort of real collapse,
Yeah.
we're
Any real
going to have a
calamity.
good time during that occurrence? How do you think that's going to look?
Not
And
thinking
so
myself.
I would say, when you talk to these women, these liberal women or whatever, start having like some real conversations. Like, this is not this thing you're doing is not logistically sustainable. Now we can talk about, not doing the traditional thing and doing something different, and all this stuff about whether we're going to be partners or spouses or husbands and wives. Okay, let's put it all on the table. But let's do a full cost benefit analysis of whatever decision we make. We can't have it one-sided where it's all going to be you be liberated and shit and me be a fucking cuck, eunuch, whatever. That's not on the table. So let's talk like real politics, if you will, about whatever sort of deal. Let's make sure it's all put on the table as to what everybody's going to get from it or not going to get for it. Because if I'm not going to get anything from it, then I don't really care very much about it continuing. And I'm damn sure not going to pay for it and make it easy and comfortable for you to get what you want in Kamala land or Camelot.
And while I struggle,
while I struggle and bust my ass and get cucked out by, this 5% of dudes that get to slay everybody else. That's not an option. And I don't know if you think that's what you're trying to do to the majority of us, but we ain't gonna let that happen. Whenever I hear about these brothers talk about all this, well, we should go to polygamy. I'm there. Are you really know what a polygamous society is? Do you know how many men are dead?
No, I say that. No, I say that, Blackwood, but I say it in a when I say that. So I say that on my channel, right? But when I say that, I'm saying that in a, all right, if this is what y'all on, make it formal so that y'all can see what happened on the other end of that. Because I'm agreeing with you, but I'm saying,
and the pretty guys, the guys who think y'all ain't gonna be pretty for long.
Thank you. That's what I was saying. Yep.
The other guys gonna get together and kill you.
Yep,
this is what has always happened.
Yep, that's that simple.
So there's no way in which any faction of people win everything. Nobody's going to win everything. The women's not going to win everything. The men's not going to win. Nobody's going to win everything. And with the technology, just totally and radically changes the form, whatever form. There's definitely no going back to anything traditional.
Facts.
No going anything back, and certainly anything that was traditional. How great really was that for black men, pre 1960? I mean, really, So I would recommend that, you know, you men really kind of think about, okay, what if I had to do things from scratch as a man? Well, how would I do it? And how would I do it with these females? You know, whatever you know, whatever we call people, the double X chromosomes. I mean,
Yeah,
I can
I'll be
say
saying, that's what I say. XX chromosome.
you know, I think that still works, right?
Mhm.
What kind of deal can we really work with these people where it's going to be mutually beneficial, and then negotiate from that basis going forward? That's what I would really recommend. But you're not going to be, if you're thinking anything sort of on some traditional model, I would let that go. The greatest freedom you brothers, you men will ever give yourselves is let go of the pressure of some bullshit that wasn't really about you to begin with, and
Yes.
figure out how you're gonna live comfortably and be successful, and see if you can get this double X chromosome to go along with. And if it's not, then I guess you're gonna have to be on some virtual shit or something. I don't know.
No. So that, yeah, and so from now on, hear ye. When Black Root was given his exit, right? We just gonna call it the benediction. Shout out to Trell. That was a
I,
genius thing to say.
I wish I could give you. There is no magic formula. I'm so happy I'm old because I don't have to even really be concerned about this.
The benediction.
I am very fearful. I try to look down that road that you guys are going to try to travel, and I see some
It looks
darkness.
daunting. Yeah.
You know, but I see in the far distance, I see a light, but it's not. It looks very different from anything that I could have imagined myself living. And maybe that's a good thing or a bad thing, but it's what I see. So it's always
No,
a pleasure being in your path.
thank you, Black Roof, for coming up. Yeah, no, I see Star Trek future if we could make it on the other side. That's a strong ass if. That's a strong.
You know, yeah. I mean, hopefully, but. And here's the thing: who are y'all gonna have to kill off in order for that to happen? It's gonna be these people who think they supposed to be over y'all, and they got a whole lot of money, and they ready for y'all. They
Stop talking
ready
about
for y'all.
Mr. South Africa and Mr. What do I call him again? The man that shall not
Yeah,
be named.
they
Yeah,
they they
Mr.
ready for y'all. So it
Yeah,
is truly a
yeah.
brave new world you're going into, because they own some I'm a god type shit.
Yeah, he literally.
You know, they own that kind of thing, and you know it's not easy to kill a god.
Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
No,
good luck.
that's true.
Good
And
luck.
thank you, Black Roof, for that. Thank you, No Place. So put a super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker. And no, I don't. I think that was a really good outro. Because and thank you, Trell, for the title. That's what we're gonna start calling it from now on. The benediction. Thank you for giving me that before Roger picked up on that. Because if Roger would have called it that, I would have been shut out of luck. Because that's a great title for that. No, no, I agree. I agree. It looks daunting is not the word because it's not heavy enough. But yeah, no, it looks pretty dark. But I think if we can make it on to the other side, whew, it's not gonna be in my lifetime though. Because I think this is gonna last a little minute. We might actually take a step backwards. A couple steps. Um, yeah, no, it looks dark, but I don't think people are thinking about that seriously. They're just thinking some BS back and forth between men and women, some lightweight stuff, and even when it comes to the economy and the elites who's pretty much funding all of the bull globally. Yeah, I think people just
Well,
look at
the
it surface
fact
level
that
entertainment.
you would make a Kamala Harris your
Hmm.
president, that lets you know they're not really they're not serious about
Yeah,
addressing the future. They're
yeah,
really not. And it's a I mean, in these most pressing times, to prop up somebody who is uh, such of lesser caliber in
hmm,
these it just really tells you these people don't give a fuck, man. They're everybody's kicking the can down the road.
yeah,
That's what they do.
yeah.
Just kicking the can down the road. Let's just keep the bullshit going as long as we possibly can. And when it collapses, maybe I got my bailout in my bunker, and my emergency hatch or whatever, which I
Seriously.
honestly believe a lot of these people have their exit plans.
Yes.
And because understand, if you have $1 billion, you can live just as comfortably in Milan or fucking, Paris or
Yep.
San Palo Alto or whatever the fuck as you can in Chicago or New York. That's the thing that us non-billionaires need to start thinking a lot more about in terms of how this thing may play out.
Definitely not Springfield, Ohio.
That's facts. That's facts. But let's pause right there. Love piece of chicken grease. Y'all have a great rest of y'all stream. Thank you, Black Roof, for that. The benediction, Black Roof's benediction, and right, and then that, and it fits with the hammer too. So and we'll pause right there. Love piece of chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. For the love of God, go touch some grass. Go touch your lady. Go I'm not gonna say touch your kids. That's weird. Go hug up on your kids. There we go. And yeah. So y'all have a great rest of y'all day. And Mr. Z out. All right, y'all.
We keep forgetting to do that.